وَمَنْ يَرْغَبُ عَنْ مِلَّةِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ إِلَّا مَنْ صَفِيَ نَفْسَهُ. And who will turn away from the millah? Again, that is the same word. The path and practices of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. إِلَّا مَنْ صَفِيَ نَفْسَهُ. Except those who have befooled themselves, who have put themselves in folly. Only they will refrain and turn away from the path and practices of Ibrahim. وَلَقَدْ اسْتَفَيْنَاهُ فِي الدُّنْيَا. And we had chosen him in this world also. We had exalted him. وَإِنَّهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ لَمِنَ الصَّالِحِينَ. And in the hereafter, verily, he will be among the righteous bondsmen of ours. إِذْ قَالَ لَهُ رَبُّهُ أَسْلِمْ. When his Lord said to him, submit yourself. قَالَ أَسْلَمْتُ لِرَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Whenever Allah said, accept my command, bow before me, accept this command, submit before me, at every moment, every time, the answer was, Aslamtu li Rabbil Alameen. I submit to the Lord of all the worlds. وَوَصَّى بِهَا إِبْرَاهِيمُ وَبَنِيهِ وَيَعْقُوبُ. And Ibrahim and Yaqub both, they enjoined their progenies, their sons, to the same thing. إِنَّ اللَّهَ أَصْطَفَى لَكُمُ الدِّينَ. What was that? The advice, the enjoining of Ibrahim and Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam to their sons. إِنَّ اللَّهَ أَصْطَفَى لَكُمُ الدِّينَ فَلَا تَمُوتُنَّ إِلَّا وَأَنْتُمْ مُسْلِمُونَ. O my sons, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has chosen for you the deen of Islam. So look to it that you don't die except as Muslims. You should be in submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala till your death. No moment should come in your life when you are revolting against Him, in rebellion against Him. You are breaking His laws, lest the icy hands of death pounce upon you at that very moment. Then that will not be the death of a Muslim, because you will be contravening the law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at that time. If you are dying in a state of rebellion against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in a state of sin, that is not the death of a Muslim. Ya banayya inna Allah astafa lakumuddin. O my sons, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has chosen this deen for you. Fala tamutunna illa wa antum muslimun. Look to it that you don't die except as Muslims. You don't die except in submission. Antum tu shuhada iz hadara Yaqub al-maut. Were you witnesses? Were you present when the death came to Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wasalam? Iz qala li banihi. When he said to his sons, all the 12 sons were with him, when he talked to them at the time of his death, Ma ta'buduna min ba'di. Whom will you worship after me? Qalu na'budu ilahaka wa ilaha abaika Ibrahim wa Ismail wa Ishaq. They said, we shall worship your Lord and the Lord and God of your elders, your forefathers, that is Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq alayhi salatu wassalam, ilahum wahida. And he is one God, وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ. And we all submit to him. تِلْكَ أُمَّةٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ. This is a community, these were a people who have gone, who have passed. تِلْكَ أُمَّةٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ. Now don't boast in their names. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ. For them was what they earned. All the good deeds that they performed were for them, not for you. وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. For you will be what you will earn, not what they earned. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ. This is the community, these are the people who have passed away, who have gone. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ. For them is what they earned. وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. For you will be what you will earn. وَلَا تُسَلُونَ عَمَّا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. And you will not be asked what they were doing. You will be asked what you have been doing. وَقَالُوا كُونُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَىٰ تَهْتَدُوا. And they say, who say? The same Jews and Christians. They say, become either Jews or Christians. تَهْتَدُوا. Then you will be guided. You will be on the right path. قُلْ بَلْ مِلَّةَ إِبْرَاهِيمَ حَنِيفًا. Say no. Instead, we will follow the path and practices of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam, who was Hanif, who was absolutely without any shirk. وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. He was absolutely, wholeheartedly and totally a muwahhid. وَمَا كَانَ مِنَ الْمُشْرِكِينَ. He was not from among the polytheists, not those who worship anything and anyone else except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. قُولُوا آمَنَّا. O Muslims, you say in reply to them. They are saying, قُولُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى تَهْتَدُوا. In reply, you should say, قُولُوا آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ. We believe in Allah, وَمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَيْنَا, and on what has been sent towards us. وَمَا أُنزِلَ إِلَىٰ إِبْرَاهِيمَ, and what was sent to Ibrahim, وَإِسْمَاعِيلَ وَإِسْحَاقَ وَيَعْقُوبَ, and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub, وَالْأَسْبَاطِ, and his sons. وَمَا أُوتِيَ مُوسَى وَعِيسَى, and what was given to Moses, and what was given to Jesus. وَمَا أُوتِيَ النَّبِيُّونَ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ, and whatever was given to all the prophets from their Lord. لَا نُفَرِّقُ بَيْنَ أَحَدٍ مِّنْهُمْ. We don't divide between them. We don't discriminate between them. We believe in all of them. We believe in all the prophets. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ, and we are in submission to Allah and Allah only. فَإِنْ آمَنُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا آمَنْتُمْ بِهِ. And then if they come to believe just in the same way as you have believed, O Muslims, without any reservations, not claiming that we believe in Allah and day after, and the hereafter and the day of judgment, and they omit the Iman bil Rasul. No. If they believe just as you have come to believe, if they believe in all those things in which you Muslims believe, فَإِنْ آمَنُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا آمَنْتُمْ بِهِ فَقَدْ اهْتَدَوْا, then definitely they are on the right path. Then they have got the guidance. وَإِنْ تَوَلَّوْا, and if they turn away, فَإِنَّمَا هُمْ فِي شِقَاقٍ, then verily they are in antagonism, they are in enmity, they are in Shiism. فَسَيَكْفِيكَهُمُ اللَّهُ, and Allah will suffice for you against them. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, don't fear them. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be sufficient for your help against them. وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ, and He is all listener, all knowledgeable. صِبْغَةَ اللَّهِ, we have adopted the color of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ مِنَ اللَّهِ صِبْغَةً, and who can be better in color than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُسْلِمُونَ. Now what does this color means? The whole attitude in life, the culture, the civilization, which is the result of Iman, real faith. That is the Sibghatullah, that is the color of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَنْ أَحْسَنُ مِنَ اللَّهِ صِبْغَةً وَنَحْنُ لَهُ عَابِدُونَ. And we are bondsmen to Him. We are all slaves to Him. قُلْ أَتُحَاجُّونَنَا فِي اللَّهِ. Ask them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, are you arguing us? You, O Jews, and you, O Christians, do you argue with us about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? وَهُوَ رَبُّنَا وَرَبُّكُمْ. He is our Lord as well as your Lord. He is the one Lord of all this universe. So what's the dispute about? What's the argument about? Allah is the same. Allah is the same who sent Moses. The same Allah sent Jesus. The same Allah sent Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. أَتُحَاجُّونَنَا فِي اللَّهِ. Do you argue with us? Do you dispute us about Allah? وَهُوَ رَبُّنَا وَرَبُّكُمْ. He is our Lord, our Master, and your Lord and your Master. وَلَنَا أَعْمَالُنَا وَلَكُمْ أَعْمَالُكُمْ. For us are our deeds, and for you will be your deeds. We shall not be responsible for you, and you shall not be held responsible for us. وَنَحْنُ لَهُ مُخْلِصُونَ. But we have become more sincerely devoted to Him and Him alone. أَمْ تَقُولُونَ إِنَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَإِسْمَاعِيلَ وَإِسْحَاقَ وَيَعْقُوبَ وَالْأَسْبَاطَ كَانُوا هُودًا أَوْ نَصَارَى. A very beautiful, expression. What do you say, O Jews and Christians? Do you say that Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub were Jews or Christians? Everybody would say no. With this religion of Jewry and Christianity, they have come after Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq and Yaqub. We can say that this religion of Judaism, it started with Moses at the most. Christianity started with Jesus at the most. So Ibrahim, Ismail, Ishaq, Yaqub, they were neither Christians nor Jews. قُلْ أَنْتُمْ أَعْلَمُ أَمِ اللَّهِ. Say, are you more knowledgeable or Allah? وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ كَتَمَ شَهَادَةً عِنْدَهُ مِنَ اللَّهِ. Who is more unjust than the one who conceals a testimony with him from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا تَعْمَلُونَ. Allah is not unaware of what you are doing. تِلْكَ أُمَّةٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ. They were a people who have passed. Ibrahim, Ismail, Isaac, Yaqub, they were a community. They were a people who have died, who have gone, who have passed. لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ. For them was what they earned. وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. For you will be what you will earn. وَلَا تُسْأَلُونَ عَمَّا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. And you will not be asked what they were doing. سيقول السفهاء من الناس ما ولاهم عن قبلتهم التي كانوا عليها قل لله المشرق والمغرب يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا وما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول ممن ينقلب على عقبيه وإن كانت لكبيرة إلا على الذين هدى الله وما كان الله ليضيع إيمانكم إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم قد نرى تقلب وجهك في السماء فلنولينك قبلة ترضاها فول وجهك شطر المسجد الحرام وحيث ما كنتم فولوا وجوهكم شطره وإن الذين أوتوا الكتاب ليعلمون أنه الحق من ربهم وما الله بغافل عما يعملون صدق الله العظيم. In the coming two sections of Surah Baqarah, that is the 17th and the 18th, the main subject which is discussed is Tahweelul Qibla, the change in the direction of the Qibla. سيقول السفهاء من الناس. Now the fools among the people will say, ما ولاهم عن قبلتهم التي كانوا عليها. What turned them from the Qibla, the direction which they were facing in their prayers previously? قل لله المشرق والمغرب. Say to them, to Allah belong all the east, the west. The east and west both belong to Allah. يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. He guides to whom he wishes to the straight path. Now the same words which appeared previously, لله المشرق والمغرب فأينما تولوا فثم وجه الله. Those words are repeated here because when there was a change in the Qibla, the Jews especially made it a scandal. They made a very big issue out of it. Till that time, because after the Prophet ﷺ migrated to Medina, he ordered the Muslims to face towards Jerusalem while praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Jews thought that at least they are our camp followers. They are facing the same Qibla, the sacred place of ours. That is the sacred place for us. Our center, our spiritual center. If they are facing towards it, although he has claimed to be a prophet, to be a messenger of Allah, but they have actually accepted, in some way, at least partially, our own traditions. But when there was change, for about 16 months, this was the condition. Muslims were praying, facing towards Jerusalem. But then came the ayat, which we shall be reading presently, inshallah, very soon. And then there was the change of Qibla towards the Masjidul Haram, which is at Makkah. So now they raised hue and cry. What type of a prophet he is? His Qibla changes. What happened to the prayers of 16 months? If that was the wrong place, that was the wrong direction, and this is the correct direction, it means that the prayers of 16 months have been lost, gone without any avail. And what about those who died during this period? People who are living, they can, in some way or the other, they can compensate. But who have already died, what will happen to them? So it became a very big issue. That is why Quran is also, starting the discussion in a very unusual manner. فَيَقُولُ السُّفَهَاءُ مِنَ النَّاسِ مَا وَاللَّهُ مَنْ قِبْلَتِهِمُ الَّتِي كَانُوا عَلَيْهَا. The word, sufaha, that is very unusual for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to use. But it was the need of the time. The situation was such that demanded that it should be dealt with an iron hand. سَيَقُولُ السُّفَهَاءُ مِنَ النَّاسِ مَا وَاللَّهُ مَنْ قِبْلَتِهِمُ الَّتِي كَانُوا عَلَيْهَا قُلْ لِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ. First answer. This is not a very important issue which you have made out of it. It's a trivial issue. This Qibla doesn't mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is confined and limited to some one direction. It's only, for the ummah, so that there should be harmony, there should be uniformity and nothing else. Otherwise, east, west, north, south, all the directions belong to Allah. أَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. وَاللَّهُ وَيَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ إِلَىٰ صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. Whomsoever He wishes, He guides to the right path. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ. And in this way, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have made you, O Muslims, the best ummah, the intermediary ummah, or the most justly balanced ummah. This ummah, wasata, it can be translated in three ways. Because a thing which is in middle is the best. So the best ummah. Kuntum khayra ummatin ukhrijat lin-nas. We shall read this ayah in Surah Al Imran. Khayra ummatin. So maybe the same meaning is of here also. Kuntum khayra ummatin. وَلَقَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا. In this way, we have now declared you to be the best ummah, or the intermediary ummah. Now you will be the link between the Prophet ﷺ and the whole of the humanity. Up till now, there were two links in the chain of Risala or messengerhood. The message of Allah, Wahi, came from Allah to Jibreel, from Jibreel to Muhammad ﷺ. Now from Muhammad to the whole of humanity, this ummah is the link. It will carry the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is destined for the whole of humanity, to the humanity at large. So now you are the intermediary ummah. Ummatan wasatan, litakunu shuhada. And then the most justly balanced ummah, wasat, in between the two extremes. So balanced. And this, changing of the qibla is a symbol that the former Muslim ummah has been deposed from this position, and now you, O the followers of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, have been installed in that position for all times to come till the end of this world. وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ. So that you should become the witnesses over the humanity at large. وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. And the Rasul, the Messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he should become a witness over you. By preaching to you, by communicating and conveying to you the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through words as well as deeds, examples, practical examples. He has communicated and conveyed the message of Allah to you. You have to convey it to the humanity at large. And on the Day of Judgment, the Prophet will stand up and say and testify, "Oh Allah, your guidance that came to me, I had conveyed to them." In the same manner, you will be required to stand and testify that, "Oh Allah, your guidance that came to us through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we had conveyed that guidance to the whole humanity." And if you fail to do so, you will be brought to the book. You will be held responsible. Because if people go astray, if you have conveyed the message and then they go astray, they are responsible. But if you have not at all conveyed the message, then you are first to blame that you have not done your duty. This is, a very serious problem to ponder upon, that this is a very big responsibility of the Muslim Ummah. لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا وَمَا جَعَلْنَا الْقِبْلَةَ الَّتِي كُنْتَ عَلَيْهَا. And we didn't declare that qibla on which you were, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for 16 months. We declared, or we recognized that qibla. Why? إِلَّا لِنَعْلَمَ مَنْ يَتَّبِعُ الرَّسُولَ مِمَّنْ يَنْقَلِبُ عَلَىٰ عَقِبَيْهِ. We did so only to differentiate and distinguish those who followed Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, who followed the messenger, who obeyed the messenger of Allah, from those who went back on their heels. Now what's the meaning? Because the Muhajirin, the people of Makkah, who were the first Muslims, they loved Kaaba very much. Because that was, so to say, we can say that was a national monument also. They were the progeny of Ibrahim, and Ibrahim built this house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they were doing Hajj during the Jahiliyyah also, before Islam also, although many things wrong were added to the rites and rituals of Hajj. Many things which were essential were diminished from them. But you know, still this was going on. It was a national place for them, national monument for them. So now when they were asked after Hijrah, now you have to face to Jerusalem, it was a testing for them. If they really obeyed Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam or not. If they had the love of their ancestral, monument, then they would not have prayed facing towards Jerusalem. So that was a test to distinguish those who really obeyed and followed the messenger of Allah, and from those who went back on their heels. مِمَّنْ يَنْقَلِبُ عَلَىٰ عَقِبَيْهِ وَإِنْ كَانَتْ لَكَبِيرَةٌ. And surely it was a very big trial, very hard test, to which the Muslims from Makkah were put. إِلَّا عَلَى الَّذِينَ هَدَى اللَّهُ. Except on those whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guided. وَمَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ. And Allah is not going to let the prayers of the Muslims go in waste, because prayers are the most essential thing. As-salatu imaduddin. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not going to let the iman, the faith of the Muslims go in waste. لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ بِالنَّاسِ لَرَءُوفٌ رَحِيمٌ. Those who prayed towards Jerusalem, when the command of the Prophet was to face towards that Qibla, well, the prayers were okay. They were accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They were genuine. They are not lost whatsoever. Because it was under the command of the Rasul of Allah. Hence, now the command is towards Kaaba. So now you have to pray towards Kaaba. And now this is the testing now for whom? Supposedly, Abdullah ibn Salam radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, he was a Jew. And he was a alim, a very learned person, a rabbi of the Jews. He embraced Islam. Now when he had to face towards Kaaba, and he was now having his back towards Jerusalem, it was a test for him, whether he has really accepted Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Islam and Quran, or there is some, degree of sort of weakness of his faith. It was a test. So it was a two-way test. When the Muslims were ordered to face towards Jerusalem, it was a test for the people of the Makkah. When they were commanded to face towards Makkah, it was a test for especially the Jews. If someone of them had accepted Islam, it was a big trial and test for him, that he is now doing his back towards Jerusalem and facing towards Makkah. Inna Allah bin Nas al-Raufur Rahim. Verily Allah Ta'ala is with the people. He is very much merciful and kind. قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, we have been seeing turning your face towards the sky. He was waiting for the final commandment from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to change the direction of Qibla. He was expecting it. He wished that the direction be changed, and he was waiting. So in waiting, he was, seeing towards the sky when Jibreel comes. قَدْ نَرَى تَقَلُّبَ وَجْهِكَ فِي السَّمَاءِ فَلَنُوَلِّيَنَّكَ قِبْلَةً تَرْضَاهَا. So we shall turn your face towards the direction which you like, which will please you. فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. So now turn your face towards the direction of the Masjid al-Haram. This is the mosque around the Baytullah. This is Masjid al-Haram, the sacred mosque. وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ. And wherever you may be, O Muslims. What does it mean? It is not a personal command for Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam only. It's for the whole of Ummah. Wherever you may be, حَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ, O Muslims, فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ. So turn your faces towards Kaaba, towards Masjid al-Haram, while praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ لَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. And verily and surely, people who were given the book, they know it for sure, that this is the truth from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They knew it, that the real Qibla was Kaaba. That real direction, the first house that was built for the worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was at Makkah. Inna awwala baytin wudi'a lin-nas alladhi bi Makkata mubarakan wa hudan lil-alamin. Because everybody knew it, and everybody knows it, that Jerusalem actually as a city was founded by Solomon alayhi salatu wasalam, Hazrat Sulaiman. About 2000 years, or at least 1500 years after Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. There was no Jerusalem at the time of Ibrahim. So actually, this was the first house, Kaabatullah. And it was built originally by Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. But secondly, it was renewed by Ibrahim and Ismail alayhi salatu wasalam, which we have read in the previous sections. So that this house is the older house. And you know the Prophet Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, in which direction he was praying when there was no Jerusalem. The temple of Solomon was going to be built at least 500 years after him. So which direction he was praying at that time? So actually, the old and the ancient Qibla was this very Qibla. So people who were knowledgeable of the book of Allah, who really knew the Torah, they knew it. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ لَيَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. Verily and surely, those who are given the book, they know that this is the truth from their Lord. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا يَعْمَلُونَ. And Allah is not unaware of what they are doing. وَلَئِنْ أَتَاكَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ بِكُلِّ آيَةٍ. And if you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, bring forth before these people of the book all the proofs, all the arguments, مَا تَبِعُوا قِبْلَتَكَ, they are not going to follow and accept your Qibla. وَمَا أَنْتَ بِتَابِعٍ قِبْلَتَهُمْ. And now that the truth has been dawned unto you, and the commandment from Allah has come unto you, now you cannot follow their Qibla. You can also not follow their Qibla in any case. وَمَا بَعْضُهُمْ بِتَابِعٍ بَعْضُ قِبْلَةَ بَعْضٍ. And some of them cannot follow the Qibla of the others. Because although Jerusalem was sacred for both Christians and the Jews, but in the temple of Solomon itself, for the Jews it was the western corner which was more holy. And for the Christians it was the eastern part of the temple which was more holy. Because you know Hazrat Maryam alayhi salatu wasalam took to i'tikaf in the eastern corner of the temple of Solomon, of the Heifer. So that is why you know among them also, although they agreed on Jerusalem, on the temple, but in the temple there was a difference of opinion about the direction. When in the temple, when we are in Kaaba, in Masjid al-Haram, all are facing towards Kaaba. But if even in Masjid al-Haram somebody is facing towards east and somebody is facing towards west, now what is it? The difference is very apparent. This would have been very apparent. It is not so. In the Masjid al-Haram, we all face towards Kaaba in circles. But in Jerusalem, in the Temple of Solomon, the Christians were facing towards east and the Jews were facing towards west. So they didn't have even one Qibla. Although the house, although the Temple of Solomon, that was common to them. So that is the meaning of this ayah. وَلَئِنْ أَتَاكَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ بِكُلِّ آيَةٍ مَا تَبِعُوا قِبْلَتَكَ. Even all the proofs you may produce before them, they are not going to follow your Qibla. وَمَا أَنْتَ بِتَابِعٍ قِبْلَتَهُمْ. And now you can also not follow their Qibla. You have followed their Qibla for 16 months. But now the command has come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. So you cannot follow their Qibla. And they can follow the Qibla of each other also. وَمَا بَعْضُهُمْ بِتَابِعٍ قِبْلَةَ بَعْضٍ. وَلَئِنِ اتَّبَعْتَ أَهْوَاءَهُمْ بَعْدَ مَا جَاءَكَ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِنَّكَ إِذًا لَمِنَ الظَّالِمِينَ. And if you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and if you, O Muslims, you follow their wishes, after that this truth has, the real knowledge has been communicated to you, that this has come to you, then you will be from the unjust people. You will also be from Zalimeen. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُمْ. To those whom we gave the book, they recognize it or recognize him Ya'rifunahu can be for Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. It can be for Kaaba. It can be for Quran. Ya'rifunahu, the pronoun who, can point towards either Muhammad, person of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. They recognize the person of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that he is the last messenger of Allah, about whom there were the prophecies in Torah and Injil. They recognize that this Qibla is the real Qibla, the ancient Qibla, the old Qibla, the original Qibla. They recognize that this Quran is the book of Allah, is the word of Allah. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابَ يَعْرِفُونَهُ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاءَهُمْ وَإِنَّ فَرِيقًا مِّنْهُمْ لَيَكْتُمُونَ الْحَقَّ وَهُمْ يَعْلَمُونَ. But a group among them, some of them, they are hiding and concealing the truth. Knowingly, they know it, that they are hiding the truth. The truth is in their knowledge, and intentionally they are concealing and hiding it. الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ فَلَا تَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْمُمْتَرِينَ. But you know, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and O Muslims, this is the truth from your Lord, so none of you should be one of those who go into doubt. You must have full conviction that this is the real Qibla and this is the ancient Qibla, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has restored you to the original Qibla. وَلِكُلِّ وِجْهَةٌ هُوَ مُوَلِّيهَا. For every nation, for every community, there is a direction towards which they face. فَاسْتَبِقُوا الْخَيْرَاتِ. So, O Muslims, you vie with each other in pursuing whatever is good. Oh, you should be after virtue. You should compete with each other towards virtues and charity and whatever is good. أَيْنَمَا تَكُونُوا يَأْتِ بِكُمُ اللَّهُ. Wherever you will be, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will gather you. جَمِيعًا, all of you. إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Verily, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is powerful for everything. He can do whatever He likes. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. And from wherever you start for praying, intending to pray, you turn your face in the direction of the Masjid al-Haram. وَإِنَّهُ لَلْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. You see here how it is being repeated. How many times it is being repeated. The emphasis being put on it. And between the lines you can read what was the background. What was, the scandal which was produced by the Jews and the propaganda against Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that can be very easily seen between the lines. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. From wherever you start, you begin, you want to pray, you stand to pray, turn your face towards the sacred mosque. وَإِنَّهُ لَلْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّكَ. And verily it is the truth, it is the real Qibla from your Lord. وَمَا اللَّهُ بِغَافِلٍ عَمَّا تَعْمَلُونَ. And Allah is not unaware of what you are doing. وَمِنْ حَيْثُ خَرَجْتَ فَوَلِّ وَجْهَكَ شَطْرَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. See how it is being repeated. وَحَيْثُ مَا كُنْتُمْ فَوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ شَطْرَهُ. From wherever you stand for praying, turn your face towards this sacred mosque. And all of you, O Muslims, wherever from you stand to pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, turn your faces towards the sacred masjid. لَأَلَّا يَكُونَ لِلنَّاسِ عَلَيْكُمْ حُجَّةٌ. So that there should be no argument against you for the people. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ. Except for those who are the unjust among them. Now what's the meaning of this part of this ayah? Because had not the Qibla changed, the knowledgeable persons who had the real knowledge among the Jews, they would have argued against Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, that if he was the real and the last prophet, he would have turned to the real and the ancient Qibla. If he has not done it, he is not the real prophet. That would have been the argument against you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, had not the direction of this Qibla been changed. Now, whosoever is arguing against you, they are the unjust people, they are the illiterate people, they are those people who know nothing. So you don't care about them. إِلَّا الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْهُمْ فَلَا تَخْشَوْهُمْ وَخْشَوْنِي. Don't care for them. Don't have any fear of them. You should fear me. وَلَيُتِمَّ نِعْمَتِي عَلَيْكُمْ. And this is, I have done this. I have changed this direction of this Qibla so that I should complete all the blessings on you. All the things, they have to be completed. This deen of Allah is to be completed with you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, for all times to come. So you have to do everything. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَهْتَدُونَ. And so that you, O Muslims, you are on the right path, you are guided. and you reach the final destination of success. Kama arsalna fikum, as we have now sent in you. Now just recall that prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail when they were raising the walls of Kaaba. رَبَّنَا وَبَعَثْ فِيهِمْ رَسُولًا مِّنْهُمْ يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِكَ وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ الْعَزِيزُ الْحَكِيمُ. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is declaring this is actually the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is really the prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail which has taken this form, the messengerhood of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. It is in response to the prayer of Ibrahim and Ismail that we have sent our messenger Muhammad amongst you. Kama arsalna fikum rasulam minkum, and he is from amongst you, rasulam minkum. Yatlu alaykum ayatina, he is reciting unto you our ayat. Wa yuzakkikum, purifying your souls. Wa yuallimukum al-kitaba wal-hikmah, and teaching you the book as well as the wisdom. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمْ مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ, and he is teaching you what you were not knowing before. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ, so you remember me. Always keep me in remembrance. أَذْكُرْكُمْ, I will remember you. وَاشْكُرُونِي, it's very beautiful. You know, the relationship between Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the abd, the bondsman, is bilateral. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ, you remember me, I will remember you. In tansurullah yansurkum, if you help Allah, Allah will help you. There is in a hadith a very beautiful expression. If you come towards Allah walking, Allah will come towards you running. If you come towards Allah the amount of a hand, Allah will come to you the amount of the length of an arm. If you remember Allah in your heart, Allah will also remember you in His heart. And if you mention Allah in some gathering, Allah will mention you in a much higher, a better gathering, the gathering of the angels. Khuda khud mehfir mehfil bood andar la makan khusro, Muhammad sham mehfil bood, shab jaye ke man boodam. In that mehfil, in that gathering of the malaikatul muqarrabun, Allah mentions the persons who mention Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in some gatherings. So it's a bilateral relationship. فَاسْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ وَاشْكُرُوا وَلَا تَكْفُرُونَ, and be thankful to me, be grateful to me, and don't be ungrateful towards me. Now here the first part of this surah Al-Mubarakah ends. In this first part I told you the basic address was towards the former Muslim Ummah, either directly or indirectly. Although in the last portions there was mention, there was something said towards Muslims also, there was some mention, very trivial mention of the people of Makkah, of the pagan Arabs also. Because you know the division in the Quran, you won't find that it is very hard and fast. The two parts are interlocking with each other. Now the address is directly to the Muslim Ummah. And please note before we proceed, that this we can analyze, that there are four threads of four subjects which are wound together just as you have in a rope, so that they are interwoven with each other, although all the threads are continuous. But when you know you have 2 or 3 or 4 strands, and you wind them and you make them in the rope, if they are of different colors, red and blue and green and white, these colors will appear to be interrupted. They will be not continuous. You will see the red color and then the green, then the white and then the blue and so on. But you know, if you open away and you separate the strands from one from other, now you will find that all these strands are continuous. So what are those 4 strands? Number 1 now, the address to the Muslim Ummah about Sharia. And Sharia comprises of 2 parts. The ibadat, the modes of worship, and the muamalat, the affairs of the Muslim community. This is halal, this is haram, this is permissible, this is forbidden. In social affairs especially, in nikah and talaq, etc., you'll find. This thing is haram, sharab, about sharab and masir. You know all these commandments will start, and the blueprint of the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam will be prepared within this second part of this Surah Al-Baqarah. So those 2 strands are of Sharia, one of ibadat, Saum and Hajj, they will be discussed. Salat will be discussed. And number 2 of muamalat, nikah and talaq and marriage and separation and divorce and so on, and things, eating which is permissible and things which are forbidden to eat, etc., etc. And the other two strands, the two parts of jihad fi sabilillah, infaq fi sabilillah, qital fi sabilillah. To spend your mal. And this, you know, is the jihad bil mal. Jahidu fi sabilillah bi amwalikum wa anfusikum. Jihad with your properties, your belongings. This is infaq fi sabilillah. Then the jihad with your bodies, the final stage is qital fi sabilillah, going to war for the cause of Allah. So these four strands, the ibadat, the muamalat, the infaq fi sabilillah, and the jihad, qital fi sabilillah, they are interwoven with one each other, and these will be, some issue will be discussed, then the second will be taken, then the third will be taken, then the first might be again discussed, then the second might be discussed. So they are continuous, but you know they will appear to be interrupted. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ista'inu bis-sabri was-salah. Note this ayah. In the very beginning, the same verse with which the fifth section of this surah ended. That section which was for dawah to Bani Israel. Ya Bani Israel, askuru ni'mati allati an'amtu alaykum wa awfu bi ahdi ufi bi ahdikum wa iyaya farhabun. And the last ayah was, wasta'inu bis-sabri was-salah. Wa innaha lakabiratun illa 'ala al-khashi'in allazina yazunnuna annahum mulaqu rabbihim wa annahum ilayhi raji'un. Take help and take Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala support. Fasta'inu bis-sabri was-salah. And two things are the medium of the support from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You can get the support and help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through patience and perseverance and through salah and prayer. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ista'inu bis-sabri was-salah. O you who believe, seek help in patience and perseverance and prayer. Inna Allaha ma'as sabirin. Verily, Allah is with the patient ones. People who show perseverance, Allah's help will be with them. وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتٍ. Now because a very big mission, a very difficult mission was assigned, now you have to be the witnesses over whole of mankind. And this will entail risks for you. And you might be killed for the cause of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتٍ. From the very beginning, in the very beginning, it's a warning. Don't think it's a very simple route, it's a very plain road, a plain path to tread. No, there are difficulties. There are going to be tests and tribulations. You will be tried in every way. Your sincerity will be tested. So this is the forewarning to the Muslim Ummah. And here the Muslim Ummah is being addressed to for the first time in the Quran. وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَنْ يُقْتَلُ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ أَمْوَاتٍ. Don't say about them who are killed in the way of Allah that they are dead. بَلْ أَحْيَاءٌ وَلَكِنْ لَا تَشْعُرُونَ. No, they are living, but you cannot perceive it. It's beyond your perception. But they are living, they are not dead. وَلَنَبْلُغَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ. And we shall certainly and surely test you with something from fear. You will find fear. وَالْجُوعِ and hunger. وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ and losses in the property as well as lives and fruits. وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ. O Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, give glad tidings to those who show patience and perseverance. الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ. Who are they? Who are those sabirin? الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ. Who, when afflicted with calamity, قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. They respond by saying that we belong to Allah and to Him we shall return. We are His property. We belong to Him. He can do anything He likes to us. All that He does to us, all that is from Him is acceptable to us. He is our Lord. Huwa Maulana. He is our Lord. If He has decided this for me, well, this is good for me. Although it might appear to be bad for me, injurious for me. It might be, I might think that it is causing any loss to me, any pain to me. But it is good for me. if it has been ordained for me by my Lord, by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ وَبَشِّرِ الصَّابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ صَلَوَاتٌ مِّن رَّبِّهِمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ. They are the people on whom the blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will come, and His mercy will descend. أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ صَلَوَاتٌ مِّن رَّبِّهِمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُهْتَدُونَ. And they are the rightly guided ones. They will reach the final destination of success and rushd and fawz and falah. إِنَّ الصَّفَا وَالْمَرْوَةَ مِن شَعَائِرِ اللَّهِ. Now you know, because with Ibrahim's mention in the 15th section, there was the mention of the building of the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Baytullah. Then there was the mention of tawaf and ruku and sujood and i'tikaf and maqam Ibrahim. So in the holy places there, these two were remaining. So a mention has been made of these two also. Inna safa wal marwata min sha'airillah. Verily, surely the mounts of Safa and Marwa are also from the emblems of Allah, symbols of Allah. Sha'air, emblems, symbols, signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَمَنْ حَجَّ الْبَيْتَ وَاعْتَمَرَ فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِ أَن يَطَّوَّفَ بِهِمَا. So whosoever makes Hajj or Umrah of the Bayt of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there will be no sin on him if he also circumambulates both of them. He is doing tawaf, but you know this is not tawaf, this is sa'i. Going from Safa to Marwa, 1. Returning from Marwa to Safa, 2. So all 7. So actually it's walking, and in a part of it it's running, but it is not circumambulation. Sa'i it is called. But here, you know, Quran has used the same word tawaf, because you are going from this to that and returning back to the original mount of Safa. So it can be said to be Safa, tawaf, but actually this is sa'i. And in the manasik Hajj, you know, it's called sa'i. وَمَنْ تَطَوَّعَ خَيْرًا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ شَاكِرٌ عَلِيمٌ. Or whosoever does any good deed voluntarily, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is always appreciative of anybody's good deed. And He is definitely knowing. He knows every good deed of every person. Now there is a reference again to the Jews. And this is going to be the last place in this surah where a reference has been made to the Jews. Because they concealed all the facts about the advent of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You know, in the last part of the 16th section, with which the first part of the Quran ended, we had the ayah, but because we were ending that session, so we couldn't pay attention, full attention, due attention to that ayah. وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ كَتَمَ شَهَادَةً إِنْدَهُ مِنَ اللَّهِ. Who is more cruel, more unjust than that person who conceals and hides a testimony from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala which is with him. You are having a testimony from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and you are hiding it. You are keeping it back. You are concealing it. So this is the biggest injustice. This is the biggest act, you know, of evil that a man can be expected to commit. Man aslamu mimman katama shahadatan indahu min Allah. Now actually we may say that these 3 ayat or 4 ayat, they are giving the details of the same ayah. Inna allazina yaktumuna ma anzalna min al-bayyinati wal-huda. Definitely, surely those who conceal and hide what we have sent down, min al-bayyinat, clear signs and clear teachings, wal-huda and guidance, min ba'di ma bayyannahu lin-nasi fil kitab, after we made them very clear in our book for the people. Ulaika yal'anuhumullah wa yal'anuhumul la'inun. They are the people on whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself curses, and all the cursers, all those who curse, they also curse them. Ulaika yal'anuhumullah wa yal'anuhumul la'inun. Those who have that testimony, that knowledge, that guidance that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down in His book, but people who have that book, they conceal that testimony, actually they are getting the curse of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and curse of all the cursers. Illa allazina tabu. There is an exception. except those who repent. وَأَصْلَحُوا, and relent towards them. وَأَصْلَحُوا وَبَيَّنُوا, those who make tawbah, who return to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who repent, وَأَصْلَحُوا, and then they rectify their attitude, وَبَيَّنُوا, and then they explain and make clear whatever was there in the book. أُولَٰئِكَ أَتُوبُ عَلَيْهِمْ, they are the people on whom I will relent towards them. وَأَنَا التَّوَّابُ الرَّحِيمُ, and I am the one who relents towards people who make tawbah and who are repenting in the real sense. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا وَمَاتُوا وَهُمْ كُفَّارٌ, on the contrary, those who committed kufr, who disbelieved, who belied the truth, وَمَاتُوا وَهُمْ كُفَّارٌ, and died in the same condition, died in kufr, died as kafirs, أُولَٰئِكَ عَلَيْهِمْ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالنَّاسِ أَجْمَعِينَ, they are the people on whom there is the curse of Allah and all the angels and all the people. They are having for them all the curses from Allah as well as the angels as well as all the men. خَالِدِينَ فِيهَا, they will remain in that, dwell in that curse forever. لَا يُخَفَّفُ عَنْهُمُ الْعَذَابُ, neither the punishment or chastisement will be reduced for them, diminished for them. وَلَا هُمْ يُنْظَرُونَ, nor they will be given any respite. وَإِلَٰهُكُمْ إِلَٰهٌ وَاحِدٌ, your Lord, your God is one God. لَا إِلَٰهَ إِلَّا هُوَ, there is no God except Him. Ar-Rahman, huwa Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, and He is all compassionate, all merciful, most beneficent. إِنَّ فِي خَلْقِ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَاخْتِلَافِ اللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ وَالْفُلْكِ الَّتِي تَجْرِي فِي الْبَحْرِ بِمَا يَنْفَعُ النَّاسِ. Now this is a very important ayah of the Quran, and this actually, I have given it a name, Ayatul Ayat, because this one ayah contains reference to so many physical phenomena. These physical phenomena which Quran declares as signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Everything is a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These skies, these heavens, this moon, this sun, the alternation of the day and night, creation of heavens and earth, and this rain, all that the greenery this earth gets after the rain, and so on. Everything, is a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, sign of His wisdom, sign of His authority, sign of His power. So actually all these things are signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we find in various Makki surahs, each one of these signs is discussed separately in ayat. But here in one ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has gathered so many physical phenomena as His signs. So it is Ayatul Ayat, the one ayah which has comprised so many ayat and signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Inna fi khalqis samawati wal ard, surely in the creation of heavens and the earth, waqtilafil layli wan nahar, and the difference or alternation of the night and the day, wal fulki allati tajri fil bahri bima yanfa'u nas, and in the ships that float in the rivers and the sea with the material which is beneficial, bima yanfa'u nas, which is beneficial for people. وَمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مِن مَّاءٍ, and in the water that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down from the sky. فَأَحْيَا بِهِ الْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا, and revived the earth after it had died. It was dead, because when there is no greenery on the earth, it is like a dead earth. There is nothing, no signs of life. But when there is rain, there are all signs of life, there's greenery, and the insects also appear, birds also come. Life, in all the form now becomes very evident and apparent. فَأَحْيَا بِهِ الْأَرْضَ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا, and He made, the earth again living after it had been dead. وَبَثَّ فِيهَا مِن كُلِّ دَابَّةٍ, and He has spread in it all the moving creatures, all the animals, all the things that He has created. وَالسَّحَابِ وَتَصْرِيفِ الرِّيَاحِ, and in the changing of the winds, direction of the wind is changing from this direction to that direction. وَالسَّحَابِ الْمُسَخَّرِ, and this cloud which is, subservient, and this is between بَيْنَ السَّمَاءِ وَالْأَرْضِ, this is floating between the earth and the sky. لَآيَاتٍ لِقَوْمٍ يَعْقِلُونَ. In each one of them, there are signs for people who have understanding, who can infer from these, who can understand them. Every sign, is a clear proof of Allah's existence, of Allah being almighty, of Allah being the all-knowing, all the attributes, great attributes, the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are manifest in these physical phenomena that every man can see with his own eyes. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَتَّخِذُ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ أَنْدَادًا يُحِبُّونَهُمْ كَحُبِّ اللَّهِ. And there are among the people who accept Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, other things, and make them rivals to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they become loving them with the love which was due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is a philosophical ayah of the Quran. Because, and let me mention here, Dr. Rafiuddin, he's a very big scholar, and he explained the philosophy of self of Allama Iqbal in a very philosophical book of his, and that is the ideology of the future. The main theme of the philosophy is that in man there is an urge for love. He wants to love someone, something, some idea, some ideology. This is the basic urge in every human being. So much so that for this love of his, he can sacrifice, and he is ready to sacrifice even his life. Because the modern psychologists, they tell us that the most potent instincts in man are the preservation of the self and the preservation of the species. You want to live. You want to save yourself. This is the most potent instinct in every living being. But in men we find, men have sacrificed their lives for ideologies. How many people laid down their lives for the communist revolution in Russia? How many people sacrificed their lives at the command of Hirohito, the king of Japan? They committed harakiri. They committed suicide at the command of the emperor. At the command, because they thought that our emperor is a god also, a manifestation of God, God incarnate. So out of love for him, they committed harakiri, and that was a special form of suicide. They used to cut their own abdomen with their own hands, with a knife, starting from the lower part of the abdomen till the chest. The whole person doing it himself, killing himself. So actually, he has decided, has inferred, and has proved that the most basic instinct in human beings is, which differentiates them from all animals. Because the most potent animal instinct is to preserve it himself. But here we find that man sacrifices his own life, not only his own life, his progeny, for the sake of some idea, ideology, some philosophy, some people for their nation, some people for their country, some people for their honor, some people for some ideology, from communism and so on. It means there is an inherent urge to love something in every human being. This inherent urge of love was basically produced in us for the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But people who don't reach that place, who can't comprehend Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who have not recognized, who didn't have the marfa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, now they place somebody else, something else in his place, and they start loving him or that idea with the intensity with which they should have loved Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is the basic reason of shirk. Sometimes it is the country, my country. I am sacrificing my life for my country, my nation. I am sacrificing. I have dedicated myself to my nation, my religion, my philosophy, my ideology, my revolution. So actually all this was to be for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But people out of ignorance, when they couldn't reach the concept and the marfa, and the understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then they place something else at that place. Because if you are very hungry, you eat everything then. Even haram can be eaten at that time. Even the dead flesh, the flesh of a dead animal can be eaten. Because the urge to eat is so strong in you that if the good food is not available, you are eating the very foul food. In the same way, if this urge of love, it is not attached to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it will somehow attach with something else. And that thing will become your God now. Either it is watan, or it is qawm, nation, or country, or some idea, or some ideology. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَتَّخِذُ مِنْ دُونِ اللَّهِ أَنْدَادًا يُحِبُّونَهُمْ كَحُبِّ اللَّهِ. There are from among people who take or make something rival to Allah, and they start loving them, loving that thing, or loving those things, just as they should have loved Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, كَحُبِّ اللَّهِ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ. And those who have real faith, who have reached the Iman, who have reached the gnosis of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who have got the marfa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala more than anything. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ. Now this is the essence of Iman. And this is the criterion on which we can assess ourselves. Is Allah more dear to us than our own lives? Is Allah more dear to us than our sons and daughters and parents or our wives? Is Allah more dear to us than all the wealth of the world? If the answer is yes, Allah is more dear to me than anything else, then it is Iman. Thank God that you have the Iman. And if anything is there which is more dear to you than Allah, then that is your God, not Allah. If you love wealth more than Allah, then Allah is the wealth is your God, not Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is why the Prophet said, Ta'is abdul dinar wa abdul dirham. Woe to the bondsman of dirham and dinar. Because whosoever loves, this wealth, dollar, more than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, dollar should come, money should come, rupee should come. Whether it is coming from halal or haram, I don't care. It means it is more beloved to you. It's more dear to you than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you may be having the name of Abdul Rahman, but actually you are Abdul Dinar, you are Abdul Dirham. Ta'is Abdul Dinar wa Abdul Dirham. Woe to the Abdul Dinar and Abdul Dirham, a man who is a bondsman to Dinar and Dirham. So whosoever is most loved by you, he is actually your Lord, he is actually your God, and you are worshipping him. وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ. And those who have real Iman, they love Allah more than anything else. Let me quote here the ayah number 24 of Surah Al-Tawbah. قُلْ إِنْ كَانَ آبَاؤُكُمْ وَأَبْنَاؤُكُمْ وَإِخْوَانُكُمْ وَأَزْوَاجُكُمْ وَعَشِيرَتُكُمْ وَأَمْوَالٌ اقْتَرَفْتُمُوهَا وَتِجَارَةٌ تَخْشَوْنَ كَسَادَهَا وَمَسَاكِنُ تَرْضَوْنَهَا أَحَبَّ إِلَيْكُم مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ وَجِهَادٍ فِي سَبِيلِهِ فَتَرَبَّصُوا حَتَّى يَأْتِيَ اللَّهُ بِأَمْرِهِ وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الظَّالِمِينَ. Say to them, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, if your fathers and your brothers and your sons and your wives or spouses or your relatives and the wealth that you have gathered and the business about whose, you are always fearing about some recession, and of the big buildings that you have built, which you very much like, if all these eight things are more dear to you than Allah and His Messenger and going to jihad for the cause of Allah, then go and wait till Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala declares His final judgment, and Allah is not going to guide such rebellious type of people. Now this is actually the criterion of Iman. So وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَشَدُّ حُبًّا لِلَّهِ وَلَوْ يَرَى الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا يَرَوْنَ الْعَذَابَ أَنَّ الْقُوَّةَ لِلَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَأَنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعَذَابِ. And only if these people who had committed sins, who have been unjust, who have done shirk, because this is the description of shirk, if they could see the azab, is yaron al-azab, if they could see the moment, if they could visualize the time, when they will see the azab and the punishment and the chastisement, and they will clearly understand at that time, أَنَّ الْقُوَّةَ لِلَّهِ جَمِيعًا, that all authority is with Allah, وَأَنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعَذَابِ, and that Allah is very severe in punishment. These realities will dawn on them at that time. Only if it could dawn on them at this time, this would have been beneficial for them. إِسْتَبَرَّ الَّذِينَ تُبِعُوا مِنَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوا. When those who were followed, the leaders, the general public was following them, They may be religious leaders, they may be the political leaders who have given slogans to the public at large. When those people who were followed, they will disown them who were following them. Wara'ul azab, and when they will see before their eyes the punishment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the fire of hell, وَتَقَطَّعَتْ بِهِمُ الْأَسْبَابِ, and all the relations between them will all be broken and cut. وَقَالَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوا, and at that time those people who were followers, who were following the leaders, the religious or the political leaders, they will say, لَوْ أَنَّ لَنَا كَرَّةً, if there can be a returning for us to the world, the worldly life again, نَتَبَرَّأَ مِنْهُمْ كَمَا تَبَرَّأُوا مِنَّا, we will also sever all relations from them. We will disown our leaders, the religious as well as the political leaders, as they have disowned us today. كَذَلِكَ يُرِيهِمُ اللَّهُ أَعْمَالَهُمْ حَسَرَاتٍ عَلَيْهِمْ. In this manner, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will show them all their deeds that they had done or committed in this world as regrets for them. Now they will be regretting. We followed them and they took us astray. We believed in them and they, just took us away from the right path. But this will be regret only. There is no second returning to this world. This life is for once, and now the hereafter will be eternal. The result that is going to last forever. وَمَا هُمْ بِخَارِجِينَ مِنَ النَّارِ, and they will not be able to come out of the fire. يا أيها الناس كلوا مما في الأرض حلالا طيبا ولا تتبعوا خطوات الشيطان إنه لكم عدو مبين إنما يأمركم بالسوء والفحشاء وأن تقولوا على الله ما لا تعلمون وإذا قيل لهم اتبعوا ما أنزل الله قالوا بل نتبع ما ألفينا عليه آباءنا أولو كان آباؤهم لا يعقلون شيئا ولا يهتدون. صدق الله العظيم. Before we start with this 21st section of Surah Baqarah, please note 2 points. As I told you that the 4 strands of the issues which are discussed in the second part, one is regarding the Sharia, Ahkam al-Sharia. Number 2 point, that just as we find in the end, in the last part of the first section, first half of the surah, there was mention of the pagan Arabs, the idolaters, the mushrikeen of the Arabian Peninsula. In the same way, in the second half also, we find in this ruku a reference to them. And that is, just as I said that in the previous section, it's the last mention of the Ahlul Kitab, of the Jews and Christians in this Surah Baqarah. In this way, in this section, this is the last reference to the pagan Arabs, to the idol worshipping Arabs in this surah. Ya ayyuhan nas kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiba. O people, O mankind, eat from whatever is in the earth which is halal, lawful, and tayyiba, and good, and refined. وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ, and don't follow the footsteps of shaitan. إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ, verily, he is for you a clear enemy. Now 2 things. كُلُوا مِمَّا فِي الْأَرْضِ حَلَالًا طَيِّبًا. Whatever is halal, permissible, eat it. Don't refrain from eating anything which is declared by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as permissible, as halal. Shaitan attacks human beings in 2 ways. He will persuade you to eat what is haram. And then he will give you different waswasa, different ideas about things which are halal. And he will ask you not to eat them, not to go near them. So actually keep both these things in your view. Kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyib. Eat whatever is halal and whatever is tayyib, whatever is good. In all the earth that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided you with food, and don't follow the footsteps of shaitan. He is for you a clear enemy. Innama ya'murukum bis-su. He actually ordains you. He commands you to whatever is evil wal-fahsha, what is sinful, wa an taqulu ala Allahi ma la ta'lamun. And he also commands you to say something about Allah what you not know, without any knowledge. And it has another meaning also, to ascribe to Allah something about which you have no knowledge. That Allah has declared this thing to be haram, whereas we don't find anything in the Quran or in any revealed scripture that this is haram. This has been declared haram from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But you know, He will ascribe these things, just as the people in the Arabian Peninsula, they had declared many things to be haram. The Jews had declared the meat of camel to be haram, although there was no proof. Only Hazrat Yaqub alayhi salatu wasalam didn't like it personally. It was his liking or disliking, that's all, personal liking or disliking. But they declared it to be haram. In the same way, there were animals in the Arabian Peninsula who were given the names, you know, for certain gods, that this is reserved for that god and this is reserved for that god. And certain animals who had brought forth some offspring, some number of offsprings. After them now they are haram. You cannot take any service from them, you cannot eat their flesh, although those animals were halal in themselves. So all these things are covered by these ayat. إِنَّمَا يَأْمُرُكُمْ بِالسُّوءِ وَالْفَحْشَاءِ وَأَن تَقُولُوا عَلَى اللَّهِ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. And you ascribe to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala those things which you don't know. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمُ اتَّبِعُوا مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ. And when it is said to them, follow what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down, what He has revealed. قَالُوا بَلْ نَتَّبِعُ مَا أَلْفَيْنَا عَلَيْهِ آبَانَا. They say, instead, we shall follow on what we found our forefathers. Whatever they were doing, whatever their practices, we shall follow them. أَوَلَوْ كَانَ آبَاهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ شَيْئًا. What? Will they follow their fathers, forefathers? Although it may be that their fathers were not knowing anything, but not understanding anything. أَوَلَوْ كَانَ آبَاهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ شَيْئًا وَلَا يَهْتَدُونَ. And they were not the guided people, they were not on the guidance. وَمَثَلُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا كَمَثَلِ الَّذِي يَنْعِقُ بِمَا لَا يَسْمَعُ إِلَّا دُعَاءً وَنِدَاءً. And the likeness of these people, these kuffar, who worship idols, and who call them, their gods, their idols, for help, and pray to them, prostrate before them. Their likeness is to the people, to a shepherd who calls his flock of sheep. Although this flock of sheep, they understand nothing, but only that someone is crying and someone is, calling, except that. So just like animals, these idols even don't understand, don't hear, but they are calling them and they are praying to them. Summun bukmun umyun fahum la yaqilun. They hear nothing, they are dumb, they are deaf, they are blind, so they do not understand. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum. Again repeating. O you who believe. In the beginning it was Ya ayyuhan nas. The address was to the whole of humanity. It was in the generalized terms. Now it is particularly the Muslims are addressed here. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kulu min tayyibati ma razaqnakum. Eat from the good things with which we have provided you. Washkuru lillah. And be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In kuntum iyyahu ta'budun. If you really worship Him and obey Him. Innama harrama alaykum al-maytata. He has declared for you haram, and He has forbade you from eating what? 4 things. Al-mayta, the flesh of dead animals. Wad-dama, and the blood. Wa-lahm al-khinzir, and the flesh of swine. وَمَا أُهِلَّ بِهِ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ. And whatever was sacrificed in the name of anything else, anyone else except Allah. فَمَنِ اسْتُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ. Then whosoever is forced by necessity, he has nothing else to eat, and he is dying of hunger, he can eat from these things even. Although these things have been declared to be haram, najis, in itself, in themselves. But a person who has nothing to eat, who cannot find anything more to eat, any other thing to eat, and he is going to die of hunger, he is allowed to eat from these also. فَمَنِ اسْتُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ. There are two conditions. There must be no craving for it. You say that I am eating pork because I have no other thing to eat here. No. You are not going to die without taking pork here. Then maybe that you have some craving within your heart for this, and you are only, using it as only a lame excuse and nothing else. There should be no craving for it, no liking for it, wala adin. And only that much amount can be taken which will save you from dying, not more. فَمَنِ اسْتُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. On such a person, if he takes some of these things which are forbidden, which are haram in themselves, there is no sin on him. إِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and He is merciful. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يَكْتُمُونَ مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ. Verily those who hide and conceal what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down from the book, in the book. وَيَشْتَرُونَ بِهِ ثَمَنًا قَلِيلًا. And they are purchasing, like accepting, in exchange, very low price. أُولَٰئِكَ مَا يَأْكُلُونَ فِي بُطُونِهِمْ إِلَّا النَّارِ. They are the people who are not eating into their stomachs and bellies except fire of hell. Although they might be eating very tasty foods, but this is actually the fire of hell, the cinders, burning cinders of hell, which they are putting in their stomachs and bellies. وَلَا يُكَلِّمُهُمُ اللَّهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. Allah will not speak to them on the day of judgment, on the doomsday. وَلَا يُزَكِّيهِمْ. And He will not purify them. وَلَهُمْ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. And for them is a very painful torment. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ اشْتَرَوُا الضَّلَالَةَ بِالْهُدَىٰ. They are the people who have purchased zalalah, error, and going astray in exchange for hidayah, hudan, in exchange for guidance. They have given up guidance, accepted zalalah. Wal azab bil maghfirah. They have exchanged azab for maghfirah. They could have maghfirah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, forgiveness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but they have given it up, and they have chosen the punishment and the torment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَمَا أَصْبَرَهُمْ عَلَى النَّارِ. How bold they are for the fire of hell. ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّ اللَّهَ نَزَّلَ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ. And this is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down His book with haqq, with whole truth, the total truth. وَإِنَّ الَّذِينَ اخْتَلَفُوا فِي الْكِتَابِ لَفِي شِقَاقٍ بَعِيدٍ. And verily, surely those who are making differences concerning this book, who are differing concerning this book, they are in a very far away enmity, shiqaqin ba'id. They have gone far away in enmity and arrogance. Now comes a very big ayah of the Quran, and a very grand ayah. It gives us a very comprehensive view of what is the virtue, what's the concept of virtue and goodness in Islam. لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ قِبَلَ الْمَشْرِقِ وَالْمَغْرِبِ. It's not all charity, all good, that you turn your faces towards the east and west. The same subject, There are two full sections of the Quran, of this Surah Baqarah, which discuss directly the issue of the changing of the direction of the Qibla. But two sections before we found the beginning. لِلَّهِ الْمَشْرِقُ وَالْمَغْرِبُ فَأَيْنَمَا تُوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. And two sections later, we are again having the mention of the same issue. Don't think that this is all virtue and this is most important. You have attached, out of proportion importance to this issue. لَيْسَ الْبِرَّ أَن تُوَلُّوا وُجُوهَكُمْ قِبَلَ الْمَشْرِقِ وَالْمَغْرِبِ. The real charity, real good, real virtue is not that you turn your faces towards the east or west. وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ. But actually charity and virtue is the virtue of a person. مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالْكِتَابِ وَالنَّبِيِّينَ. The first precondition of virtue and goodness and all good is to have faith in Allah, who has belief and faith in Allah, وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ, and the last day, وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ, and the angels, وَالْكِتَابِ, and the books, وَالنَّبِيِّينَ, and the prophets. And number two, what is the manifestation, practical manifestation of this iman? Number one, وَآتَ الْمَالَ عَلَى حُبِّهِ ذَوِي الْقُرْبَى وَالْيَتَامَى وَالْمَسَاكِينَ وَابْنَ السَّبِيلِ وَالسَّائِلِينَ وَفِي الرِّقَابِ. They give away their own belongings, their own wealth, although they themselves love it, in spite of their love for it. This mal, this wealth is definitely dear to their hearts. But despite this love for them, for this property and wealth, they spend it. And they spend it for whom? Zawil Qurba, close in relationship. Wal Yatama, and the orphans. Wal Masakin, and the poor. Wabna Sabil, and the wayfarer. Wasailin, and the beggars. Wafil Riqab, and in releasing the people from the bondage of slavery and maybe also of debt. وَابْنَ السَّبِيلَ وَالسَّائِلِينَ وَفِي الرِّقَابِ وَأَقَامَ الصَّلَاةِ. Second practical manifestation, and he established the regular prayers. وَآتَ الزَّكَاةِ, and he paid the charity, the regular charity, the compulsory charity. And number 4, وَالْمُوفُونَ بِعَهْدِهِمْ إِذَا عَهَدُوا, and those who fulfill their words and promises and contracts when they have made any contract, any promise. And number 5, and last but not the least, rather we should say the most important, وَالصَّابِرِينَ فِي الْبَأْسَاءِ وَالضَّرَّاءِ وَحِينَ الْبَأْسِ. Those who show perseverance and patience in distress and affliction, and at the time of conflict and war, and they are steadfast, they are perseverance, they show patience, and they are ready to risk everything for the cause of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. أُولَٰئِكَ الَّذِينَ صَدَقُوا وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُتَّقُونَ. They are the people who are really truthful, and they are the people who are really pious, who are really God-fearing. Now this is, as you have seen, this ayah, the name of this ayah can be Ayatul Bir, the ayah which gives us a comprehensive view of what is bir, what is virtue, what is charity. And this gives us a full character picture of a person. Because the goodness or iman, real faith, it permeates the whole personality of a person. The whole personality is changed. If there is real iman in the heart, وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ مَنْ آمَنَ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةِ وَالْكِتَابِ وَالنَّبِيِّينَ. That real iman in the heart will change and transform the whole character, the whole personality of a man. And that has been described in 5 terms. Number 1, that he gives away his wealth, although it is dear to him, for the needy, the poor, the orphans, and so on. Number 2, established prayer, pays the regular zakat, and he fulfills the promises that he makes, the contracts. Whatever he has given word, he sticks to them. And finally, then he is steadfast in the struggle between evil and good. He fights the evil, he challenges the evil, and if there is time to have patience, if there is persecution, if there is opposition, and he is afflicted with distress, pain, he has to go hungry, he has to take risks about his own life. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنَ الْخَوْفِ وَالْجُوعِ وَنَقْصٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَنفُسِ وَالثَّمَرَاتِ, which we read that ayah in the 19th section. So that gives us a total picture of a man, of a person, of a character who is liked by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is actually a good person. He is actually the one whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumul qisas. Oh, you who believe. Now there is again, some commandments about muamalat, the affairs of the world, about the cases in, murder. Because in every human society there can be killing, slaying, and murder. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumul qisasu fil qatla. Oh, you who believe. The law of equitable retribution concerning the slain, the murdered one, that has been made essential for you. Kutiba alaykum. It has been made imperative on you. You have to abide by this law of equitable retribution concerning the cases of slaying and killing and murdering. Al-hurru bil-hurr. A free man in the place of a free man. He will have to die. If he had committed the murder, he will have to die or he will have to pay the blood money. وَالْعَبْدُ بِالْعَبْدِ. And if it is a slave, then the slave will die. Not that because the slave, he has killed a free man, so he is not equal to his life. No, a man is equal to every other man as regards the life. وَالْأُنْثَى بِالْأُنْثَى. And if the murderer is a woman, then that woman will go. فَمَنْ عُفِيَ لَهُ مِنْ أَخِيهِ شَيْءٌ. Whosoever is, for whomsoever something is diminished from his brother. Now the brother of the slain, of the murdered person, of the killed person, their kith and kin, if they are ready to pardon him, it is as if they have done some favor to him. فَمَنْ عُفِيَ لَهُ مِنْ أَخِيهِ شَيْءٌ. If they have accepted the blood money, that is also a mercy to him, to the murderer, to the killer. فَاتِّبَاعٌ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. So then it should be given alleviation from your Lord. It should be in the proper way. Adaun ilahi bi'ihsan. And that blood money should be paid to them in a very beautiful way. Not grudgingly. Adaun ilahi bi'ihsan. ذَلِكَ تَخْفِيفٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ وَرَحْمَةٌ. And this is an alleviation, a decrease, a leniency from your Lord and a mercy. فَمَنِ اعْتَدَى بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ. Whosoever transgresses even after that, he has accepted the blood money also, and he is after the taking the life of the killer also. Whosoever does both the things, فَلَهُ عَذَابٌ أَلِيمٌ. For him there is a very painful punishment. So this is the beauty of the Islamic law about these cases of murder, If somebody is murdered, he has gone. Now, even if the killer is killed, the family of the murdered person gets nothing. But if, this family pardons the killer, now this killer, this murderer is under an ihsan of those people. And this will be good for both the parties. Otherwise, especially in the tribal societies, killings go on, revenge taken from one tribe, then the people of the other tribe kill so many people of that tribe, then again this tribe takes the revenge and kills so many people of that tribe. It goes on. In dynasties it goes on. Generation after generation it goes on. But this law, it can produce a full stop. It can place a full stop on all these things, because now the duty of the state is to procure and hold and get that murderer, bring him to book. Now you place him at the mercy of the family of the man who was murdered. That family has the authority. If they want to forgive him, they can forgive him. If they want to accept blood money, they can accept blood money. So that is actually the beauty and the wisdom of the divine law in the case of murder. وَلَكُمْ فِي الْقِصَاصِ حَيَاةٌ يَا أُولِي الْأَلْبَابِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. And for you, O people of understanding, there is life in this law of equitable retribution concerning the slain, so that you may be saved. كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذَا أَحْضَرَ أَحَدَكُمُ الْمَوْتُ إِنْ تَرَكَ خَيْرًا الْوَصِيَّةُ. It has been made obligatory upon you, if death the time of dying comes of a person amongst you, if he is leaving behind him some wealth, that he should prepare and give a will, wasiyah, lil walidain, for the parents, wal aqrabin, and the close in kith and kin, bil ma'roof, in a proper way, in a proper manner, in a reasonable, equitable manner. Haqqan al muttaqeen. It's a duty upon all people who fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Actually, this ayah has been abrogated in toto. Because when in Surah An-Nisa, the law of inheritance was revealed in detail. This is the portion of the father of the deceased, this is the portion of the mother of the deceased, and this is the portion of the daughters, this is the portion of the sons, and if there is none among the parents or the offsprings, then this wealth can go to the brothers and sisters and so on. When that law was revealed, this thing was abrogated. Now it is not necessary for any Muslim to prepare a will, because whatever he leaves behind him, it will be distributed according to the law of the Sharia, law of inheritance. But If somebody wants to make a will, he can make up till 1/3 of his property only. And none of the inheritors, the regular inheritors according to the Islamic law, cannot be given anything in the will. That is the portion that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has fixed. They will get only the fixed portion. This will can be only for other people, some poor people, some institutions, some work of charity that can be given, but up till the limit of 1/3 of the total property, not all, not more than 1/3. So this is applicable only now to the 1/3 of the property of a person who has died, and rest of it will definitely be distributed according to the law, detailed law, which is revealed in Surah An-Nisa. So this, it can also be said that this ayah has been abrogated totally, because it is no more essential, obligatory for a Muslim to have a will. So, كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذَا حَضَرَ أَحَدَكُمُ الْمَوْتُ إِنْ تَرَكَ خَيْرًا لِلْوَصِيَّةِ. This commandment has been abrogated in toto. But a part of it has been retained by Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. It is from Sunnah, that if somebody wants to give something in a will, then he can do it up till 1/3 of his property. فَمَنْ بَدَّلَهُ بَعْدَ مَا سَمِعَهُ. But then whosoever changes it after he had listened to it, فَإِنَّمَا إِسْمُهُ عَلَى الَّذِينَ يُبَدِّلُونَهُ. So the sin of it will be on those who change it. A person is dying and he has given a will, supposedly verbally only, but the people who were there, they have now changed. They say, no, he said not that thing, but he said this thing. So now the person who has died is not responsible. He will not to be blamed on the day of judgment. It will be those who have changed his will, they will be brought to the book and they will be blamed. Inna Allah Samiun Alim. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala listens to everything and he knows everything. فَمَنْ خَافَ مِن مُوسٍ جَنَفًا. Whosoever fears that the deceased person, the person who has died and who has given a will, janafan aw isman, he has done some injustice in his will, or he has done some wrongdoing. If there is the fear that he has committed a mistake, he shouldn't have done this, it is unjust, the distribution that he has given in his will is not based on justice, فَأَصْلَحَ بَيْنَهُمْ. Then there must be a dispute. Those who have been given less, they will stand and demand more. But then if they agreeably, if they change it and they set it, the matter right by mutual consultation, فَأَصْلَحَ بَيْنَهُمْ فَلَا إِسْمَ عَلَيْهِ. Then there is no sin on them. It is not sacrosanct that whatever the will is, it has to be implemented as such. No. If it is thought that it is unjust, injustice has been done, and then now by mutual agreement, some adjustments are made, so there is no harm in it, and there will be no sin in it. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam. Now the other strand, and that is of ibadat. Now Psalm. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu kutiba alaykumus siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. O you who profess to believe, keeping fast has been made mandatory for you, just as it was made mandatory for them who were before you. This was there in the Sharia of Moses alayhi salam also. Psalm was there in their Sharia. In the same way, now this Psalm, Siyam, keeping fast, has been made obligatory on you. لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ. So that you have real taqwa. So that you have self-control over your animal instincts. You have full control of your id and libido. Ayyam ma'dudat. As I told you, I think that these two ayat, they concern the first commandment that was given by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to the people after Hijrah, that every Muslim should keep 3 fasts every month, because the Arabs were not accustomed to fasting. So they were gradually accustomed to it in a manner that every month, now you see, the month could be December, when fasting is easy. The month could be July or August or May, when the fasting is very difficult. So 3 days every month, it becomes very easy. different weathers, different seasons, and only 3 days. But when it is full month, it's not a simple case. It's definitely something very hard. So first order was for 3 days, 13th, 14th, 15th of every lunar month. That was the commandment. That is why the words are used, ayyamam madudat. They are a few days. 30 days are not few days. 30 days are quite a big number. Ayyamam madudat, only a few days, 3 days. Faman kana minkum marizan. And regarding these 3 days also, there are 2 concessions. Concession number 1, whosoever may be from amongst you ill, sick, or ala suffering, or on some travel, فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرَ. He can complete that number in other days. 3 days, he can keep the fast in that month on any other 3 days. Number 2, وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ. And on them who has the power to keep psalm, to keep fasting, they are not ill, they are not sick, they are not on traveling, and then they don't want to keep fast. Fidyatun ta'amu miskeen. There is a redemption for them, that they should feed one poor person. Faman tatawwa khairan fahuwa khairullah. And whosoever voluntarily does more good, well, it is good for him. If he feeds 2 or 3 or 10 or 20, well, he will get the reward on the day of judgment. If someone keeps the fast also, and also is feeding the hungry, well, he is doing it voluntarily. So there is no limit to the voluntary good deeds that a man can perform. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. Now this is the persuasion. Don't avail of this number 2 concession. There is the concession, but don't avail of it. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. If you fast, if you keep the fast, it is better for you. In kuntum ta'lamun, if you have the real knowledge. If you know what is really good for you, what is really beneficial for you. For because fasting, you know, that is beneficial for your ruh, for your spirit. And you need it. While you know if you have only given some charity and you have fed a few hungry people, well, that ruh will not get the food that would have given to him if you had fasted. Now comes the final commandment about the Shahr Ramadan, the month of Ramadan. Shahr Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran. Month of Ramadan is the month in which Quran was sent down. I had already discussed it in my preliminary lecture. Quran was sent down in 2 stages. Stage number 1, from the Kitabum Mahfuz, Lawhim Mahfuz, Kitabum Maknoon, Fi Ummil Kitab, to the first heaven, to the first sky. And that was done in toto, at once, one piece. In one night, that night is Laylatul Qadr, and in 1 month, that was Ramadan. That is Inzal. Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran, inna anzalnahu fi Laylatil Qadr. And second stage was that from there, the Archangel Jibreel alayhi salatu wasalam brought down Quran bit by bit, piece by piece, to the heart of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this second stage took 22 years, beginning in the year 610 of Christian era and ending in the year 632 of the Christian era when Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam died. So these are the 2 stages. Shahru Ramadan alladhi unzila fihi al-Quran, Hudan lin-nas wa bayyinatin min al-huda wal-furqan. And what is this Quran? The guidance for whole of humanity. Now we can very easily compare. Here we find guidance for whole of humanity. And in the beginning of this surah was guidance for the muttaqeen, Hudan lil-muttaqeen. How do you correlate this both? That in itself it is guidance, it keeps and it holds, it has the guidance for the whole of humanity. But you know, only those will be able to avail the guidance of Quran who have real taqwa in them, who are God-fearing, who want to save them, who have the real and living moral law within them. This moral sense is there. They know what is bad, what is good. They want to be good. For them only, they can only avail from the guidance of this book. Hudan lin-nas wa bayyinatin min al-huda. And this guidance is in very clear terms, bayyinat, self-evident. Wal Furqan, and the criterion between good and bad, evil and good, between false and real. فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Now whosoever of you witnesses this month, he has to keep fasting throughout the month. فَلْيَصُمْ ho. This pronoun ho is going towards Shahr Ramadan. The whole month of Ramadan you have to keep fasting. وَمَنْ كَانَ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ. Of the original two concessions, one has been retained, and that is why it has been repeated. Whosoever among you is ill or sick, أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ, or he is on some travel, فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. He will complete the number. If the number was 30 days of Ramadan, you have to complete 30 days. If the number was that year 29 days of Ramadan, you have to complete 29 days. That number of the month of Ramadan has to be completed. The second concession is now abrogated. That is no more. But here also we find, from the wisdom of the Prophet ﷺ, that he has retained for a very extreme cases, a man who is very sick, and he cannot keep fasting. There is fear that he may die. A person he is suffering from a disease from which there is no hope of recovery, and he cannot bear this hardship of fasting. For them, the Prophet ﷺ has retained that option, that in place of one day of fasting, they can feed one poor person. But not generally, not the healthy people, not the people who can go to fast. They cannot avail of this concession now. This is gone forever. يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ بِكُمُ الْيُسْرَ وَلَا يُرِيدُ بِكُمُ الْعُسْرَ. Allah intends for you ease, not difficulty. Don't be cruel to yourself. If you are suffering from fever, high fever, don't keep the fast. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you the concession, He intends for you ease, not difficulty. وَلَتُكْمِلُوا الْعِدَّةِ. But anyhow, you have to complete the figure, the number now. That is obligatory. That figure, that number is to be completed. وَلَتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ. And so that you glorify Allah. Rather, the word should be magnify Allah. Takbir means to make something bigger and bigger. Allahu Akbar, Allah is the greatest. So now this saying Allahu Akbar, this is takbir. But actually only saying is not sufficient. To make Allah supreme, to make the deen of Allah supreme, so that He is obeyed in all aspects of life. It is actually takbir of the Rabb, that He is really accepted as great, as the biggest, as the greatest, as the authority, as the sovereignty blessed with Him. So actually this is takbir. وَلَتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ. But this takbir, after the Psalm, after the month of Ramadan, when there is Eid, then we have special takbir. In the Salah of Eid, there are additional takbir. This takbir, saying Allahu Akbar, is also takbir. وَلَتُكَبِّرُوا اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا هَدَاكُمْ. And this takbir is on the guidance that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you. You should magnify Him, glorify Him on the guidance that He gave you. The blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that came to you in the form of Quran. وَلَعَلَّكُمْ تَشْكُرُونَ. And so that you can really be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now this has a very deep meaning. As I told you, man is composed of two constituent parts. The animal existence, the material existence, and the spiritual existence. Both are self-sufficient and independent, joined together. The tendencies of both are different, rather opposite to each other. One has come from this earth, from the clay of the earth, from the crust of the earth. The other has come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يَسَأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي. Our animal being, the source is this earth. And everything that we need for this animal being, for its feeding, for its requirements, all things come from there, from the earth. The food is coming from there. Everything which rejuvenates this body, this animal existence, coming from the earth. And now for this ruh, something that comes from Him, from whom the ruh has come, that is the only thing that can give him the strength, the real life, the vigor. This ruh needs, feeding. And the food of this ruh and this spirit is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because it is in itself manifestation of the word of kun fayakun. Every ruh of ours is a word of kun from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And its strength it will be strengthened, it will be revived, it will be rejuvenated, it will be revitalized by the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, by Quran. And that is what we are doing. Keeping the fast during the day, and during the night we are awake with this Quran. Actually, this is the two-pronged attack for this spiritual purification during the month of Ramadan. During the day, you are with fast. You are suppressing your animal existence. You are weakening it. At least some weakening is there. Although the weather may be very good, but then starvation, refraining from food and drinking, it has that effect, definite effect. And then in the night, keep awake, stand, listen to Allah's kalam, His words, let it be absorbed in the soils of your hearts and your minds. And that is actually, then you will know what a big blessing this Quran is. And then you will be able to give the thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala proportionately. And the next result is, وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. When the ruh awakens, when the ruh is revitalized, it wants to get nearer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to its real source. كُلُّ شَيْءٍ يَرْجِعُ إِلَىٰ أَصْلِهِ. This is the saying of the Arabic language. Everything wants to return to its own source. The source of this ruh is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when it is awakened, and when it has been revitalized, it wants to be nearer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, my bondsmen, ibadi, ask you about me, فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. Tell them I am very near to them. I am not far off. I am very close to their hearts. I am nearer to them than their jugular veins. I am with them wherever they are. هُوَ مَعَكُمْ أَيْنَ مَا كُنْتُمْ. He is with you wherever you are. أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. I respond to the invocations. I respond to the prayers, supplications of my bondsmen. إِذَا دَعَانِ. Where and when they call me, where and when they pray me, I listen to their prayers. I accept their prayers. I respond to their supplications and prayers. فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي. Now this is the other aspect, as I told you today, that the relationship between Allah and His bondsman is two-sided. فَاذْكُرُونِي أَذْكُرْكُمْ. Remember me, I will remember you. If you mention me in your heart, remember me in your heart, I will remember you in my heart. If you mention me in a gathering, I will mention you in a much higher and better gathering of the Malaikatul Muqarrabun. I will mention my bondsman, my such and such bondsman is mentioning me, he is remembering me, he is preaching my word, he is teaching and conveying my message. So I will be mentioning him. In the same way here, if you want that I should listen to your prayers, if you want that I should accept your prayers, if you want that I should grant your requests, you should also listen to me. You should also hearken to me. You should also respond to me. You should also accept my commands. فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي وَلْيُؤْمِنُوا بِي. So they should also listen to me. They should also respond to me. They should also have faith in me. وَلْيُؤْمِنُوا بِي لَعَلَّهُمْ يَرْشُدُونَ. So that they are led aright and they go straight to the final destination when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be pleased with them. رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُمْ وَرَضُوا عَنْهُ. There will be a mutual pleasure of both. Allah will be pleased with them and they will be pleased with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, the two-sided bilateral relationship. رَضِيَ اللَّهُ عَنْهُمْ وَرَضُوا عَنْهُ. Now this ayah has another aspect of importance, and that is that this is the biggest Magna Carta of the rights of human beings that was given to humanity 1400 years ago. Otherwise, human beings were at the mercy of people who said to them, well, we are intermediaries between you and Allah and your God. You have to please us before you can place your applications and your prayers and your wishes and your requests to Allah, to your God. All the peers, all the pandits, all the pujaris, this is P. Everywhere you will find this word, peer, pandit, pujari, parohat, pope. All it's from P. And they have been exploiting humanity. Actually, this is the biggest exploitation. One exploitation was in the economic field, through the landlords, through the feudals, through the kings. They are extracting taxes from the people. People are working hard in the fields. But when it is harvested, the lion's share is taken by the landlord or the feudal, the lord. And the biggest part goes to the king. So these were the two exploitations. The political exploitation of man and the religious exploitation of man. You have to present here something. That is why in that temple of Somnath, the amount of wealth, gold, that was gathered over there. Where from did it come? From people who had, some applications, some wishes. They wanted to pray to their gods, and they had to please, the custodians of that temple first. So that was actually, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has freed us. पीराने कलीसा को कलीसा से उठा दो क्यों खालिक व मखलूक में हाइल रहे पर्दे there shouldn't be any distances between the creator and the created. They can communicate directly. You can communicate with me wherever you like. It's only you don't want to communicate with me because you have a guilty conscience, because you are earning haram, you are eating haram. You don't have the face to face Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You don't have the tongue to talk to Him because everybody knows what He is. He knows what I am. Therefore He wants, some other ways, by hook or crook. You please some peer and you place something on the grave of some big waliullah, and then all your wishes will be granted. So that is actually a very cunning way of exploitation that has been given an end by this ayah. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. You need not go anywhere to call me. You need not please anybody to call me, to be able to communicate with me. Only whenever you like, but with sincerity. Make a firm resolve. I will respond to Allah's call. I will listen to Him. I will obey Him. I will act according to His commandments, and then talk to Him. He will listen to you. He will grant your requests. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي. The second part of this covenant should be also fulfilled. They also should listen to me, hearken to me, and they also should respond to me, and they also should have real faith in me, لَعَلَّهُمْ يَرْشُدُونَ, so that they reach the final destination of success. أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَىٰ نِسَائِكُمْ. Now this very lengthy ayah, it gives final rules and regulations about the fasting in Islam. Because previously in the former Muslim Ummah, there was no sahri, no eating or drinking after you said your night prayer. For example, after Isha, no eating, nothing of the sort, till the next Maghrib, when night starts again. So the fast covered the night as well as the day. Only for a little time between Maghrib and Isha you could eat and drink and nothing else. Here, this now fasting has been reduced to only the daytime, from the dawn to the sunset. So this is then there was no sexual intercourse also permitted during the fasting, because the night was also included in the fast. So there could be no sexual intercourse between the husband and the wife. So these things were there in as practices among the Jews. And the Muslims of Medina, they were seeing that the Psalm in the Jews has these additional limitations. So they thought that they are included in Islamic laws also, although there was no mention of it before in the Quran, either to the contrary or confirming those regulations. But some people thought that it is not lawful, it is not permissible to have sexual intercourse with their wives, but still they were doing it. So in a way, they were betraying themselves. They were doing khiyanah with their own selves. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned it first in this ayah, and then, given the final rules that this is the difference between the Psalm of Islam and the Psalm of the Jews of the previous Ummah. أُحِلَّ لَكُمْ لَيْلَةَ الصِّيَامِ الرَّفَثُ إِلَىٰ نِسَائِكُمْ. It has been declared lawful for you to have sexual contact with your wives during the nights of the fasting. The fasting is for the day, not for the night. هُنَّ لِبَاسٌ لَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ لِبَاسٌ لَهُنَّ. They are like a covering, because just as the dress, they are like dress to you, and you are like dress to them. This dress covers our body. So actually the intimacy between the dress and the body, so that has been referred to by this simile. They are like dress to you, and you are like the dress to them. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. So this close affinity and proximity. Alim Allahu annakum kuntum takhtaruna anfusakum. It's in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you were committing khiyanah with yourselves. You were betraying yourselves. You thought that this sexual intercourse is contrary to this psalm, and still you were doing it. Only a few might have been doing it, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, mentions it, because with reference to that, He is now giving the final rules about this psalm in Islam. Fataba alaykum. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has accepted your tawbah. He has relented towards you. He is lenient towards you. Wa'afa ankum, and He has forgiven you. You have done a mistake, committed a mistake, you shouldn't have done this. Although you didn't know it for sure that it is haram. But you thought that it is haram, and still you are doing it. So actually you are betraying yourself. You are doing khiyana, dishonesty with your own self. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has relented towards you, and He has accepted your tawbah, and He has forgiven you. فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُوهُنَّ. Now you can have contact with them. وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ. And now you try to get what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for you. Now this sexual intercourse, the result is offspring, the result is taskeen, litaskanu ilayha, everything that is contained in it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not gone into details. But whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for you in this contact between the spouses, you can get it, you can have it. وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ فَالْآنَ بَاشَرُوهُنَّ وَابْتَغُوا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا حَتَّى يَتَبَيَّنَ لَكُمُ الْخَيْطُ الْأَبْيَضُ مِنَ الْخَيْطِ الْأَسْوَدِ مِنَ الْفَجْرِ. And you can keep on eating and drinking till the white thread of the morning of the dawn becomes evident to you from the black thread of the night. This is again, an expression for the dawn, when that whiteness appeared on the horizon. It's like a thread which is separating darkness from this thread, it is separating the horizon. When the white thread of white thread of the dawn becomes evident to you from the black thread of the night. Now when dawn has appeared, stop eating, stop drinking. Now till the sun setting, till the coming of the night, you have to complete this psalm. Now all the restrictions are there. No eating, no drinking, no sexual contact, nothing of the sort. All things prohibited. وَلَا تُبَاشِرُوهُنَّ وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ. An additional limitation. And that is when you are mu'takif. What is i'tikaf? To confine yourself to the limits of a masjid, an area, but not the whole of masjid, where really prayers are held. Because there are additional things, amenities, they are not included in the definition of masjid. Masjid is only the place where people really bow and prostrate and where they offer their prayers. So you restrict yourself cut off from the other worldly, your routine activities, and now you are absolutely with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, remembering Him, praying Him, reading Quran, doing whatever He has commanded to do. So all these things you can do. But you know you can't go out of these limits of the mosque, except when there is real need. If you have to respond to the call of the nature, you can go to the bathroom, the washroom, that's all. But otherwise, you cannot go out. So when you are mu'takif in the masajid, وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ, then you cannot have any sexual contact with your wives, even during the nights of the Sawm. These are for the 10 days, you know, the Masnoon I'tikaf, the last 10 days, after the night of the 21st begins, you know. This is the beginning of I'tikaf, Masnoon I'tikaf. Nafil I'tikaf, voluntary I'tikaf can be for smaller period, can be at any time, during any month, any day. But you know this Masnoon I'tikaf, which was the practice of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it is last 10 days of every month of Ramadan. وَأَنْتُمْ عَاكِفُونَ فِي الْمَسَاجِدِ تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ. These are the limitations laid down by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَلَا تَقْرَبُوهَا. Very beautiful. Don't go near them. At certain places in Quran there is لَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. Don't transgress the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Transgressing, you go out from the limits, it's something else. Don't go near them. Keep at a safe distance. If you are very near to it, then it's just possible that you can just cross it. Maybe unknowingly you have crossed the limits, because you are very near to the final limits. So keep at a safe distance from the limits that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has laid down. Tilka hududullah fala taqrabuha. These are the limitations laid by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So don't go near them. Keep yourself at a safe distance from them. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala explains his ayat. All his commandments are being explained. Everything which was doubtful about this ibadah, this mode of worship of Sawm, now it has been cleared. All the things have been explained. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ. In this manner Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes his commands, his ayat clear for the people. لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ. So that they can be saved. They don't transgress the laws. They don't transgress the hudud of Allah, the limitations of Allah unknowingly. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made everything clear and plain. وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. And don't eat up one another's property and wealth bil batil, through false methods, illegal methods, unlawful methods. This can be in many ways. Stealing, you have stolen some property of somebody else. It's illegal. If he gives you himself in gift, you can take it, you can use it. If he has gifted it to you, if he has given you some present, you can take it, you can use it. But if you have stolen it, then it is haram for you, it is impermissible, it is not lawful for you to use it. Stealing, in the same way, now a particular case is being given here. وَتُدْلُوا بِهَا إِلَى الْحُكَّامِ لَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. Don't eat up one another's property and wealth through illegal means, through illegal methods. And don't present your property and your wealth to the rulers. لِتَأْكُلُوا فَرِيقًا مِنْ أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ. With the intention that you eat up some part of the people's property bil ism, with sin, unjustly, وَأَنْتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, and you do it knowingly. This is the rishwa. This is, you know, what that you present to the people, bribery. You present your money to the judge or to the authority, someone who can do some favor to you. Whatever favor he is doing to you, if he is a government official, it is at the cost of the interest of the government. And if there is some dispute, some case in the court of a judge, and you have pleased that judge through bribery, well, he will do you favor and he will do wrong to the other party. So you are eating the property and the wealth of the other party by giving your wealth to the judge, to the authority, to the person who is sitting in judgment on that matter. So don't do it. This is called bribery. And actually, the hadith, ar-rashi wal-murtashi kilahuma fin-nar. Rashi means the person who gives bribe. Generally we think that Rashi is the person who is accepting bribe and who is eating bribe. On the contrary, in Arabic language, the Rashi is the person who is giving bribe. And Murtashi is the person who is accepting bribe. So Rashi is more important. The Prophet ﷺ has first mentioned Rashi, the person who is presenting and who is offering bribe, he is Rashi. And here in the Quran also we are finding that the mention is being made of the people who are giving bribe. Now, tudlu biha ilal hukam. Don't give your mal, your property, your wealth to the rulers in order that you may eat up and you may usurp the property or wealth of other people bil ism, unjustly, and antum ta'lamun, and you might be knowing it, willfully doing it, then it is haram for you. Now what is the logical relationship of this ayah with this section? This section started with taqwa. Kutiba alaykum as-siyam kama kutiba alal ladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. What is the criterion for taqwa? The criterion for taqwa is, if you are eating halal, you are muttaqi. If you are eating haram, you are not muttaqi. You may be very pious apparently. You may be worshipping, not 5 prayers a day, but 10 prayers a day. But if you are eating haram, you are not at all muttaqi. The real criterion of taqwa is that you must eat and you must earn through halal means and not through haram means. يسألونك عن الأهلة قل هي مواقيت للناس والحج وليس البر بأن تأتوا البيوت من ظهورها ولكن البر من اتقى وأتوا البيوت من أبوابها واتقوا الله لعلكم تفلحون وقاتلوا في سبيل الله الذين يقاتلونكم ولا تعتدوا إن الله لا يحب المعتدين واقتلوهم حيث ثقفتموهم وأخرجوهم من حيث أخرجوكم والفتنة أشد من القتل ولا تقاتلوهم عند المسجد الحرام حتى يقاتلوكم فيه فإن قاتلوكم فاقتلوهم كذلك جزاء الكافرين فإن انتهوا فإن الله غفور رحيم وقاتلوهم حتى لا تكون فتنة ويكون الدين لله فإن انتهوا فلا عدوان إلا على الظالمين صدق الله العظيم. Tonight we are proceeding with the 24th section of Surah Baqarah. As I have told you more than one times, the Surah Baqarah, which is the biggest and the greatest surah of the Quran, is divisible into 2 parts. First part comprising of 18 sections or 152 ayat, in which the main address was to the Bani Israel, to the former Muslim Ummah. The second part that started from the 19th section, and this will go on till the end of the surah. In this part, only a very brief reference was in the 19th section to the Jews, and then in the 20th section there was some reference to the pagan Arabs, to the idolaters of Arabia. Rest of the whole surah is addressed now towards the Muslims, the Muslim Ummah. And there are 4 threads of subjects or topics which are interwoven, wound round each other. That is why we feel they are broken, but they are not broken. Actually, the threads are continuous. The 4 threads are 2 concerning the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And here we'll find that the blueprint of the Sharia of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the divine law of Islam, that is prepared in this part of the surah. But the Sharia contains 2 parts. Firstly, ibadat, modes of worship. we'll find a brief reference to prayers, salah, then the detailed discussion about Psalm we have studied last night. Today we are going to study a very detailed discussion about Hajj and its rites and rituals. The second is Muamalat, the social affairs of the community. A few references have already come regarding the law of equitable retribution in cases of murder, regarding, inheritance, the preliminary instruction about inheritance, and so on. But now you will see in the sections that we will be studying today, repeatedly, the ayat will start, Yasalunak, Yasalunak, Yasalunak. O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, they are asking you, they are asking you. They are asking you about the orphans. They are asking you about wine. They are asking you about gambling. They are asking you about the menstruation, the period of women, etc., etc. Because, now it was a society of the Muslims, their own society. And now, all the rules and regulations are being given. And there was an urge in the people themselves to know what we should do. So question after question, and we shall be getting the answers. The other two strands or threads of the topics, they are the two aspects of jihad fi sabilillah. And here we find that the jihad now has converted into qital. For 12 long years at Makkah it was jihad. It was not an armed conflict. It was jihad bil Quran. وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا. But now, this jihad has turned into qital, going to war for the cause of Allah, fighting the kuffar who were obstructing the way of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So qital fi sabilillah. And for qital you always need funds, money. Because for the armor also and all the other needs for going to war, you need, money. So infaq fi sabilillah. These two strands, qital fi sabilillah, infaq fi sabilillah. And these four strands are wound round each other or interwoven, and we shall find that once one subject is discussed, then the second one, then the third one, then the fourth one, and so on. So they seem to be interrupted, but actually they are continuous. Yasalunaka anil ahillah. Here, the same question. They are asking you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, about the new moons. قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ. Tell them, they are for reckoning the periods of times for the people. This is the calendar, the natural calendar that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to whole of humanity. Citing the moon, you can see whether half of the month has passed or the third of the month has passed. So it is actually the natural calendar that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided. Yes, قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ وَالْحَجِّ. And especially because Hajj was the most important phenomenon in Arabia. And it was performed in definite months, on definite dates. So this importance of the calendar was mostly for Hajj. وَلَيْسَ الْبِرُّ بِأَنْ تَأْتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهَا. And this is no charity, this is no virtue, that you enter your houses from the backs. It was a wrong practice of the Arabs of Makkah, that once they took to ihram for Hajj, and they came out of their houses, now if there was some need to go back, they thought that we can't now enter our homes from the front doors. So they used to climb the hind walls and then jump into the houses. Because we are now in ihram, we can't enter our houses. So these were actually their own self-made ideas. So Quran is telling us it has no basis. وَلَيْسَ الْبِرُّ بِأَنْ تَأْتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهَا. There is no virtue that you come to your houses from their backs. وَلَكِنَّ الْبِرَّ مَنِ اتَّقَوَى. The real virtue, the real charity of the person who has real taqwa, who is really pious, who is really God-fearing, who really wants to save him from all evil. وَاتُوا الْبُيُوتَ مِنْ أَبْوَابِهَا. No harm if you have taken to ihram, but if there is need to return to your homes, you can enter your homes through the front doors. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. But have taqwa of Allah, have regard of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that you can prosper. And now with the just mention in one ayah of Hajj, we find the discussion of qital fi sabilillah. What's the logical relationship? Hajj could be performed only at Makkah, and Makkah was under the control of the non-believers, the mushrikeen, the kuffar. So it had to be liberated. And for getting Makkah liberated from the clutches of the kuffar, Muslims had to go to war. There's no other way, no alternative, no possible method. That is why just mentioning Hajj, and then, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala switches towards qital fi sabilillah, and then, detailed discussion about Hajj will follow. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ. And go to war. Fight those in the cause of Allah who are fighting you. وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا. But don't transgress the limits of decency, the limits of morality that must be kept. There are laws in Islam. You are not free to do whatever you like to do against your enemy. You can't kill the old people, the sick people, the women. You can't burn trees. You can't burn the fields, the harvest, no. So you have to observe the rules and regulations based on moral law. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ الَّذِينَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ. This is the first ayah, mentioning and so prescribing qital fi sabilillah to the Muslims. وَلَا تَعْتَدُوا. But don't transgress the limits. إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُعْتَدِينَ. Verily, Allah doesn't like those who transgress the limits. وَاقْتُلُوهُمْ حَيْثُ ثَقِفْتُمُوهُمْ. Kill them wherever you find them. These are very strong words. Because actually, they had done all, persecution to the Muslims for at least 8 years. They had turned them out from Makkah. The Muslims had to leave Makkah. They had to leave their homes and hearts. They had to leave their families at the mercy of the wolves of Makkah. So actually, now the Muslims had every moral right to retaliate. Up till that time, they were stopped by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not to retaliate. That's a different issue. It's the wisdom of the revolutionary process of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But now that phase has started, so don't hesitate in killing. This is necessary. Just as a surgeon, he cuts off the arm or the leg of a person because it has become venomous. If you don't chop it off, if you don't cut it off, maybe the whole body goes, So here actually, وَاقْتُلُوهُمْ حَيْثُ ثَقِفْتُمُوهُمْ. Kill them wherever you find them. وَأَخْرِجُوهُمْ مِنْ حَيْثُ أَخْرَجُوكُمْ. And turn them out from where they have turned you out. They have turned you out from Makkah, you turn them out from Makkah. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. And fitna is worse than qatl. Why is it being said? Because there are some people, and there were some people, and there will always be some people, good-natured or weak in personality, who would say it's no good going to war, it's, shedding blood is no good. We should refrain as much as we can. So here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling them, no. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. Fitna is worse than qatl, worse than killing or murdering. What is fitna? Fitna primarily means persecution. Because the kuffar had been persecuting the Muslims, they had been beating them. So actually now, they deserve it. Number two, every condition in which a mu'min, if he is placed in that environment, he feels difficulty to practice Islam, it is fitna. The whole system, political, socio-economic system, which is not based on Islam, which is not under the sovereignty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is fitna, it is fasad, it is rebellion against him. So وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. وَلَا تُقَاتِلُهُمْ إِنَّ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. But don't go to fight against them near the sacred mosque. You have to keep the sanctity of Baitullah. حَتَّى يُقَاتِلُوكُمْ فِيهِ. Till that time that they go to war against you near that mosque. If they themselves injure the sanctity, now then you are also free to retaliate. فَإِنْ قَاتَلُوكُمْ. If they fight against you near the sacred mosque, فَاقْتُلُوهُمْ. then kill them there also. كَذَلِكَ جَزَاءُ الْكَافِرِينَ. Such is the reward for these kuffar, for these unbelievers, for these who are opposing the deen of Allah and the Messenger of Allah and His mission. فَإِنْ انْتَهَوْا. Then if they desist, if they leave, if they change their attitude, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. That is, they also submit before Allah, submit before His Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. So Allah is forgiving and merciful. وَقَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ. Now when this phase of your struggle has started, continue this war. This war will be continuous. قَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ. Till such time that all persecution ends, all fitna is finished. And what is the second meaning of fitna which I told you, that is clear from this ayah? وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ كُلُّهُ لِلَّهِ وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ لِلَّهِ. What is the ending of this fitna? That the deen should become for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The whole system of life should come under the deen of Allah, under the supremacy of the divine law. That is the fitna. Unless the whole social system is under the supremacy of divine law, it is under the sovereignty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the real sovereign of this universe. Till such time, although there might be peace, apparent peace, it's fitna, it is fasad, it is rebellion against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's the duty of the faithful who believe in Allah and really believe in Allah, who really believe in His Sharia, that to establish the deen of Allah and to impose the rules and regulations of the deen of Allah, they have to go to war and they have to continue their battle, their war, till that fitna is finished, until the whole system, political, socio-economic system, comes under divine law. وَقَاتِلُوهُمْ حَتَّى لَا تَكُونَ فِتْنَةٌ وَيَكُونَ الدِّينُ لِلَّهِ فَإِنْ انْتَهَوْا فَلَا عُدْوَانَ إِلَّا عَلَى الظَّالِمِينَ. And then, if they desist, if they give up this opposition to the deen of Allah, then there should be no aggression against فَلَا عُدْوَانَ إِلَّا عَلَى الظَّالِمِينَ, except against the unjust, against the evildoers, against the criminals. But when they give up and they surrender, then there should be no transgression against them. الشهر الحرام بالشهر الحرام. The sacred month is for the sacred month. If they have injured the sanctity of the sacred month, just as the sacred mosque, now the sacred month, Ashharul Hurum, if they go to war against you in the sacred months, then you can also go to war against them. If they have violated the sanctity of the sacred months, well, nothing will stop you. You have to retaliate. Ashharul Haramu bisharil haram. Wal hurumatu qisas. There should be equitable retaliation in all such sacred matters. فَمَنِ اعْتَدَى عَلَيْكُمْ فَاعْتَدُوا عَلَيْهِ بِمِثْلِ مَا اعْتَدَى عَلَيْكُمْ. If somebody is committing aggression against you, you also be aggressive against them, just in the manner in which they were aggressive upon you. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُتَّقِينَ. But during all this process, never forget Allah. Always have Him in your mind and heart. Have His taqwa within your hearts. Regard Him. Think. You must always think that He is seeing you, and you are responsible. You don't break any divine law. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُتَّقِينَ. And you must know and keep it in mind always that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is only with the muttaqeen. That is His help. That will be only if you have taqwa. If you don't have taqwa, you can't hope for His help. وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُتَّقِينَ. Even during war, as I told you, you are not free to do whatever you like. No. The moral law has to be kept in mind. All the divine injunctions regarding war and battle, they have also be kept to be mind. Now the second strand of jihad fi sabilillah, here it is mentioned in only one ayah, and then you will find, gradually. And in the end of this surah there are two sections, full two sections, which are devoted to this. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ. For these battles, for this going to war, you need money, you need funds. You need arms, and arms need money. So along with your own lives and your bodies, you have to contribute your money, your wealth. وَأَنْفِقُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, and expend in the cause of Allah, for the way of Allah. وَلَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ, and don't throw yourself with your own hands in disaster and ruination. If you are behaving miserly with the deen of Allah, what is it? You are actually throwing yourself in the fire of hell. So don't throw yourself to the ruination and disaster of the fire of hell. If you don't pay, if you don't contribute, if you don't spend for the cause of Allah, actually you are throwing yourself as if in the hell, in the fire of hell. وَأَحْسِنُوا, and do good. Your Islam should be a beautiful Islam. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Verily, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves those who do good deeds. Now again, this was an interpolation. The subject of Hajj had started, but you know, in between these injunctions regarding going to war, very important. And now all the instructions about the manasik, about the rites and rituals of Hajj, they are coming. وَأَتِمُّ الْحَجَّ وَالْعُمْرَةَ لِلَّهِ, and complete all the rites and rituals of Hajj and Umrah for Allah. Because one goes for Hajj and one goes for Umrah for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for the sake of His pleasure. وَأَتِمُّ, itmam, to complete. Once you have taken to ihram, once you have made the intention, now you have to complete all the rituals. فَإِنْ أُحْصِرْتُمْ, if you are obstructed, if you are prevented, somebody in the way stops you, you can't go to Makkah Mukarramah, then offer to Allah فَمَسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْحَجِّ, then whatever sacrifice you can offer, you offer there and then, which you had to offer at Makkah. But because you have been obstructed in the way, here you know, you can offer the sacrifice. وَلَا تَحْلِقُوا رُؤُوسَكُمْ حَتَّى يَبْلُغَ الْهَدْيُ مَحِلَّهُ, and don't shave your heads unless that sacrifice has reached its place. You have to send that sacrifice towards Makkah and wait till such time that you think that the sacrifice now could have reached Makkah. That's the place of that sacrifice. Now you can shave your heads, that is, now you can finish your ihram. فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ بِهِ أَذًى مِنْ رَأْسِهِ, and then whosoever amongst you is ill or sick, and there is some ailment in his head that needs shaving, فَفِدْيَةٌ مِّن صِيَامٍ, so you have to do the redemption. That redemption can be done through keeping fasting, or sadaqatin, giving alms, or nusuk, or another sacrifice. That is called dam-e jinayah, because you are contravening the law. Here you have to present a sacrifice additional. فَإِذَا أَمِنْتُمْ, and if you are in peace, now you have reached Makkah. فَمَنْ تَمَتَّعَ بِالْعُمْرَةِ إِلَى الْحَجِّ, so whosoever avails with performing Umrah before Hajj, فَمَسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْحَجِّ, he should also again present an additional qurbani, an additional sacrifice for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is, according to Imam Abu Hanifa, this is dam-e shukr. Because before Islam, in one journey, only either Hajj could be performed or Umrah, not both. But in Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made it easier for the Muslim Ummah. If you are performing one journey, but you can do, first you go and do Umrah, then you open your ihram, or you can continue it also, that is Hajj Qiran. And if you have opened your ihram, finished your ihram, now you are staying at Makkah as a normal citizen, then it is called Hajj Tamattu. So this additional ease that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has provided for you, that in one journey you can perform Umrah as well as Hajj, for that you have to present a sacrifice. فَمَسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْحَجِّ فَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ فَصِيَامُ ثَلَاثَةِ أَيَّامٍ, but there can be someone who cannot afford to pay for the sacrifice, can't purchase the goat or the sheep or so on. فَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ, who doesn't find, فَصِيَامُ ثَلَاثَةِ أَيَّامٍ فِي الْحَجِّ. Here again there is fitna, there is fidya, that is redemption. And that redemption is 3 days fasting during the Hajj. وَسَبْعَةٍ إِذَا رَجَعْتُمْ. And 7 more when you go back to your houses, your homes. تِلْكَ عَشَرَةٌ كَامِلَةٌ. 10 days fasting would take the place of that hadi, of that sacrifice. عَشَرَةٌ كَامِلَةٌ. ذَلِكَ لِمَنْ لَمْ يَكُنْ أَهْلُهُ حَاضِرِ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ. And this is only for those people whose families are not settled near the sacred mosque, whom we call afaqi, who go from outside world to perform Hajj. But there, people who are living at Makkah, they need not give this sacrifice, additional sacrifice. Wattaqullah, have regard for Allah, have fear of Allah. Wa'alamu, and keep it in mind, anna Allah shadidul iqab, that Allah is very severe in punishment. Don't contravene these laws. These laws are to be obeyed. Al-Hajj ashhurum ma'lumat. The months in which Hajj can be performed are very well known. فَمَنْ فَرَضَ فِيهِنَّ الْحَجِّ. So whosoever has made a firm intention that he is to perform Hajj, he should know فَلَا رَفَسَ وَلَا فُسُوقَ وَلَا جِدَالَ فِي الْحَجِّ. That during this period, when one is in ihram, there can be no sexual indulgence, there should be no obscenity in speech, there should be no jidal, there should be no fighting, quarreling or arguing with each other. وَمَا تَفْعَلُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ يَعْلَمْهُ اللَّهُ. Instead of these things, you have to do good. And whatever good you do, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will know it. It will not go in vain. It will be in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and He will reward you. وَتَزَوَّدُوا, and have the provision with you. فَإِنَّ خَيْرَ زَادِ التَّقْوَى. And the best provision is taqwa. You have all the money with you to spend there, but there is no taqwa. To what avail? You get nothing out of it then. So you must have taqwa. The first thing, the foremost thing is taqwa. But in addition to taqwa, you must have the money to spend where you shouldn't go and beg there. Because if you don't have the money, then Hajj is not first, not obligatory upon you. You should have your own, expenditure with you. Don't go and beg there. فَتَزَوَّدُوا, you must have the provisions with you. فَإِنَّ خَيْرَ زَادِ التَّقْوَى. And of all the provisions, the best is taqwa. That is the must. That should be the foremost. وَاتَّقُونِي يَا أُولِي الْأَلْبَابِ. O people of understanding, have my taqwa. That is the last warning of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَن تَبْتَغُوا فَضْلًا مِّن رَبِّكُمْ. There will be no sin upon you if you want to get the bounty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What does it mean? If you are going for Hajj and you take some merchandise with you, you sell it there, you earn some money, some profit. It's not haram, it's not forbidden. You can do it. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَن تَبْتَغُوا فَضْلًا مِّن رَبِّكُمْ فَإِذَا أَفَضْتُم مِّنْ عَرَفَاتٍ. And when you return from Arafat, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ عِنْدَ الْمَشْعَرِ الْحَرَامِ. Then make zikr of Allah. Remember Allah in the Mash'ar al-Haram, that is Muzdalifah. I can't go into detail. When we return on the 9th, of Dhul Hijj, that is the Yawmul Arafah. Then in the evening they return. And the night is passed as Muzdalifah. And we reached then Mina back at the morning of the 10th. So that is Muzdalifah, Mash'ar al-Haram. وَاذْكُرُوهُ كَمَا هَدَاكُمْ. And you must remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as He has taught you. Not on your own. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taught you how to offer prayers. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through His messenger has taught you the method of zikr. وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَمَا هَدَاكُمْ. Don't invent yourself new methods of zikr. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has already given you the guidance how to remember Him. وَإِن كُنْتُم مِّن قَبْلِهِ لَمِنَ الضَّالِّينَ. Verily, before this time you were from those people who have gone astray. You had just forgotten the real spirit of Hajj before Islam. The Hajj was continuing, but the spirit of Hajj was no more there. ثم أفيضوا من حيث أفاض الناس. Then you should return from where the other people return. Because, the Quraysh, they had made it that only the other people should go to Arafat. They kept staying at Mina. All the 5 days of Hajj, they were at Mina. They didn't go to Arafat. It's very hard coming back from Arafat. 1 day journey, it's very hard. They said it is for other people who come from outside. We are the custodians of Kaaba. We need not go outside Haram. So they remained at Mina. Here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, no. ثُمَّ أَفِيضُوا مِنْ حَيْثُ أَفَاضَ النَّاسِ. You have also to return from the same place, from where the other people return. وَاسْتَغْفِرُوا اللَّهِ. And ask for the forgiveness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for your mistake, for your misdeed, that you had concocted yourself some ideas. Inna Allah ghafurur rahim. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and merciful. فَإِذَا قَضَيْتُم مَنَاسِكَكُمْ. And when you have completed all your rituals, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَاءَكُمْ. Now 2 or 3 days stay at Mina. That is for zikr of Allah. And here now, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ. Now remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَاءَكُمْ وَأَشَدَّ ذِكْرًا. As you used to remember your forefathers. Rather more strongly, you should make the zikr of Allah, not of forefathers. They have gone back. They have passed. تِلْكَ أُمَّةٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ لَهَا مَا كَسَبَتْ وَلَكُمْ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ. It was the practice of the Quraysh that they used, to praise their forefathers. But here the praise is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now you don't praise your forefathers, you praise Allah. You make zikr of Allah. فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَاءَكُمْ وَأَشَدَّ ذِكْرًا. فَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَقُولُ رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا وَمَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَاقٍ. Very important. There are among the people who say, even in Hajj, they pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and say, رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيا. Oh Allah, give us everything in this world. All their prayers are concerning this world. Give us wealth, give us money, give us sons, give us this thing, give us that thing, all of this world. Even at Hajj, they are praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only regarding this life and this world. فَمَمَا لَهُ فِي الْآخِرَةِ مِنْ خَلَاقٍ. For such a person, there will be no share in the hereafter. Because all his intentions, they are concerned with this world, and he is praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the goods of this life and this world also. So in akhirah, in the hereafter, there will be no reward, no share. وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ يَقُولُ رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. And from among there are those people also who say, Oh Lord, oh our Lord, give us the goods of this world also, and the good of the akhirah, of the hereafter also. وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. And save us from the punishment of fire. أُولَٰئِكَ لَهُمْ نَصِيبٌ مِّمَّا كَسَبُوا. They are the people for whom there will be share from which they have earned. They will be able to partake from their earnings. Why part? Why not the whole? Because it will depend upon the sincerity, the amount of sincerity. If a person is 100% sincere in his good deeds, then he will get the 100% reward. But if his sincerity is somewhat polluted, then the reward also will be diminished. But anyhow, of the good deeds, a person would have, if he is really praying for it, and he has the intention of having goods of akhirah, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them some share of their earnings. Wallahu sariyul hisab, and Allah is very swift in reckoning. Waskurullaha fi ayyami ma'dudat. Now note the same word, ayyami ma'dudat, which appeared concerning the Psalm, ayyam ma'dudat. Here ayyam ma'dudat again appears, and it is for 2 days or 3 days. Waskurullaha fi ayyami ma'dudat. And remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala during those numbered days, that is, they stay at Mina. فَمَنْ تَعَجَّلَ فِي يَوْمَيْنِ. Whosoever returns early, after only 2 days, فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. There is no sin on him. He is not to blame. وَمَنْ تَأَخَّرَ. Who delayed for 1 day, فَلَا إِثْمَ عَلَيْهِ. There is no sin on him also. لِمَنِ اتَّقَى, provided they have taqwa. Otherwise you might be staying for a month over there. But if there is no taqwa, to what avail? To what use? Nothing. So if you have taqwa, if you have stayed for 2 days, it's okay. If you have stayed for 3 days, okay. But if you don't have taqwa, you might have stayed there for a month of no avail. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْهِ تُحْشَرُونَ. And have regard for Allah. Fear Him. Fear that you will have to explain everything to Him on the day of judgment. وَاعْلَمُوا, and keep it in mind, أَنَّكُمْ إِلَيْهِ تُحْشَرُونَ, that you will be gathered before Him. You will be gathered before Him. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يُعْجِبُكَ قَوْلُهُ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا. And there are from among the people such persons whose talks, whose speech pleases you very much, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, in this life of this world. Some people are very worldly wise, very talkative. They can, they can assure you of their sincerity. But actually they have a different character. Within them there is something else. This character is now being discussed. And this is actually the character of the munafiqeen. And the person here actually, that is in the background, is Abdullah ibn Ubay, the chief of the munafiqeen. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يُعْجِبُكَ قَوْلُهُ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا وَيُشْهِدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى مَا فِي قَلْبِهِ. And he repeatedly calls on Allah to witness on whatever is in his heart. By God, I am sincere. By God, I swear by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whatever I am saying out of sincerity, utmost sincerity. وَهُوَ عَلَدُّ الْخِصَامِ. While in reality, he is the most stubborn, quarreling person. And he is most quarreling of the opponents, of the enemies. عَلَدُّ الْخِصَامِ. وَإِذَا تَوَلَّى. It can be translated in 2 ways. When he turns his back, he goes away from you after talking. Or it can mean also tawalla, walaya. If he gets power, then what he does? Sa'afi fil ardi liyufsida fiha. Now he goes and struggles to have mischief in the world, on this earth. وَيُهْلِكَ الْحَرْثَ وَالنَّسْلَ. And he wants to destroy the tillage, the crops, and the cattle. And Allah loves not, وَاللَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الْفَسَادِ. Allah doesn't like corruption and mischief. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُ اتَّقِ اللَّهِ. And when it is said to him, have fear of Allah, mend your ways, what are you doing? You shouldn't do it like that. When you go to the Prophet, you are so sweet, you are talking, so sweetly, you are time and again calling Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to witness. And now what are you doing? When you are not in His presence, your attitude is absolutely opposite. How come? But you must have some fear of Allah. You must bend your ways. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُ اتَّقِ اللَّهِ أَخَذَتْهُ الْعِزَّةُ بِالْإِثْمِ. His false sense of respect and honor, it makes him stick to his sin. How can he admit that I did something wrong? I can't admit. My honor, my self-respect doesn't allow me. I cannot go and accept the guilt that I have done this. فَحَسْبُهُ جَهَنَّمْ. So, for him, Jahannam is sufficient. وَلَبِئْسَ الْمِهَادُ. And that is a very bad place, resting place. On the contrary, I told you in the Quran, it's a general practice, simultaneous contrast. When we have discussed one character of munafiqeen, now the character of the mu'mineen, the salihin, the sadiqeen, the true mu'min. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَشْرِي نَفْسَهُ ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. And from the same people, there are those also who sell themselves, sell their lives, sell their money. What does it mean? They give their life, they give their money. ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. What for? to get the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are ready to sacrifice everything. Wallahu ra'ufun bil ibad. And surely Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very gracious with his bondmen, with his servants. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu udkhulu fi silmi kaffa. O you who profess to believe, enter Islam. And what is Islam? Submission to Allah. But enter in this totally, not partially. Kaffatan. As a whole, your whole personality, your whole life should be in the form of submission before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Not only a part of it. Praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, bowing before Him in ruku and sujood. But when you go out from the mosque, you are contravening the laws of Sharia. Now you just forget that riba is haram, interest is haram. Get anything and mortgage. Just sign a pact, sign a form, and that is, you get the best car. You get a very good bungalow. And there you just forget that what is halal and what is haram. So this is not entering Islam totally. It's only partial. And yesterday we read that ayah. أَفَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِبَعْضِ الْكِتَابِ وَتَكْفُرُونَ بِبَعْضٍ. Do you accept a part of our scripture and law and Sharia and reject the other part? فَمَا جَزَاءُ مَنْ يَفْعَلُ ذَلِكَ مِنْكُمْ إِلَّا خِزْيٌ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا. There can be no punishment for those who take to this attitude, except that they should be put to extreme humiliation in this world, in this life. وَيَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ يُرَدُّونَ إِلَىٰ أَشَدِّ الْعَذَابِ. And on the day of judgment, they should be thrown in the worst of punishments. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا ادْخُلُوا فِي السِّلْمِ كَافَّةً. Enter Islam, but totally. وَلَا تَتَّبِعُوا خُطُوَاتِ الشَّيْطَانِ. And don't follow the footsteps of shaitan. إِنَّهُ لَكُمْ عَدُوٌّ مُبِينٌ. Verily, he is a clear enemy to you. فَإِن ضَلَلْتُمْ. And if you slip, مِن بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْكُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. After all these clear teachings having come to you, فَعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. Now keep in mind, Allah has all the authority, almighty, and He is the wise. If before coming of this Quran, you were doing something wrong, there could be some excuse. After all these things have been revealed to you, after this Mau'izah has come to you, after this guidance has been revealed to you, now if you slip from the path of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, from the path of the Sharia, then you will be brought to the book that Allah is almighty. هَلْ يَنْظُرُونَ إِلَّا يَأْتِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي ظُلَلٍ مِّنَ الْغَمَامِ. What are they waiting for? You know, there is a weakness with many of the human beings. They go on postponing. I shall become good after some days. Let me do this and let me do this, then I will adopt the full Sharia. Before that, I have these things to perform and these duties to perform. So he goes on postponing his Islam, his actual practice of Islam. He goes on postponing, and maybe the death takes him, overtakes him. What will happen? هَلْ يَنْظُرُونَ. What for they are waiting? إِلَّا أَنْ يَأْتِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي ظُلَلٍ مِّنَ الْغَمَامِ. Are they waiting for that day of judgment, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will come in the shadows of the clouds? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will descend on earth. We don't know how, but He will. وَجَاءَ رَبُّكَ وَالْمَلَكُ صَفًّا صَفًّا. There will be a descent. حَتَّى إِلَّا أَنْ يَأْتِيَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي ظُلَلٍ مِّنَ الْغَمَامِ وَالْمَلَائِكَةُ. And the angels will also come. وَقُضِيَ الْأَمْرُ. And all the matters will be decided and settled forever. What does it mean? Then it will be the decision, final judgment. There will be no possibility of any apologies. There will be no possibility of going back, returning to the world, of repenting, of mending the ways. Then actually everything will be decided for good. وَإِلَى اللَّهِ تُرْجَعُ الْأُمُورُ. And towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be returned all the matters. سَلْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ كَمْ آتَيْنَاهُم مِّنْ آيَةٍ بَيِّنَةٍ. Ask the children of Israel how many clear signs we gave to them. They saw miracles after miracles, miracle after miracle. وَمَنْ يُبَدِّلْ نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْهُ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعِقَابِ. And whosoever changes the blessings of Allah after they have come to him, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very severe in punishment also. In one ayah actually is the reference to the first part of this surah. What had they been doing with the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? زُيِّنَ لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا. This life of this world has been made very attractive and beautiful for the kuffar. They love it. This life and its shine, its grandeur, it attracts them. زُيِّنَ لِلَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا وَيَسْخَرُونَ مِنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. And they mock at the Muslims, at the Mu'mins. Look to these people. They think, or he thinks there will be another world, and he will have all the bounty of Allah in that world. He is living in the hope of the other world. While we have all the amenities, all the luxuries, we are enjoying everything here in this world. So they mock at them. يَسْخَرُونَ مِنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ اتَّقَوْا فَوْقَهُمْ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ. And those who have taqwa, they will be over them, above them on the day of judgment. وَاللَّهُ يَرْزُقُ مَنْ يَشَاءُ بِغَيْرِ حِسَابٍ. And Allah will give to whomsoever He will please, without reckoning, without any limits. كَانَ النَّاسُ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً. Now it's a very important issue. Why there are different religions, different communities? What's the philosophy behind it? This ayah is also one of the most important ayat of this surah, and I have given it the name Ayatul Ikhtilaf. How ikhtilaf and differences in religion they appeared. So it's the philosophy of history of Quran. كَانَ النَّاسُ أُمَّةً وَاحِدَةً. All the people to begin with were one community. All progeny of Adam, they were all one community. They were on Tawheed, on Islam. They were not in darkness. They were in the light of Tawheed. Because the first man was also the first Nabi of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, first prophet. فَبَعَثَ اللَّهُ النَّبِيِّينَ. Now after that what happened? There were differences among the people. After Adam alayhi salatu wassalam, people divided. فَبَعَثَ اللَّهُ النَّبِيِّينَ مُبَشِّرِينَ وَمُنذِرِينَ. So after that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala raised and sent the prophets who were Mubashirin and Munzirin both. They were Mubashirin, givers of the glad tidings, bringing the glad tidings to those who took to the right path. Munzirin, and warning those who took to the wrong path. وَأَنزَلَ مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ بِالْحَقِّ. And He sent down with them the book with the truth. لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ فِي مَا اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ. To judge between the people in all matters in which they had differed. وَمَا اخْتَلَفَ فِيهِ إِلَّا الَّذِينَ أُوتُوهُ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْهُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتُ بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُم. And people who differed among themselves didn't differ except after the clear signs had come to them. They had the clear knowledge, they had the clear signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That was not by mistake. The real cause was بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُم, seeking domination over each other. This domination, Adler's view of psychology, the urge to dominate, this is the real cause of differences which appear in religion. فَهَدَى اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لِمَا اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ مِنَ الْحَقِّ. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guided to those who believed to the right path in all the matters in which there was differences. بِإِذْنِهِ, with His permission. وَاللَّهُ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ إِلَىٰ صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. And it is for Allah that He guides to whomsoever He pleases towards the right path. أَمْ حَسِبْتُمْ أَن تَدْخُلُوا الْجَنَّةَ. Now again you'll find the description and the discussion about going to war for the cause of Allah. أَمْ حَسِبْتُمْ أَن تَدْخُلُوا الْجَنَّةَ. Did you think that you will enter Jannah, paradise? وَلَمَّا يَأْتِكُمْ مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ خَلَوْا مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ. Although to you those trials and tests and tribulations have not happened up till now, which came to those people who were before you. مَسَّتْهُمُ الْبَأْسَاءُ. Affliction and distress touched them. وَزُلْزَلُوا. And they were shaken. حَتَّى يَقُولَ الرَّسُولُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ. So that the Prophet of the time and his companions who were with him, people who believed, they cried out, حَتَّى يَقُولَ الرَّسُولُ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ مَتَىٰ نَصْرُ اللَّهِ. When the help of Allah will come. أَلَا إِنَّ نَصْرَ اللَّهِ قَرِيبٌ. Then the glad tidings was given to them that the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not far away, it's nigh, it's very near. So don't shirk and don't avoid going to war for the cause of Allah. يَسَأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. Now that infaq. And they are asking you, O Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, what should we spend? How much should we spend? And where should we spend? قُلْ مَا أَنْفَقْتُم مِّنْ خَيْرٍ. Tell them, whatever you spend from your money, your wealth, فَلِلْوَالِدَيْنِ. So first, they should be spent on your parents. وَالْأَقْرَبِينَ. Then your relatives, kith and kin, وَالْيَتَامَى, the orphans, وَالْمَسَاكِينَ, and the poor and the needy, وَابْنِ السَّبِيلِ, and the travelers. وَمَا تَفْعَلُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ بِهِ عَلِيمٌ. Whatever good deed you will do, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be knowing it. It will be in the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْقِتَالُ وَهُوَ كُرْهٌ لَكُمْ. Now going to war has been made mandatory and obligatory upon you. Kutiba. Just as kutiba alaykum as-siyam. Fasting has been made mandatory on you. Now it is that stage of the revolutionary struggle of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, when this war has been made mandatory. Kutiba alaykum al-qital. It has been prescribed, it has been made imperative upon you to go to war. وَهُوَ كُرْهٌ لَكُمْ. And it is abhorrent to you. وَعَسَىٰ أَن تَكْرَهُوا شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. That is just possible. That you are abhorring something, you don't like something, and it is really good for you. وَعَسَىٰ أَن تُحِبُّوا شَيْئًا. On the contrary, this is also possible. That you like something, you love something. وَهُوَ شَرٌ لَكُمْ. Although it is in reality, it's not good for you. It's injurious for you. وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah knows and you don't know. يَسَأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الشَّهْرِ الْحَرَامِ قِتَالٍ فِيهِ. They are asking you also about the sacred month, about going to war in it during that month. قُلْ قِتَالٌ فِيهِ كَبِيرٌ. Tell them, going to war in a sacred month is a grievous sin. But وَصَدٌّ عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. But preventing people from the cause of Allah, from the way of Allah, وَكُفْرٍ بِهِ, and making kufr and disbelieving him, وَالْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ, and preventing people from going and visiting and pilgrimage to the Masjid al-Haram, وَإِخْرَاجُ أَهْلِهِ مِنْهُ, and expelling the people of Makkah from it, أَكْبَرُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. That is a bigger sin in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَكْبَرُ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. The same wordings. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَشَدُّ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ, we read before. وَالْفِتْنَةُ أَكْبَرُ مِنَ الْقَتْلِ. Fitna, persecution, social order. If the social system is not under divine rule, that is much worse than killing. وَلَا يَزَالُونَ يُقَاتِلُونَكُمْ فِيهِ. And your enemies, these kuffar, will continue fighting against you during this sacred month. حَتَّى يَرُدُّوكُمْ. Till they can, if they can, till they take you back from your deen, in istata'u, if they can. وَمَنْ يَرْتَدِدْ مِنْكُمْ عَنْ دِينِهِ. And listen, whosoever amongst you goes back from his deen, if under this pressure of the enemies of Islam, he gives up Islam and goes back to that deen of their forefathers, وَمَنْ يَرْتَدِدْ مِنْكُمْ عَنْ دِينِهِ فَيَمُتْ. And if he dies in that condition, وَهُوَ كَافِرٌ, فَأُولَٰئِكَ حَبِطَتْ أَعْمَالُهُمْ فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. Such are the people whose all deeds will go in vain, will be destroyed in this world as well as in the akhirah, in the hereafter. أُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. And they are the people of fire, and they will remain in that forever, forever. And now again the contrast. Some people only mentions, there is a mention of such people. We don't have any example really that somebody went back from Islam to Kufr, to Irtidad. But you know, theoretically, because it could be possible for somebody, it was discussed here. And on the contrary, the simultaneous contrast, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَالَّذِينَ هَاجَرُوا وَجَاهَدُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. On the other hand, those people who believed, who had the real faith, and then they made the hijrah, they migrated at the orders of the Prophet ﷺ from Makkah to Medina. وَجَاهَدُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Then they fought for the cause of Allah. They made jihad for the cause of Allah. أُولَٰئِكَ يَرْجُونَ رَحْمَةَ اللَّهِ. They are the people who are hoping, they are the candidates for the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are hoping the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wallahu ghafurur rahim. And verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and merciful. يَسَأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ وَالْمَيْسِرِ. They are asking you, O Prophet, now again social problems. They are asking you about wine and gambling. قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ. Tell them, in both of them there is a grievous sin. وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ. But there are some benefits also for the people. وَإِثْمُهُمَا أَكْبَرُ مِنْ نَفْعِهِمَا. But the sin of the both of these is greater than the benefits in both of these. That's all. Here, only this much. This was the first instruction about these two things. The final instructions, they will come in Surah Al-Ma'idah. وَيَسَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ. And they are asking you, what should they spend? قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. Tell them, whatever is surplus, whatever with you is more than your needs, give it away. Give it for the cause of Allah. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمُ الْآيَاتِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَفَكَّرُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes His signs, His teachings clear so that you ponder over them. فِي الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةِ. In this world also or in the hereafter also. وَيَسَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْيَتَامَى. And they are asking you, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, about the orphans. قُلْ إِصْلَاحٌ لَهُمْ خَيْرٌ. Tell to work honestly in their property to benefit them is good. وَإِن تُخَالِطُوهُمْ فَإِخْوَانُكُمْ. And if you intermix your properties and business with them, with theirs, they are your brothers. وَاللَّهُ وَإِن تُخَالِطُوهُمْ فَإِخْوَانُكُمْ وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ الْمُفْسِدَ مِنَ الْمُصْلِحِ. And Allah very well knows the person who is making mischief monger, from that person who actually wants to have good, to make a good deal about the orphans. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ لَعَانَتَكُمْ إِنَّ اللَّهَ عَزِيزٌ رَحِيمٌ. He would have been hard upon you if Allah willed so. Surely Allah is mighty and wise. وَلَا تَنْكِحُوا الْمُشْرِكَاتِ حَتَّى يُؤْمِنُوا وَلَأَمَةٌ مُؤْمِنَةٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكَةٍ وَلَوْ أَعْجَبَتْكُمْ وَلَا تُنْكِحُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ حَتَّى يُؤْمِنُوا وَلَعَبْدٌ مُؤْمِنٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكٍ وَلَوْ أَعْجَبَكُمْ أُولَٰئِكَ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى النَّارِ وَاللَّهُ يَدْعُو إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ وَالْمَغْفِرَةِ بِإِذْنِهِ وَيُبَيِّنُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَذَكَّرُونَ. صدق الله العظيم. From here now for 4 continuous sections, questions and problems regarding women are being discussed. The first instruction regarding this, لا تنكحوا المشركات حتى يؤمن. Don't marry mushrik women, idolaters, those non-believers who are not from even the people of the book. They will all be included in it. Don't marry mushrik women hatta yumin, till such time that they embrace Islam, they come to believe. Wal amatun mu'minatun. And definitely, even a slave girl, if she is a mu'min, if she is a Muslim, khairun min mushrikatin, is better than a mushrik free woman. Walau ajabatkum, although she might appear to you to be much liked. You may be liking her more. وَلَا تُنْكِحُ الْمُشْرِكِينَ حَتَّى يُؤْمِنُوا. And don't give away your women in marriage to any mushrik man till such time that he embraces Islam, he becomes a believer. وَلَعَبْدٌ مُؤْمِنٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن مُشْرِكٍ. Surely a slave, if he is a Muslim, if he is a mu'min, is better than a free man if he is a mushrik, a kafir. وَلَوْ أَعْجَبَكُمْ, although he may appear to you to be very good. أُولَٰئِكَ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى النَّارِ. They are calling towards fire, towards hell. Mushrik women, mushrik men, they will be calling you, they will be driving you towards hell. وَاللَّهُ يَدْعُو إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ. And Allah is calling you towards paradise, towards heaven. وَالْمَغْفِرَةِ بِإِذْنِهِ. And forgiveness, His forgiveness with His permission. وَيُبَيِّنُ آيَاتِهِ لِلنَّاسِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَذَكَّرُونَ. And He is making His commandments, His ayat, His signs very plain, very clear, so that people get reminded. They have the admonition. Instruction number 2. وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْمَحِيضِ. And they are asking you about the menstruation. قُلْ هُوَ أَذًى. Tell them, it's a discomfort. فَاعْتَزِلُوا النِّسَاءَ فِي الْمَحِيضِ. So keep aloof from the women during their periods. وَلَا تَقْرَبُوهُنَّ حَتَّى يَطْهُرْنَ. And now don't go near them till they are clean. فَإِذَا تَطَهَّرْنَ. When they are finally clean, فَأْتُوهُنَّ مِنْ حَيْثُ أَمَرَكُمُ اللَّهُ. Then you can go to them in the manner in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has ordained for you. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ التَّوَّابِينَ وَيُحِبُّ الْمُتَطَهِّرِينَ. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves those who repent of their mistakes, and He loves those who keep themselves clean and pure. نِسَاؤُكُمْ حَرْثٌ لَكُمْ. Your women are like a tillage for you. فَأَتُوا حَرْثَكُمْ أَنَّا شِئْتُمْ. You can come to your tillage from wherever you like. وَقَدِّمُوا لِأَنفُسِكُمْ. And forward good deeds for your own selves. This can have two meanings. Because due to this sexual intercourse with women, with wives, one gets offspring. So his progeny is continued. So get for yourself, try to preserve your species through this act that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prescribed for you. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ. And have taqwa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Regard Him as He should have been regarded. وَعْلَمُوا أَنَّكُمْ مُلَاقُوهُ. And keep it in mind every moment that you will have to meet Him. You will be presented before Him one day. وَبَشِّرِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, give the glad tidings to the people who really believe. وَلَا تَجْعَلُوا اللَّهَ عُرْضَةً لِأَيْمَانِكُمْ أَن تَبَرُّوا وَتَتَّقُوا وَتُصْلِحُوا بَيْنَ النَّاسِ. And don't use the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in your oaths as an impediment to your being pious and God-fearing and to your promoting peace among mankind. You take oath on Allah's name, Wallah. And on what? I will not do this good deed again. For the acts of charity, for acts of piety, for acts of making peace among people. You know, somebody sometimes gets angry. I am not going to again indulge in your affairs at all. Although he was trying to make peace between two brothers. Wallah, I swear by God, I will not again indulge in your affairs. Why? you have to go on trying to make peace between the two quarreling brothers. So don't use the name of Allah for such oaths. لا يؤاخذكم الله باللغو في أيمانكم. Allah will not take you to task about your oaths which you take without any intentions. وَلَكِنْ يُؤَاخِذُكُمْ بِمَا كَسَبَتْ قُلُوبُكُمْ. But He will bring you to task for those oaths which were earned by your hearts with intentions. وَاللَّهُ غَفُورٌ حَلِيمٌ. And Allah is forgiving and forbearing. In this connection, the final orders will come in Surah Al-Ma'idah, that if somebody has taken an oath and now he wants to go contravene it, then he has to give the redemption, the kafara, the fidya, that will be described in Surah Al-Ma'idah. As I told you, the blueprint of the Sharia is being prepared in this surah, but in most of the matters, the final injunctions of the Sharia that will appear in Surah Al-Ma'idah. لِلَّذِينَ يُولُونَ مِن نِسَائِهِمْ تَرَبُّصُ أَرْبَعَةِ أَشْهُرٍ. Those of you who swear and take an oath of not having any intercourse with their wives may wait for 4 months. Somebody has taken an oath, I am not going to go near you, he says to his wife. And he takes the oath, swears by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now this condition may continue for 4 months, not more. After 4 months, one has to take a decision. Either divorce her and make her way free, or who should return and he should start having the sexual intercourse with the wife. So only for 4 months it can be. This separation can be only for 4 months, not anymore. لِلَّذِينَ يُولُونَ مِن نِسَائِهِمْ تَرَبُّصُ أَرْبَعَةِ أَشْهُرٍ فَإِنْ فَاءُوا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. If they go back, if they break their oath, it's better. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is also forgiving and merciful. وَإِنْ عَزَمُوا الطَّلَاقَ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And if they have decided for divorce, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all hearing, all knowing. Now the question of talaq is being discussed in a very lengthy form. وَالْمُطَلَقَّاتُ يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ ثَلَاثَةَ قُرُوءٍ. And those women who have been divorced should withhold themselves for 3 periods of menstruation. وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَهُنَّ أَن يَكْتُمْنَ مَا خَلَقَ اللَّهُ فِي أَرْحَامِهِنَّ. And it is not halal for them, it is not permissible for them that they should hide what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created in their wombs. If there is some pregnancy, they must disclose at the time of divorce, so that it is known that this son or daughter belongs to her husband who has divorced her. So this should be clear absolutely. إِن كُنَّ يُؤْمِنَّ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. If they really believe in Allah and the last day, if they have real belief in Allah and the last day, then they shouldn't hide or conceal whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created in their wombs. وَبَعُولَتُهُنَّ أَحَقُّ بِرَدِّهِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ إِنْ أَرَادُوا إِصْلَاحًا. And their husbands have more right and authority to take them back during this period if they want to make things clear and better. If they want reconciliation. During this period, which is called iddah, one person has given one divorce to his wife. Now that wife has to wait for 3 months, 3 periods. During this time, if the husband has decided to take her back, he can take her back. He has more authorized. The wife cannot refuse. He has the authority. أَحَقُّ بِرَدِّهِنَّ. He is more powerful. He has the right to take her back. فِي ذَلِكَ. During this period of their iddah, in aradu islaha, if they really desire reconciliation. وَلَهُنَّ مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. Now these words have been translated in 2 ways. لَهُنَّ for them, that is the women, for the women also are rights, just as there are rights over them of the men. You know, this is a very tricky question in this marriage. What are the rights of a woman, wife? What are the rights of husband, the man? Are they absolutely equal? This is the philosophy of the modern civilization. They are all absolutely equal. If the husband can divorce, wife can also divorce. Equal authority of divorcing has been given in this present civilization to men and women. In Islam it's not so. There's a difference. So actually this ayah has been translated, although by many, that the rights of women are absolutely equal to the rights of men. وَلَهُنَّ, and for them are the rights مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ, absolutely like those which are on them for the husbands. The women have, the wives have right over the husband, just like those rights which the husbands have over the wives. This is one way of translating these words. وَلَهُنَّ مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. The other is, for the women there are rights which are proportionate to the responsibilities put on them. And this is more scientific, and this is more rationally, logically connected, compatible with the whole family system of Islam. Islam puts certain responsibilities upon the husband, certain responsibilities upon the wife. Now rights always go parallel to the responsibilities. If the responsibilities are more, rights should be more. If the responsibilities are less, rights should also be less. Hence actually what these words mean are, lahunna, they have the rights, mislul ladhi alayhinna, which are proportionate to the duties that have been put on their shoulders. I agree with this second translation. Lahunna mislul ladhi alayhinna bil ma'ruf wa lir rijali alayhinna daraja. But even if you take the first translation, again Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made it clear, and for men over the women there is a degree of authority. وَلَهُوَ لِلْرِجَالِ عَلَيْهِنَّ دَرَجَةٌ. There is one daraja, one degree that the men have over women. وَاللَّهُ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. This thing will be discussed now in detail in Surah An-Nisa. Here, as I told you, the basic directive principles, basic philosophical ideas, they are being given. And the preliminary instructions are being given. But this thing will develop into a full legal system in Surah An-Nisa and then finally in Surah Al-Ma'idah. At-talaqu marratan. Divorce can be twice. فَإِمْسَاكٌ بِمَعْرُوفٍ أَوْ تَصْرِيحٌ بِإِحْسَانٍ. After that, one has to decide whether to retain the wife with honor or to release her with kindness. After two, if one gives third also, then he cannot take back. That is talaq-e-mughallas. But up till that time that there are only two divorces, so there is a choice that he can retain the wife. If during the period of iddah, there is no need of another fresh nikah. But if the period of iddah has been completed, now they will have to have a fresh nikah. But they can have it if the divorces are only two up till now. If it is the third one, then they cannot marry again. It will come later on, inshallah. At-talaqu marratan fa imsakun bi ma'rufin wa tasrihun bi ihsan. Divorce is twice. After that, either a retention with honor or a release with honor. وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَهُمْ أَن تَأْخُذُوا وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَكُمْ أَن تَأْخُذُوا مِمَّا آتَيْتُمُوهُنَّ شَيْئًا. And it is not permissible for you that you take back from them what you have given them. What mahr and what dowry has been given, you cannot take on divorce. You cannot get it back. إِلَّا أَن يَخَافَ أَن لَا يُقِيمَ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. Except if they think and if they fear that they cannot maintain the limits of the law of the Sharia. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا يُقِيمَ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. If they fear they cannot maintain the limits of the law of Allah, فَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْهِمَا. There is no sin, there will be no sin on both of them. فِي مَفْتَدَتْ بِهِ, wherewith she gets her freedom. If she says, oh, actually, if she says, I'm ready to forego half of my mahr, you release me, this is called khula. The woman, the wife can get khula. She cannot give talaq. She can get khula. And in khula, she might have to forego half of the mahr. Maybe the husband says no. She might have to forego full her mahr. But there, in that case, the husband, he doesn't want to give divorce. It's the wife who is demanding divorce. In that case, the husband has the authority to demand that my mahr that I paid to you should be returned, either in toto or in half. تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. These are the limits prescribed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't transgress them. Here just remember, we found the words, تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَقْرَبُوهَا. While we were discussing, the ayat of the 23rd section regarding Psalm, تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَقْرَبُوهَا. I told at that time that at certain places the wordings are تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. These are the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prescribed by Him, so don't transgress them. وَمَنْ يَتَعَدَّ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. And whosoever transgresses the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. So verily they are the evildoers. فَإِن طَلَّقَهَا فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِن بَعْدُ حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرَهُ. And now if he divorces her for the third time, الطلاق مرتان, that was the previous ayah. Now if for the third time he has also divorced, فَإِن طَلَّقَهَا فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ. Now she will not be permissible in marriage. She will not be lawful for him. فَلَا تَحِلُّ لَهُ مِن بَعْدُ. After this, حَتَّى تَنْكِحَ زَوْجًا غَيْرَهُ. Till such time that she marries another husband. فَإِن طَلَّقَهَا. And now if the other husband, now if he also gives divorce, فَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْهِمَا. Now there will be no sin if they compromise again. فَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْهِمَا أَن يَتَرَاجَعَا. If those two again get into the marriage contract. إِن ظَنَّا أَن يُقِيمَا حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. If they think that now they can maintain the limits of the law of the Sharia. وَتِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ يُبَيِّنُهَا لِقَوْمٍ يَعْلَمُونَ. And these are the limits of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is making them very clear for those people who know. وَإِذَا طَلَّقْتُمُ النِّسَاءَ فَبَلَغْنَ أَجَلَهُنَّ فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ أَوْ سَرِّحُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ. And if you have divorces your women, your wives, and they have completed the period of iddah, 3 periods, 3 menstrual periods. Now, فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ. Now is the time to decide. If it is not the third divorce, it is the first or the second divorce. It is the time finally to decide. فَأَمْسِكُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ. Either retain them in a noble way, أَوْ سَرِّحُوهُنَّ بِمَعْرُوفٍ. Or let them go and let them release them with kindness. وَلَا تُمْسِكُوهُنَّ ضِرَارًا لِتَعْتَدُوا. And don't retain them in order to do harm to them. If you are angry, well, I don't let her go. I'll punish. Because if she goes away, then you can't punish her anymore. If you want to retain her only to do harm to her, وَمَنْ يَفْعَلْ ذَلِكَ فَقَدْ ظَلَمَ نَفْسَهُ. Whosoever does this, he has done wrong to himself. Because Allah Ta'ala will punish him then. وَلَا تَتَّخِذُوا آيَاتِ اللَّهِ هُزُوًا. And don't make Allah's revelations a mockery. Don't play with the laws of the Sharia, because I have the authority to take her back, so I have taken back legally. Yes, legally you have done good, but if your intentions are to do harm to her, then actually you will be rewarded and you will be punished on the day of judgment. وَاذْكُرُوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ. Remember Allah's blessing over you. وَمَا أَنزَلَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ. And remember that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has sent down to you the book, وَالْحِكْمَةِ, and the wisdom, يَعِذُكُمْ بِهِ. And He is admonishing you with this. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٌ. And have regard for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, fear Him, and keep it in mind that He knows everything. فَإِذَا طَلَّقْتُمُ النِّسَاءَ فَبَلَغْنَ أَجَلَهُنَّ. And when you have divorced your women, and they have reached they have completed their period of iddah, فَلَا تَعْذُلُوهُنَّ أَن يَنْكِحْنَ أَزْوَاجَهُنَّ. So don't stop them from marrying their own husbands. Now, for example, if somebody has divorced your daughter, and now, because it is the only first or the second divorce, and now the husband, he wants to take her back, you said no. So this has also been, the Muslims have been not permitted to do it. You don't come in the way. If the husband wants to take her back, if the wife is also ready to go back to that husband, now don't come in their way. Because out of your pride and haughtiness, why did he divorce? And this is not permissible. فَلَا تَعْذُلُوهُنَّ أَنْ يَنْكِحْنَ أَزْوَاجَهُنَّ إِذَا تَرَاضَوْا بَيْنَهُمْ. If they can agree among themselves, if they are ready to remarry. I told you, after the completion of the iddah, there should be a fresh marriage. Within the period of iddah, the husband can take without a fresh marriage. But after that period has been completed, now there has to be a fresh marriage. But now if the parents or the brothers or the relatives of the woman, they come in the way, we won't allow this marriage, this is wrong. ذَلِكَ يُوعَظُ بِهِ مَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. These advices are being given to those of you who really believe in Allah and the last day. Because if you don't believe, then all these advices are useless. You won't pay heed to them. ذَلِكَ يُوعَظُ بِهِ مَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. Only those of you will be able to avail of all these advices and admonitions who have real faith in Allah and the last day. ذَلِكُمْ أَزْكَى لَكُمْ وَأَطْهَرُ. This is more decent for you and more pure for you. وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Allah knows and you don't know. وَالْوَالِدَاتُ يُرْضِعْنَ أَوْلَادَهُنَّ حَوْلَيْنِ كَامِلَيْنِ. And mothers should suckle their offsprings for 2 complete years. لِمَنْ أَرَادَ أَنْ يُتِمَّ الرَّضَاعَةَ. For whom wants to complete that suckling. وَعَلَى الْمَوْلُودِ لَهُ. And on the father is the responsibility, رِزْقُهُنَّ وَكِسْوَتُهُنَّ, to provide for their feeding and their clothing, بِالْمَعْرُوفِ, in the proper way. If you have divorced the wife, but there is a child who is suckling, you can say to your divorced wife, you have to keep this child with you and suckle your milk, and I will provide you with your feeding and your clothing. The father is responsible. لا تكلف نفس إلا وسعها. No one is burdened save according to his capacity. لا تضار والدة بولدها. No mother should be harmed due to her offspring. وَلَا مَوْلُودٌ لَهُ بِوَلَدِهِ. In the same way, no father should be harmed due to his offspring. وَعَلَى الْوَارِثِ مِثْلُهُ. And the responsibility of a person will be transmitted to his heir also. ذَلِكَ فَإِنْ أَرَادَ فِصَالًا. If the parents, they decide that the weaning of the child, that mother will not suckle him or her. وَإِنْ أَرَادَ فِصَالًا عَنْ تَرَاضٍ مِّنْهُمَا وَتَشَاوُرٍ. By mutual consultation they decide. فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِمَا. Then also there is no sin on both of them. وَإِنْ أَرَدْتُمْ أَن تَسْتَرْضِعُوا. If you want to have foster suckling, أَوْلَادَكُمْ, for your sons and daughters, فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذَا سَلَّمْتُمْ مَا آتَيْتُمْ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. There is no sin on you, you can do it. It is also permissible to have foster suckling from some other woman. But when you have given to the real mother what you had decided to give it. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ بَصِيرٌ. And have regard of Allah, fear Allah, and keep it in mind that whatever you are doing, Allah is seeing it. وَالَّذِينَ يُتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ أَرْبَعَةَ أَشْهُرٍ وَعَشْرًا. Now these were the rules regarding the wives who were divorced. Now about the widowed women, what should happen to them? وَالَّذِينَ يُتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ. And those of you who die, وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا. And they have left behind them wives. يَتَرَبَّصْنَ بِأَنفُسِهِنَّ أَرْبَعَةَ أَشْهُرٍ وَعَشْرًا. Those widowed wives should withhold themselves for 4 months and 10 days. فَإِذَا بَلَغْنَ أَجَلَهُنَّ. And when they have completed this period, فَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا فَعَلْنَ فِي أَنفُسِهِنَّ, then now it is no responsibility of yours about what they do about their own selves. بِالْمَعْرُوفِ, but it should be in a reasonable way. Known methods of the society. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ خَبِيرٌ, and whatsoever you are doing, Allah knows them. وَلَا جُنَاهَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا عَرَّضْتُم بِهِ مِنْ خِطْبَةِ النِّسَاءِ, and there is no blame on you in that you speak indirectly of your proposal of marriage to the widows. أَوْ أَقْنَنْتُمْ فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ, or you conceal it in your hearts. وَعَلَمَ اللَّهُ أَنَّكُمْ سَتَذْكُرُونَهُنَّ, Allah Ta'ala knows that you will have, their idea will come to your mind. Such and such woman has been widowed, or such and such woman has been divorced. Now, if you like her, you can have some idea in your mind that I want to marry her now. وَلَكِنْ لَا تُوَاعِدُوهُنَّ سِرًّا, but don't make any agreement, any hidden, any secret agreement of marriage, till that time that the iddah is completed. Within this period, you can have some ideas, and you can mention it also in a beautiful way, in an indirect way, but there can be not a full agreement of marriage before the ending of that period. وَلَكِنْ لَا تُوَاعِدُوهُنَّ سِرًّا إِلَّا أَن تَقُولُوا قَوْلًا مَعْرُوفًا, you can say something which is proper, which can only hint that I intend to marry you. وَلَا تَعْزِمُوا عُقْدَةَ النِّكَاحِ, and resolve not, don't resolve the marriage tie, حَتَّى يَبْلُغَ الْكِتَابُ وَجَلَّهُ, before that time that the period is completed, the law is completed. وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُ مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ, and know yourself. You should know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows what is in your hearts. فَاحْذَرُوهُ, so be fearing Him. You should always be mindful that Allah knows even those things which are in my heart. He knows my intentions also. وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ غَفُورٌ حَلِيمٌ, and know it and keep it in mind that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is forgiving and forbearing. لا جناح عليكم إن طلقتم النساء ما لم تمسوهن أو تفرضوا لهن فريضة. There is no blame on you if you divorce your wives whom you have not as yet touched, or you have not fixed for them any bridal money. Marriage has been consummated, but neither they have met together. The husband has not touched the wife up till now. No marriage money, no bridal money has been fixed, no meher has been decided, and the husband is divorcing the wife. It can be done. وَمَتِّعُوهُنَّ, but give something in gift to them when you are divorcing. Although the meher was not settled, the bridal money was not settled, not decided, but if you have divorced her, give something. عَلَى الْمُوسِعِ قَدَرُهُ وَعَلَى الْمُقْتِرِ قَدَرُهُ. On the rich is according to his capacity, on the poor person according to his capacity. They should pay something and give some gifts. مَتَعًا بِالْمَعْرُوفِ, and this should be a fair provision. حَقًّا عَلَى الْمُحْسِنِينَ, and this is an obligation on the good doers. وَإِن طَلَّقْتُمُوهُنَّ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَن تَمَسُّوهُنَّ وَقَدْ فَرَضْتُمْ لَهُنَّ فَرِيضَةً. Now this is another situation. If you want to divorce a wife whom you have not touched up till now, but the bridal money had been settled, now what to do? فَنِصْفُ مَا فَرَضْتُمْ. So now you will have to pay half of what you had decided and settled. إِلَّا يَعْفُونَ, except if they give you something, if they forego something, if they say, no, I don't want anything, or يَعْفُوَ الَّذِي بِيَدِهِ عُقْدَةُ النِّكَاحِ, or that person foregoes in whose hand is the tie of the marriage. And that, what does it mean? The husband. The tie of the marriage is in the hand of the husband. He can give divorce whenever he likes. The woman, the wife, cannot give divorce whenever she likes. So the tie, the knot of nikah is in the hand of the husband. So actually it is half that has to be given. But even the wife can say, I don't want to take this half even. Husband can say, no, I want to give full. وَأَن تَعْفُوا, if you forgo, That is, you don't give half but give full. أَقْرَبُ لِلتَّقْوَى. This is nearer to taqwa. فَلَا تَنْسَبُوا الْفَضْلَ بَيْنَكُمْ. Do not ignore the superiority between you. You are superior. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you the upper hand. So you should be generous. And you should give her not half but the full dowry. إِنَّ اللَّهَ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ بَصِيرٌ. Whatever you are doing, Allah ta'ala is seeing it. حَافِظُوا عَلَى الصَّلَوَاتِ وَالصَّلَاةِ الْوُسْطَى. Guard all of your prayers, and especially the mid-prayer, the middest prayer. And there is nearly consensus among the Mufassireen that this is Salatul Asr. وَقُومُوا لِلَّهِ قَانِتِينَ. And keep standing before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in a very humble way, with humility. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ. And if you are in fear, for example, if you are going somewhere and you are fearing that enemy is pursuing you and you want to be safe, فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ فَرِجَالًا وَرُكْبَانًا. Then you can offer your prayers even walking or riding. If there is no time that you can get down and then you can say the prayer in the usual manner, then when you are walking you can say your prayer. If you are riding over camels or horses, you can say your prayers on that. But if there is danger, if there is khawf, this is called Salatul Khawf. فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ فَرِجَالًا وَرُكْبَانًا فَإِذَا أَمِنْتُمْ فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَمَا عَلَّمَكُمْ مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ. When you are in peace and security, now you remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as He has taught you. مَا لَمْ تَكُونُوا تَعْلَمُونَ, which you didn't know before. Now, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taught us? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not given the details of the salah, the prayer in the Quran. So this teaching of salah that came to us through the practice of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was taught by Jibreel alayhi salatu wa salam. So actually this method of salah has been taught to us through firstly Jibreel and then Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. That is why the Prophet has said, Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. You should pray just as you see me praying. So we have to copy. There can be differences regarding the traditions. But you know, one thing should be agreed upon by each Muslim if he is a real mu'min. We have to pray just as the Prophet ﷺ used to pray. But now regarding the Sunnah, whether this is proved or not, whether this hadith is more strong and this hadith is less strong, that is actually for the jurists and the fuqaha and the people who are knowledgeable about hadith and Sunnah, they will decide. But the argument would come from the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وَالَّذِينَ يَتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا وَصِيَّةً لِأَزْوَاجِهِمْ مَتَاعًا إِلَى الْحَوْلِ غَيْرَ إِخْرَاجٍ. And those of you who die and they leave behind them wives, they should leave a bequest in favor of their wives, that for 1 year they should be provided. You know, actually we people can't appreciate these problems. Usually we people belonging to Indo-Pakistan subcontinent especially, we have only one mother. Usually people marry only one wife. So the mother, you know, for the heirs, you know, she is the mother, not the wife of the father only. She is their own mother. So the feelings are different. But perhaps one person has 10 wives. That used to be there in the days of the Jahiliyyah. Even in Islam there could be 4 wives. Now one is the mother. The rest of the 3 are only the wives of your father. So for them, you know, there should have been a bequest. There should have been something decided by the person who has died. That for them, there should be a bequest. وَالَّذِينَ يَتَوَفَّوْنَ مِنْكُمْ وَيَذَرُونَ أَزْوَاجًا وَصِيَّةً لِأَزْوَاجِهِمْ مَتَاعًا إِلَى الْحَوْلِ غَيْرَ إِخْرَاجٍ. At least for 1 year they should be provided for food, for their clothing, and they shouldn't be turned out of the houses of the deceased person for at least 1 year. فَإِنْ خَرَجْنَا فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا فَعَلْنَ فِي أَنفُسِهِنَّ. But if they themselves go out, if they decide to marry, for example, have a new marriage, then it's none of your business to obstruct their way. فَإِنْ خَرَجْنَا فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْكُمْ فِي مَا فَعَلْنَ فِي أَنفُسِهِنَّ whatever they want to do for themselves, you have no business to stop them. Min ma'roof, although this should be in the known way, according to the fair manner of the society. Wallahu Azizul Hakim, Allah is almighty, He is all wise. وَلِلْمُطَلَّقَاتِ مَتَاعٌ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ حَقًّا عَلَى الْمُتَّقِينَ. In the same way, this was the discussion about the widows. وَالَّذِينَ يُتَوَفَّوْنَ وَلِلْمُطَلَّقَاتِ مَتَاعٌ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. In the same way, for the divorced women also, there should be some provision. And this is a duty on muttaqeen, people who are muttaqeen, who are God-fearing. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ آيَاتِهِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ. In this way, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes His ayat clear, His signs clear, so that you can understand, you can follow them in detail and in depth, and so that you can follow them in letter as well as in spirit. This is a lengthy discussion, and most of these issues, because they are not very relevant for us usually. These things are actually abnormal in this society, but you know, these are very important things, and note it. 4 sections, full 4 sections are devoted to these problems. The most important point that you should infer is that in Islamic social system, maximum emphasis has been put on this social family life, the relationship between wife and husband. The main idea is that this family life should be strong. The institution of family should be strong. And because the institution family should be strong, there should be one person at the head, at the top. One should be the head of the family, and that cannot be both. Both wife and husband can't be equal. There must be some inequality. You must have one at the top. You know, you can have a managing director and you can have 20 directors, but you can't have 2 managing directors. There can be 1 chairman, but there can be so many deputy chairmen, and there can only be 1 president. You can have so many deputy presidents, vice presidents. So in the institution of family, the husband has been given the upper hand. He can divorce. The wife cannot divorce. Wife can get divorce from the husband, and it is called khula. And she has to forego certain part of her dowry money, dower, the bridal money that was paid to her. Some part she will have to forego if she wants to get khula from the husband. So this is definitely unequal. Actually, as men, as human beings, men and women are absolutely equal. No difference between them. But when they are wife and husband, they are unequal. Now husband has the upper hand. وَلِلْرِجَالِ عَلَيْهِنَّ دَرَجَةٌ. For men, there is a superiority, a degree of superiority over them. And this will be discussed, as I told you, in Surah Al-Nisa. الرِّجَالُ قَوَّامُونَ عَلَى النِّسَاءِ. That will come more clear and more obvious there in Surah Al-Nisa, inshallah. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِينَ خَرَجُوا مِنْ دِيَارِهِمْ وهم ألوف حذر الموت فقال لهم الله موتوا ثم أحياهم إن الله لذو فضل على الناس ولكن أكثر الناس لا يشكرون. Alam Tara literally means, didn't you see? But these wordings are repeated in the Quran, but they mean differently at different places. Don't you think about those things? Have you never thought about it? Have you never considered the case? Alam Tara. Alam Tara ila al-lazina. Have you never considered the case of those people, kharaju min diyarihim, who came out from their houses? Wahum uluf, and they were in thousands. Hazar al-maut, fearing death. Faqala lahum Allahu mutu. Allah said to them, die. Summa ahyahum. Then He revived them. Then He again brought them to life. Inna Allah lazu fadlin ala an-nasi walakinna akthar an-nasi la yashkurun. Verily Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is bountiful to mankind, but most of the people, they are not grateful, they are not thankful. Now actually from here, for 2 sections, we are going to have an incident, we should say, or a chunk of the history of the Bani Israel. Why? Actually, now, when this Surah Al-Baqarah was being revealed, time was nearing for the Battle of Badr. There was going to be, as I told you, this Surah was revealed just after Hijrah But before the Battle of Badr, during these nearly 16, 17 months, this surah was revealed bit by bit. Now, you know, we are nearing the end of the surah. And in the same way, you must imagine that the time of the Battle of Badr was coming nearer and nearer. In the history of the previous Muslim Ummah, there was a parallel battle which was fought between Talut and Jalut. Although this Battle of Badr in Islam, it was during the lifetime of the Prophet himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The case with the former Muslim Ummah was different. During the lifetime of Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wasalam, there was no victory, no state was established, deen was not established. But after his death, the Jews, the Bani Israel, they could conquer Palestine. But as I told you, they didn't establish one state, one government. They divided the whole country into 12 states, small states. And they kept, you know, fighting with each other. For 300 years, this was the state of affairs. Then came an event that their enemies, you know, they overpowered them because of their differences. They exploited their differences, and as a result, they were turned out. Many of them were turned out from their homes. And then they requested the Prophet of that time, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salatu wasalam, you appoint for us a king, a military leader, so that we join our forces together, the 12 tribes, under one banner, under one king, under one military leader, under one commander, and so that we can fight our enemies. Then there happened that battle of Talut and Jalut, and with that battle actually started their period of which we call the golden period of the Jewish history. That is the days of Talut alayhi salam, and then Dawood alayhi salam, and then Sulaiman alayhi salam. They go to make nearly 100 years. And that is the golden history, golden period of the total history of the Jews of Bani Israel. Now that battle of Talut and Jalut is going to be discussed. But before discussing that battle, this incident is given, and about this, you know, there is no detail available in any Sahih Hadith. What does this ayah mean? Maybe it was some miracle, just as the miracles were there. About the Bani Israel, we have been reading the miracle throughout this surah. They were killed and then they were revived. And then, you know, they were put to death and then again they were revived. These things have been happening. So maybe it happened sometimes in the history of Bani Israel, but we can't say what was that event, when it happened, what were the details. They are not available. Maybe that some of them, they fled from their homes in fear of death. Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put them to death, then revived them to show them that life and death is in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You can't get life and you can't preserve life by fleeing from death. You must face death. You must face the enemy in the battlefield. Don't flee away. Don't run away, because you can die. There also, while you are running away from battlefield, you can die. So that might be the case. But one of the Mufassirin, maybe the others also, the modern Mufassirin, has given a rational explanation of this event also. And he says, and he is Maulana Maududi, Rahimahullah, he says that this incident is referring to that event of their history when, you know, after Exodus, Bani Israel were required to fight against the Canaanites and conquer Palestine. And Moses alayhi salatu wasalam was himself leading them till that time. But the whole of the nation refused to go to war against the Canaanites. That event also will come in detail in Surah Al-Ma'idah. So to that actually Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in allegorical terms, he is referring to this matter in these words, because then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave them a punishment. إنهم يتيهون في الأرض 40 سنة إنها محرمة عليهم 40 سنة يتيهون في الأرض. Had they not shown this cowardice, that they have refused to go to war against the enemies of Allah, they would have been given the control of this country at this very moment. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would have given them this country at this very moment. But because of their cowardice, their refusal to go to war, now this land has been made forbidden for them. إِنَّهَا مُحَرَّمَةٌ عَلَيْهِمْ 40 sana, for 40 years. They will go on, keep on wandering in this desert for 40 years. During those 40 years, all the people, all the Bani Israel who had come from Egypt, who were born and raised up in slavery, they died. Hazrat Musa alayhi salam also died. Hazrat Harun alayhi salam also died. All that generation died. And now a new generation, which was born in this desert, in free atmosphere, this generation came up. And then they fought against the enemies, and then they conquered and entered Palestine. So that may be allegorically, these were the Mutu, that is, the old generation died. Sumahyahum, as if that nation was revived through a new generation that was born and brought up in the desert in free atmosphere. This is the explanation that Maulana Maududi has given. And I tend to agree with him, although, because, this is something, it doesn't fit wholly in the words of the ayah. But I think this is the nearest explanation that at least I have known up till this date. Wallahu alam. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِينَ خَرَجُوا مِنْ دِيَارِهِمْ وَهُمْ أُلُوفٌ حَذَرَ الْمَوْتِ فَقَالَ لَهُمُ اللَّهُ مُوتُوا. Didn't you see, didn't you think about the event of those people who came out of their houses fearing death? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to them, die. So mahyahum, then he revived them, brought them again to life. Inna Allah lazu fadlin ala nasi walakinna aksar nasi la yashkurun. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is definitely bountiful to the people, but most of the people are not grateful. وَقَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. Because now Battle of Badr is nearing, again you know the injunction, قَاتِلُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. Now you go to war for the cause of Allah, in the way of Allah. Don't shirk going to war. وَعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ سَمِيعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And keep it in mind that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala listens to everything and He knows everything. مَنْ ذَا الَّذِي يُقْرِضُ اللَّهَ قَرْضًا حَسَنًا فَيُضَاعِفَهُ لَهُ أَضْعَافًا كَثِيرًا. Who is that who gives loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? A goodly loan. What is a goodly loan? What is qarz hasana? Qarz hasana one gives selflessly. He doesn't want to get any benefit out of it. He only wants to fulfill the requirement and need of his brother. This is qarz hasana. I am giving you this money, you will return to me this money when you can, when it is easy for you, and you just fulfill your requirements and your needs for the time being. This is qarz hasan. In the same way, if you give Allah loan, and to give Allah loan, what does it mean? To spend for His deen, not for your own self. You are spending money for the deen of Allah, to make it supreme, to establish it, to propagate the message of Allah, to propagate the knowledge and wisdom of Quran. You are spending your money. So this is actually giving Allah qarz hasana. And for, providing for the Muslim armies to fight against the enemies of Allah, for the purchase of arms, and the rations, etc., etc. All these things are required to go to war. So to fulfill these requirements, if you are spending, you are actually giving loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مَنْ ذَا الَّذِي يُقْرِضُ اللَّهَ قَرْضًا حَسَنًا. Who is that who has the courage, who is so much believing, who has the conviction in Allah and hereafter, to that extent that he gives away his money in loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَاللَّهُ يَقْبِضُ وَيَبْسُطُ. And it is Allah who decreases or increases the food or the wealth of a person. Don't fear that if you give your money away for the cause of Allah, your wealth will be decreased. No. Maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increases in your wealth due to this expenditure that you have incurred in the way of Allah. Wallahu yaqbidu wa yabsut. It is His authority. He does it. It is His exclusive job. He does it. Either He increases or decreases. وَإِلَيْهِ تُرْجَعُونَ. And you will be returned to Him finally. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الْمَلَئِ مِنْ بَنِي إِسْرَائِيلَ. Now this is the narration is of that battle between Jalut and Talut. Again note please that it happened about 300 years after Moses alayhi salatu wasalam. If not after his death, at least 300 years after Exodus. After they came out from Egypt and they came to Sinai Peninsula. 300 years after that, this incident happened. Alam tara ilal malai min bani Israel, and that was the condition, as I told you, when these small states of the Israelites, of these tribes of Israel, they were, endangered. Some of them were captured by their enemies. Many of them were turned out from their houses and their lands, and they were in a very bad condition, very bad shape. After all, they said to the Nabi, to the Prophet of the time, that now you please nominate for us one military leader, one king, so that we join our forces under one banner, and then, with strength we can fight our enemies. Alam tara ila al-mala'i min bani Israel min ba'di Musa. Did you never think about the chiefs of the tribes of Bani Israel? Mala'i min bani Israel. Min ba'di Musa, after Moses. Is qalu li nabiyyin lahum. When they said to the prophet, their prophet, and he was Samuel alayhi salatu wasalam. Samuel, you can find the book of Samuel in the Old Testament. Ub'as lana malikan. Now you nominate for us a king. And by that king, what is meant is the military leader, a commander. Nuqatil fi sabilillah, so that we can go to war for the cause of Allah. قال هل عسيتم إن كتب عليكم القتال ألا تقاتلوا. The Nabi said, the Prophet said, Samuel alayhi salatu wasalam said, is there any possibility that if the going to war is fighting is prescribed and made obligatory, then you refuse to fight? Is it also possible? You are very eager to go to fight, but when your fighting comes, it's a different affair. Just as you refused to Moses alayhi salatu wasalam, your own, forefathers, they refused to go to war. Is there any possibility that history may repeat? But what was the answer? قَالُوا وَمَا لَنَا لَا نُقَاتِلَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. They said, what to us? What's the reason that we will not go to fight for the cause of Allah? وَقَدْ أُخْرِجْنَا مِنْ دِيَارِنَا وَأَبْنَائِنَا. And we have been turned away from our houses and our sons. Maybe some of the sons of these people, they were taken captive and slaves. قَدْ أُخْرِجْنَا مِنْ دِيَارِنَا وَأَبْنَائِنَا فَلَمَّا كُتِبَ عَلَيْهِمُ الْقِتَالِ. When fighting was prescribed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the Prophet, تَوَلَّوْا إِلَّا قَلِيلًا مِّنْهُمْ. Most of them turned their backs, except only a few. وَاللَّهُ عَلِيمٌ بِالظَّالِمِينَ. And Allah very well knows these evildoers. وَقَالَ لَهُمْ نَبِيُّهُمْ. And their Nabi, their Prophet, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salam said to them, إِنَّ اللَّهَ قَدْ بَعَثَ لَكُمْ طَالُوتَ مَلِكًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has raised for you and decided for you Talut. The name in Bible is Saul. Saul, Talut. And Talut, Quran gives this name because he was very tall. Tall in Arabic. Tool in Arabic, legged. Tool is legged. He was a very tall person. Talut, a very tall person. So maybe his real name was Saul, but this adjective, a quality name, a sifati naam, that has been given by Quran, and that is Talut. قَدْ بَعَثَ لَكُمْ طَالُوتَ مَلِكًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has nominated for you Talut as king. قَالُوا أَنَّا يَكُونُ لَهُ مُلْكٌ عَلَيْنَا. They said, wherefrom can he has the kingdom over us? How can he become king over us? وَنَحْنُ أَحَقُّ بِالْمُلْكِ مِنْهُ. We are more rightful. We have more right to be king. وَلَمْ يُؤْتَ سَعَةً مِنَ الْمَالِ. He has not been given, any wealth. He has not been given abundance in wealth. قَالَ إِنَّ اللَّهَ اسْتَفَاهُ عَلَيْكُمْ. The Nabi, the Prophet, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salam said, it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who has chosen him from you, out of you. It is his choice. وَزَادَهُ بَسْطَةً فِي الْعِلْمِ وَالْجِسْمِ. And he has given him abundance in knowledge as well as body. Physical power is abundant with him in his body. He was a very strong person bodily. And number two, ilm and understanding. These two things Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given him in abundance. If he has not been given abundant wealth, he has been given the abundant physical qualities and knowledge. وَاللَّهُ يُؤْتِي مُلْكَهُ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. And Allah gives his kingdom to whomsoever he pleases. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah is all-embracing, all-knowing. فَقَالَ لَهُمْ نَبِيُّهُمْ إِنَّ آيَةَ مُلْكِهِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَكُمُ التَّابُوتُ. And said to them their prophet, that is, Hazrat Samuel alayhi salam also said to them that the sign in the ayat mulkihi, the sign of his kingship is an yatiyakumut tabut, that the wooden box, the ark, that is very famous these days. It's come in news. They say that ark, that sacred ark is embedded in the foundations of Masjid Aqsa, that is present up till now. It's a wooden box in which those stones, tablets of stone on which Torah is written, which was given to Moses alayhi salatu wasalam on the Mount of Tur, they are there in that box. Then the staff of Hazrat Musa alayhi salam, the asa, that is present there. Some other more, sacred things in the history of Bani Israel, they are in that. That is Tabut Sakina, that is called. So that actually that was the most sacred thing, as sacred to them as is Kaaba for us. That Tabut Sakina was so sacred for Bani Israel. They almost kept it with them, that box. And wherever they went, there was, a chariot was reserved for that box, for that ark. And that ark had been taken away by their enemies. Now they were very much disappointed because the most sacred thing of theirs was taken away from them. And Samuel alayhi salam said that the sign of the kingship of Talut will be that ark will come to you again in a miraculous way. وَقَالَ لَهُمْ نَبِيُّهُمْ إِنَّ آيَةَ مُلْكِهِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَكُمُ التَّابُوتُ فِيهِ سَكِينَةٌ مِّن رَبِّكُمْ. In that tabut, in that box, in that ark, is peace and tranquility for you from your Lord. وَبَقِيَّةٌ مِمَّا تَرَكَ آلُ مُوسَى وَآلُ هَارُونَ. And in that box are the remnants of what was left by the family of Moses and the family of Harun, alayhi salatu wassalam, tahmiluhul malaika. That has been carried now by the angels. Inna fi zalika la'ayatan lakum in kuntum mu'minin. And in this is a sign for you if you really believe. And it so happened, as the Prophet has said, that one day they found that a chariot is coming, some bullocks there's no driver, and on that, chariot, there was that ark was placed, and that came to them. They now believed, and they now thought that actually, now Talut is our king, and he has been nominated by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the sign that was told to us by our Prophet, that has been fulfilled. Now in the next section, inshallah, we shall have the detail of that war which happened which was held between Jalut, whose name is Goliath, or generally the Goliath or Goliath, and Talut, that is Saul alayhi salatu wassalam. In between them the war was fought, and from that war or battle started the golden history of the former Muslim Ummah, that is Bani Israel.
فلما فصل طالوت بالجنود قال إن الله مبتليكم بنهر فمن شرب منه فليس مني ومن لم يطعمه فإنه مني إلا من اغترف غرفة بيده فشربوا منه إلا قليلا منهم فلما جاوزه هو والذين آمنوا معه قالوا لا طاقة لنا اليوم بجالوت وجنوده قال الذين يظنون أنهم ملاقوا الله كم من فئة قليلة غلبت فئة كثيرة بإذن الله والله مع الصابرين صدق الله العظيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. فلما فصل طالوت بالجنود, when Talut alayhi salatu wassalam went forth with his army, Junud with his armies, قال إن الله مبتليكم بنهر. He said to his people, Allah is going to test you with a river. The river Jordan, now it's very important, everybody knows it. This was in between, and they crossed river Jordan. فَمَنْ شَرِبَ مِنْهُ فَلَيْسَ مِنِّي. Whosoever will drink from that river, he is not from me. He is not our companion. وَمَنْ لَمْ يَطْعَمْهُ فَإِنَّهُ مِنِّي. And whosoever doesn't drink from the water of that river, he is from me, he is my companion. إِلَّا مَنِ اغْتَرَفَ غُرْفَةً بِيَدِهِ, except those who scoop a handful with their own hands. Take some water in the hand, in the hollow of the hand, and take it. That is only permissible, but not drinking. فَشَرِبُوا مِنْهُ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا مِنْهُ. All of them merely drank from the water of the river, except only a few from themselves. فَلَمَّا جَاوَزَهُ هُوَ وَالَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مَعَهُ. When they had crossed the river, himself, that is Hazrat Talut, and people who believed with him, قالوا, they said, لا طاقة لنا اليوم بجالوت وجنوده. They said, we don't have the strength today to face Goliath or Goliath, Jalut, وجنوده, and his armies. They are very strong. They were scared. قال الذين يظنون أنهم ملاقو الله. Those people from among them who had the conviction that they will meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one day, they said to them, كم من فئة قليلة غلبت فئة كثيرة. How often a small party has overcome a large party by Allah's leave, by Allah's permission. وَاللَّهُ مَعَ الصَّابِرِينَ. And Allah is with those who show patience and perseverance. Now please try to understand the background. Why the people were put to this test. Actually, before any confrontation, before any armed conflict, the commander of the army must know the condition of the people, of the army, of the soldiers, their morale, their discipline, listening and obeying. These things also, they mean a lot. Not only physical number, physical strength, not only the arms, but the state of morale of the people. And then the discipline, that if a command is given, if order is given, whether it is obeyed or not, whether the people have necessary self-control or not. So that was a test to which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through his appointed king, he put this army to test. And most of them failed. We have the example in the consultation which Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he held that meeting of consultation before Badr also. He put a question, we shall read in Surah Al-Anfal, that now there is a caravan coming from the north with lot of wealth, merchandise, and an army is coming from the south. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised that He will give us victory over one of them. Which way should we proceed? Why this question? The same purpose, to see the morale of the people. Some of them said we should go towards the caravan because the booty will be great, we shall have great wealth, and only a few guards are there with the caravan. It will be easy to kill them, to rout them. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala intended something else. He wanted that there should be a direct confrontation between the Quraysh and the Muslims. So this is actually the example. But most of the people at that consultation, they said, "O Prophet, what you have in your mind, you proceed in that direction. Why are you asking us? You have to make the decision. Which way you go, we are with you." So that is actually the same thing is happening here. Before this is the battle of Badr of the former Muslim Ummah. Please keep this point in mind. وَلَمَّا بَرَزُوا لِجَالُوتَ وَجُنُودِهِ. And when they lined against the armies of Jalut, they said, قالوا ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وثبت أقدامنا وانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. Now they prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is teaching the Muslims, now you pray this. This is the prayer being taught to you before Badr. You must learn the prayer. ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا. O our Lord, pour out perseverance on us. وَثَبِّتْ أَقْدَامَنَا. Make our feet firm. وَانْصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. And help us against this nation, these people who are kuffar, who are unbelieving. فَهَزَمُوهُمْ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ. They routed them with the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَقَتَلَ دَاوُودُ جَالُوتَ. And Dawood killed Jalut. There is a long story. Dawood was not in the army of Talut. He was a shepherd with his, flock of sheep, etc. But he incidentally came at the scene of that battle. What was happening? And he saw that from this army of Talut, nobody is taking the courage to go and confront Jalut. He was calling, send someone who can fight me. That was the usual method of battles in those days. Personal wrestling, personal combat. But nobody dared going forward. Then Hazrat Dawood alayhi salatu wasalam, he himself volunteered him and he killed Jalut. And that way Dawood became important. And Saul or Talut gave him his daughter in marriage, and he became closely related to Talut, and then after Talut he became the king, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him the prophethood and the knowledge and the wisdom also. So he had the physical strength, as much physical strength as he could dare confront Jalut and kill Jalut. فَهَزَمُوهُمْ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ وَقَتَلَ دَاوُودُ جَالُوتَ. In the same way, in the battle of Ahzab, there is one very brave person, and he was from the Kuffar, Amr ibn Abd Wad, and Hazrat Ali radiallahu ta'ala, he killed him. Otherwise, it was said about him that nobody can confront him. Abd Wad. Hazrat Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu came forward, and he killed him and slayed him. فَهَزَمُوهُمْ بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ وَقَتَلَ دَاوُودُ جَالُوتَ وَآتَاهُ اللَّهُ الْمُلْكَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave Dawood the kingdom, wisdom, وَعَلَّمَهُ مِمَّا يَشَاءُ. And he taught him whatever he liked. وَلَوْلَا دَفُّ اللَّهِ النَّاسَ بَعْضَهُمْ بِبَعْضٍ. And had it not been that Allah ta'ala has been removing one people by another, had it not been so, لَفَسَدَتِ الْأَرْضِ, the whole of the earth would have corrupted. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ ذُو فَضْلٍ عَلَى النَّاسِ عَلَى الْعَالَمِينَ. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is bountiful to the worlds. تِلْكَ آيَاتُ اللَّهِ نَتْلُوهَا عَلَيْكَ بِالْحَقِّ. These are the signs of Allah, ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We are reciting them to you. Now this is the saying of the angels. The angel has brought this ayat, and he is saying now, Tilka ayatullah. This is actually the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Natluha alayka bilhaq. Which we are reciting unto you, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, with haqq, with truth. وَإِنَّكَ لَمِنَ الْمُرْسَلِينَ. And verily, surely, definitely, you are from among the messengers of Allah. تِلْكَ الرُّسُلُ فَضَّلْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ. These are the messengers of Allah. فَضَّلْنَا بَعْضَهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ. We have raised some of them over the others. مِنْهُمْ مَنْ كَلَّمَ اللَّهُ. From among them there was one with whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talked and spoke directly. That is Hazrat Musa alayhi salatu wassalam, with whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke many a times on the Mount of Tur. مِنْهُمْ مَنْ كَلَّمَ اللَّهُ وَرَفَعَ بَعْضَهُمْ دَرَجَاتٍ. And he raised some of them in degrees, in different various forms. وَآتَيْنَا عِيسَى ابْنَ مَرْيَمَ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. And we gave Isa, Jesus, son of Mary, Maryam alayhi salam, al-bayyinat, very clear signs very big miracles. وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ. And we helped him, supported him with the Holy Spirit. Hazrat Jibreel alayhi salatu wassalam. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَقْتَتَلَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ بَعْدِهِ. And had Allah decreed, desired or willed, then those people who were after them would not have quarreled with each other. Followers of the prophets, different prophets, quarreling with each other. The biggest enmity today is between the Muslims and the Jews. Although if you take into consideration all the aspects, they should be the closest communities on the surface of the world. We believe in Torah, we believe in Moses, we believe in Jesus. These three religions should be very close to each other. But the most bitter, and then these Jews, the practicing Jews, they are the closest in culture to the Muslims. The same beards, the same covering of the heads, although now it has reduced in size. But you know, there is the remnant. The same law, the same things. Swine, haram, forbidden. They don't eat it. Then you know the kosher meat. It must be halal. It must be zabiyah. All these things, you know, closest. Law of Moses, law of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. The closest to each other throughout the world. But the enmity, the most bitter enmity. In the same way, Jesus, he was a Jew himself. He was born of Mary. Who was she? She was from Bani Israel, the same progeny. Now you know, the most bitter enmity has been throughout these 2,000 years, nearly 2,000 years, between the Christians and the Jews. You read the history. How much persecuted the Jews have been at the hands of the Christians. First of all, the Christians were persecuted at the hands of the Jews, and then the Jews were persecuted at the hands of the Christians. After Emperor Constantine, he embraced Christianity. He became a Christian. Now Christianity was the state religion of a very big empire, the Roman Empire. And now there was tough time for the Jews throughout the Roman Empire. So this has been the case. The closest people regarding the prophets, the same progeny of Yaqub alayhi salatu wassalam, but the followers are bitter enemies of each other. The same prophets from the progeny of Ibrahim and his son Ismail and in his progeny Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and Muslims believe in him, but the bitterest enemies. لَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَقْتَتَلَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ بَعْدِهِمْ. Had Allah willed so, people after them would not have quarreled and fought each other. مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْهُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. After that, the clear signs and teachings had come to them. وَلَكِنْ اخْتَلَفُوا فَمِنْهُمْ. But they differed. فَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ آمَنَ وَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ كَفَرَ. From among them are those who came to believe, who had the faith. وَمِنْهُمْ, and from among them also are those مَنْ كَفَرَ, who denied, who belied. وَلَوْ شَاءَ اللَّهُ مَقْتَتَلُوا. Had Allah willed so, they would not have quarreled or fought each other. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَفْعَلُ مَا يُرِيدُ. But Allah does what He decrees, what He wills, what He pleases. He has created this world, He has given the option. This ikhtilaf, this difference will remain. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَنْفِقُوا مِمَّا رَزَقْنَاكُمْ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَ يَوْمٌ لَا بَيْعٌ فِيهِ. I told you the two strands of jihad fi sabilillah, infaq again. These two sections were for qital. But that qital was from the past history. The battle between Jalut and Talut. But in between the lines, it was actually a preparation, mental preparation of the Muslims for the coming battle of Badr. History was going to repeat very soon. And from Badr was going to start the glorious period of the Islamic history, of the Muslim history. Muslims suddenly became a very big power to reckon with. They defeated Quraysh. You can't imagine the effect over the whole of the Arabian Peninsula. Quraysh defeated at the hands of Muhammad and his followers. A handful, a very small number, nearly unarmed. They defeated the Quraysh, the mightiest force in the whole Arabian Peninsula. So actually that was very decisive. That is why it has been called in the Quran Yawmul Furqan, the differentiating day. It is a dividing day. Tables were turned after Badr. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu. After Qital there must be infaq also, side by side. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu mimma razaqnakum. Oh, you who profess to believe, expend from whatever we have given you, whatever we have provided you. Min qabli an yatiya yawmun la bay'un fihi wa la khullatun wa la shafa'a. Before that day comes, that is the day of judgment, when there shall be no bargaining, no friendship, no intercession whatsoever. This is a very categorical ayah. The import of this ayah is the same as of two ayat that we have already read before. وَاتَّقُوا يَوْمًا لَا تَجْزِي نَفْسٌ عَنْ نَفْسٍ شَيْئًا وَلَا يُقْبَلُ مِنْهَا شَفَاعَةٌ وَلَا يُؤْخَذُ مِنْهَا عَدْلٌ وَلَا هُمْ يُنصَرُونَ. In the beginning of the 6th section, and then in the beginning of the 15th section. Here again you find, now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is addressing Muslims. Just as the address to Jews was also, وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ, in the end of the 5th section. And the Muslims were also addressed with the same words, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ, in the beginning of the 19th section. In the same way, يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَنْفِقُوا مِمَّا رَزَقْنَاكُمْ مِنْ قَبْلِ أَنْ يَأْتِيَ يَوْمٌ. Before that day comes, that day dawns, when there will be no bargaining, no trading, no friendship, no intercession. وَالْكَافِرُونَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. And those who deny, they are the wrongdoers, they are the unjust people, they are the evil people. Allahu la ilaha illahu. Now comes Ayatul Kursi, the greatest ayah of the Quran. And there are clear ahadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Sayyidatu ayatil Quran. This ayah, a very big ayah, very long ayah, is the chief of all the ayat of the Quran. And this is a very big prayer of Tawheed. Tawheed is Sifati. All the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the basic attributes. Tawheed of the attributes. In the description and narration of the Tawheed of attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is the most profound ayah of the Quran. Allahu la ilaha illahu. Allah is He, that there is no ilah, no God beside Him. Al-Hayyul Qayyum. He is ever living, self-sustaining, and He is the sustainer of all the existence. La ta'khudhuhu sinatun wa la nawm. Neither slumber nor sleep can seize Him. Lahu ma fi samawati wa ma fil ard. To Him belongs everything that is in the skies and heavens and that is on the earth. Man dhal ladhi yashfa'u indahu illa bi'izni. Who is He who can dare intercede before Him except after His permission? يَعْلَمُ مَا بَيْنَ أَيْدِيهِمْ وَمَا خَلْفَهُمْ. He knows what is before them all, and what is after them, and what is behind them. وَلَا يُحِيطُونَ بِشَيْءٍ مِّنْ عِلْمِهِ. And they cannot encompass anything from His knowledge, إِلَّا بِمَا شَاءَ, except what He Himself pleases to give. Nobody, no creature, no Payghambar, no messenger, no prophet, no angel, none can have any knowledge except the knowledge that has been given to him by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Himself. We have read that ayah, Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana. All the angels have said, Glory be to you. We don't have any knowledge except the knowledge that you gave to us. There's no knowledge except the knowledge which Allah gives to anybody. لا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض. His throne or his kingdom, it is translated in two ways. His throne or his kingdom extends over all the skies and heavens and over whole of the earth. وَلَا يَؤُودُهُ حِفْظُهُمَا. And he is never fatigued by guarding both of them, the skies and the earth. وَهُوَ الْعَلِيُّ الْعَظِيمُ. And he is the high, Al-Ali. And he is the mighty, Al-Azim. La ikraha fid deen. There is no compulsion in religion or in deen. What does it mean? No person will be compelled to embrace Islam. No person has ever been compelled to accept Islam. But as regards the system, if the Muslims have power, they will never tolerate any unjust system and social order to prevail. There we shall use force. Individuals, a different case. Anybody, if you want to remain a Hindu, remain a Hindu. You want to remain a Christian, you remain a Christian. But the system will be changed. The rule will be of Allah. You can remain a Hindu, a Christian, a Buddhist, or whosoever you may be, you can remain. But you will have to submit to the Islamic State, to the Khilafah, and there you will have to pay the taxes, the jizya. That is the position. But individually you will not be compelled to change your religion. That is actually the position of Islam. It is usually misunderstood. As far as the system is concerned, the collective system, the social order, that if we have power and we want to attain power to change it, that is called revolution. We are working for Islamic revolution to establish the system of Khilafah, sovereignty to Allah, and Khilafah for the Muslims. That will be the system. La ikraha fid deen, qad tabayyana ar-rushd min al-ghayy. The right path has become distinct from the wrong path. فَمَنْ يَكْفُرْ بِالطَّاغُوتِ وَيُؤْمِنْ بِاللَّهِ. So whoever disowns Taghut, what is Taghut? Everything which is rebellious against Allah is Taghut. Every institution which doesn't accept divine sovereignty and authority is Taghut. The non-Islamic state is the biggest Taghut on earth. Taghut are not only individuals, the systems are Taghut. Tagha, what does it mean? Tagha. When you have transgressed your limits, you are Taghi. Tagha means to go beyond the limits. You must be a bondman to Allah, you should be a servant to Allah, you must obey Allah. You were created for His ibadah. وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. If instead of being servant of Allah, you become master. I am the ruler. I have the sovereignty. You are in revolt against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You are Taghut. So you have to deny Taghut first. And then you should have faith in Allah. You have to say La ilaha first and then illallah. Denial is first. Affirmation comes after that. The same is the thing here. فَمَنْ يَكْفُرْ بِالطَّاغُوتِ وَيُؤْمِنْ بِاللَّهِ. Whosoever denies, declares that he is bari from this Taghut, and then he believes in Allah, فَقَدْ اسْتَمْسَكَ بِالْعُرْوَةِ الْوُثْقَى. So he has grasped in his hand a firm handhold, lan fisama laha, which will never give way. Wallahu Sami'un Alim, and Allah is all listening, all knowing. Allahu waliyul ladhina amanu yukhrijuhum min az-zulumati ila an-nur. Allah is the protector and helper and guardian. Wali, is a very profound word of Arabic. You can't translate it, can't give its connotation in one word in English. Allah is the protector and the guardian and the supporter of those who have real faith. يُخْرِجُهُمْ مِنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ. He keeps them taking out from various shades of darkness into light. Zulumat always you will find in Quran in plural. There are different shades of darkness. There is shirk, there is kufr, there is nifaq, there is ilhad. So many shades, different shades of darkness. Light is one, and darkness has different shades. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always keeps bringing them out from the shades of the darkness into light. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَوْلِيَاهُمُ الطَّاغُوتُ. As for those who don't believe, who disbelieve, their supporters are the Taghut. They are the brothers and supporters. There is a mutual support. They are supporting Taghut, and Taghut is helping them. يُخْرِجُونَهُمْ مِنَ النُّورِ إِلَى الظُّلُمَاتِ. And these Taghut, they keep on taking them away from light into different shades of darknesses. This is the process going on side by side. Allahu waliyyul lazina amanu yukhrijuhum min az-zulumati ila an-nur. Allahumma rabbana ij'alna minhum. Allahumma rabbana ij'alna minhum. May Allah include us in these people whose wali is Allah himself, and he takes them out from these different shades of darkness into light. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَوْلِيَاهُمُ الطَّاغُوتُ يُخْرِجُونَهُم مِّنَ النُّورِ إِلَى الظُّلُمَاتِ. اللهم ربنا لا تجعلنا منهم أولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. They are the people of fire, and they will remain in that forever. أَلَمْ تَرَ إِلَى الَّذِي حَاجَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ فِي رَبِّهِ. Again the same word, أَلَمْ تَرَ. Did you never ponder about the person, الَّذِي حَاجَّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ, who argued with Ibrahim, fi rabbihi, about his Lord, his Rabb. Who is your Rabb? Now this person is Namrud, the king of Iraq, at the time of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam. Namrud was also a title, just as Fir'aun. Fara'ina, the kings of Misr, of Egypt, they were Fara'ina. The kings of Babylonia, which we now call Iraq, they were Namarida. So actually Namrud and Fir'aun, they are not names, they are titles. Just as Fir'aun, Namrud. Alam tara ila alladhi hajja Ibrahim. So as we say, Fir'aun of Moses. So Namrud of Ibrahim, of the time of Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam. Hazrat Ibrahim was presented in the court of the king. There's this dialogue went on. An ataahu Allahul mulk. He was arguing about God, about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, about the Rabb of Ibrahim, only because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had gave him the kingship. He became arrogant. He himself claimed to be God. I am the authority. Just as, the Fir'aun of Egypt had said, Ana rabbukumul ala, alaysa li mulku Misr. If not for me, the kingdom of Egypt, وَهَذِهِ الْأَنْهَارُ تَجْرِي مِنْ تَحْتِي. All this irrigation system is under my control. I will allow water to only those whom I please. It is all under in my head, under me. In the same way, he was the master of his country. إِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ رَبِّيَ الَّذِي يُحْيِي وَيُمِيتُ. When Ibrahim said, alayhi salatu wassalam, my Lord is he who gives life and puts death. قَالَ أَنَا أُحْيِي وَأُمِيتُ. He said, I have these powers also. And the tradition goes that he fetched and called two people who had been condemned. They were in the prison. That sentence had been passed on them. Called them in the court. The one he set free, I have given him life. The other he instantly He ordered to be slain. Him I have killed. And now he will. I have the authority. Now Hazrat Ibrahim said, قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْتِي بِالشَّمْسِ مِنَ الْمَشْرِقِ. My God, my Allah, I believe in that God, in that Allah, who makes the sun rise from the east. فَاتِ بِهَا مِنَ الْمَغْرِبِ. If you claim to be God, if you claim to have authority, now just you order the sun to rise from the west. فَبُهِتَ الَّذِي كَفَرَ. At this, that kafir remained confounded. He couldn't say anything. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الظَّالِمِينَ. And Allah doesn't give guidance to such evildoers, such unjust people. أَوْ كَالَّذِي مَرَّ عَلَىٰ قَرْيَةٍ. This is another incident, and most probably it concerns also the history of the Jews, the Bani Israel. When Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem in the late 7th century before Jesus, BC, before Christ, he killed about 600,000 Jews. And the rest 600,000, he took them to Babylonia in captivity. They remained there, some for 100 years, some for 150 years. That's the worst period of Jewish history, era of days of captivity in Babylonia. Jerusalem was ruined, absolutely ruined. Not a single soul living, not a single wall, not two bricks together. Such was the ruination of a city. Just imagine how big a city it was. It was founded by Solomon, Hazrat Sulaiman alayhi salatu wassalam. At the height of the glory and splendor of Bani Israel. That was the town. And Hazrat Sulaiman had the help of the jinns also in construction. He constructed the Heifer, the Solomon's temple. And then this was razed to the ground. Not two bricks were intact. Not a single soul was there. And then there bypassed the Prophet Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam. He wondered at that scene. How can this city again be revived? How can Allah revive this city? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put him to death. Kept him there for 100 years in that death condition. Then revived him. And then, this is the matter. Then Hazrat Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam, he went to Babylonia. And then, he started his call. Repent. Make tawbah towards Allah. And due to his call and his mission, there was the spiritual revival of Bani Israel. And then they again were given, another period of glory during their history. And that is called the Maccabi power. The Maccabi Sultanate. That was the second rise that they had during their history. Anyhow, about this incident now, Hazrat Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam, I feel it personally that this, although the name has not been given here, only one city and a person, but this seems to me, I'm pretty sure that this is the case of Hazrat Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam. أَوْ كَالَّذِي مَرَّ عَلَىٰ قَرْيَةٍ. Or have you ever considered the case of that person who passed by a town, وَهِيَ خَاوِيَةٌ عَلَىٰ عُرُوشِهَا, and that town had fallen down upon its roofs, all was demolished. قَالَ أَنَّا يُحْيِي هَٰذِهِ اللَّهُ بَعْدَ مَوْتِهَا. He said, how shall Allah give this town again life after it has been dead, so badly dead, so deeply ruined? فَأَمَاتَهُ اللَّهُ مِئَةَ عَامٍ. So Allah put him to death for 100 years. ثُمَّ بَعَثَ. Then Allah again brought him to life, raised him alive. قَالَ كَمْ لَبِثْتَ. Allah asked him, how long have you been here? Do you have any idea? Oh Uzair, supposedly if he was Uzair alayhi salatu wassalam, oh Uzair, do you have any idea how long have you been here? قَالَ لَبِثْتُ يَوْمًا أَوْ بَعْضَ يَوْمٍ. He said, I've been here for one day, or maybe a part of a day. Just I had a nap. I just had, a nap and nothing else. Maybe a full day has passed, and maybe a part of it. قَالَ بَلْ لَبِثْتَ مِئَةَ عَامٍ. Allah said, no. You have been here in this condition for 100 years. فَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ طَعَامِكَ. Now see to your food that you had with you. وَشَرَابِكَ. And the drink that you had. لَمْ يَتَسَنَّهْ. They have not spoiled. I have kept them as fresh as they were before 100 years. This is my authority. I can do it. This is in my power. I am all powerful. وَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ حِمَارِكَ. And now on the other hand, you see, just look to your ass, your donkey. And that had died, and all flesh has gone, and there were only few bones scattered and nothing else. 100 years. So all those physical phenomena had happened to that ass, but nothing had happened to the food. وَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ حِمَارِكَ وَلِنَجْعَلَكَ آيَةً لِلنَّاسِ. And we want to make you a sign for the people. And it's very clear, when he had returned to the people, to Bani Israel, they must have been astonished. This person, he was dead long before. We had no news of him. Therefrom he has come now. And when he must have told this story, so it would have been, I think, a very, very big sign that, Allah can revive us also. If he could do this to an individual, he could do this, you can do this to a community, to a nation. وَلِنَجْعَلَكَ آيَةً لِلنَّاسِ وَانْظُرْ إِلَى الطَّعَامِ وَانْظُرْ إِلَى الْعِظَامِ. And now see, look to the bones of your donkey, of your ass. كَيْفَ نُنْشِزُهَا. How we raise them up. Join them together, raise them up as a skeleton. ثُمَّ نَكْسُوهَا لَحْمًا. And then we clothe them with flesh, with muscles. فَلَمَّا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُ. When everything became absolutely clear to him, قَالَ أَعْلَمُ أَنَّ اللَّهَ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Then he said and proclaimed, now I fully know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all powerful and he can do anything that he likes. وَإِذْ قَالَ إِبْرَاهِيمُ رَبِّ أَرِنِي كَيْفَ تُحْيِي الْمَوْتَىٰ. And just recall the time when Ibrahim said to his Lord, O Lord, let me see, show me how you will revive the dead. How will you raise the dead again to life? قَالَ أَوَلَمْ تُؤْمِنْ. Allah asked, do you not believe? قَالَ بَلَىٰ. He said, why not? I believe. I have the faith. وَلَكِنْ لَيَطْمَئِنَّ قَلْبِي. But I want that I should have the conviction, deepest conviction. My heart should be absolutely at rest. There shouldn't be an iota of doubt in me. So because I want that total and absolute conviction, that is why I have requested you to show to me. قَالَ فَخُذْ أَرْبَعَةً مِّنَ الطَّيْرِ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, take 4 birds, فَصُرْهُنَّ إِلَيْكَ. Tame them to incline to you. Tame them so that when you call them, they respond to you, they come to you. ثُمَّ اجْعَلْ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ جَبَلٍ مِّنْهُنَّ جُزْءًا. Now the details are not here. The details are, which are omitted. Now kill them, slaughter them, and divide their body into parts, and then part of every bird, some parts of mix them and keep them on different hills. ثُمَّ اجْعَلْ عَلَىٰ كُلِّ جَبَلٍ مِّنْهُنَّ جُزْءًا ثُمَّ ادْعُوهُنَّ. Then you call them the way which you had made them accustomed to respond. يَأْتِينَكَ سَعْيًا. You will see that they will be coming to you running. وَاعْلَمْ أَنَّ اللَّهَ عَزِيزٌ حَكِيمٌ. And you should know and keep it in mind, and you should be convinced that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is almighty, all powerful, and he has the all total wisdom also. Now come 2 sections, and they are regarding infaq fi sabilillah. How balanced, Full 2 sections were there regarding the fighting for the cause of Allah. Although it was related to the past history of Bani Israel. Scattered ayat we have found at many places about qital. Scattered ayat have been mentioned and have appeared at many places about infaq. But 2 sections, full 2 sections about qital, we have already read. Now 2 sections, full 2 sections about infaq. Masalul ladina yunfiquna amwalahum fi sabilillah. The likeness of those who have spent their wealth and money in the way of Allah. Now this should be very clear what does it mean in the way of Allah. Infaq fi sabilillah has a definite connotation. There is another word sadaqah. Sadaqah is charity. Charity is basically for the poor, the needy, the miskin, the beggar, sa'il. This is sadaqah. Infaq fi sabilillah is actually jihad fi sabilillah bil mal. For the cause of Allah. What's the cause of Allah? Cause of Allah is that His deen should be supreme. As the Christians pray, Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heavens. On this earth also, the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala should be fulfilled. The law of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala should be enforced. This is the cause of Allah. And if you spend your money and your wealth for this purpose, this is infaq fi sabilillah. So actually, you keep it in mind. Sadaqah, infaq, ita'i mal, zakat, these are different terms. And every term has a definite connotation of its own. Although they can be interchanged, they can be used one in one another's place. Then qarz hasana, man dhal ladhi yuqridu Allah qarzan hasana. Who is that person who can dare give Allah loan, goodly loan? And these 2 terms, the loan to Allah, because when you are spending for the deen of Allah, it's a loan, personal loan to Allah. When you are spending your wealth for establishing the deen of Allah, it's an infaq fi sabilillah. It's a part of jihad. Jihad fi sabilillah bil mal, that is infaq. Jihad fi sabilillah bil nafs, the final stage is qital. When you go risking your life, you go to the field of battle, risking your life. Masalul ladina yunfiquna amwalahum fi sabilillah. The similitude or likeliness of those who spend and expend their money and wealth for the cause of Allah, in the way of Allah, kamasali habbatin ambatat sab'a sanabila, is to the likeness of a grain which grows 7 ears. في كل سنبلة 100 حبة, and in each and every ear there are 100 grains. So 1 grain of wheat, now the plant, in that are 7 ears, and in every ear there are 100 grains. So 1 grain has grown into 700 grains. The same is the similitude, that if you spend for the cause of Allah, your reward will be 700 times at least. Why at least? Because Allah says, وَاللَّهُ يُضَاعِفُ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. Allah will double it for whomsoever He wishes. It can be 1400 times. But that is at the discretion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مَنْ يَشَاءُ وَاللَّهُ يُضَاعِفُ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. For whomsoever He pleases or wills, He will double it. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah is all-embracing, all-knowing. الذين ينفقون أموالهم في سبيل الله ثم لا يتبعون ما أنفقوا منا ولا أذى. Those who spend their mal, they spend their wealth and money في سبيل الله, in the way of Allah, ثم لا يتبعون ما أنفقوا, then that they don't follow what they have expended with reproach and injury. And the other meaning may be by reminding of charity and generosity. Anyhow, this infaq fi sabilillah, some person will be benefiting, and it will come in the end, inshallah, who they should be. Let me explain here. so that it becomes clear through all this discussion. When there is a struggle, a revolutionary movement to establish the deen of Allah, to make it supreme, there must be certain people who become whole-time workers. Otherwise it won't work. Part-time workers cannot bring about a revolution. Part-time work can be a social service. Part-time work can be this type of thing, some education, some training, some social service. For revolutionary purpose, you must have people who are whole-time, whole-hearted, devoted fully. Otherwise there can be no revolutionary struggle. Now these people, who will support them? They also need. They must be fed. They must be looked after. Who will support them? That is why in the end of these two sections you will find who have the right of this infaq fi sabilillah, who are the best, to whom this infaq should be given. Those who have devoted all of their life, all of their time, all of their energies to the cause of Allah. Now they have no spare time, no spare energy to spend, to earn their own livelihood. They must be supported through this infaq fi sabilillah. And now if you have given something to such a person, and now you are mentioning it to him, this is injury. This is actually azar. You have given something to them, you have helped someone of them, among them, and then you are mentioning it, and you are, impressing them more and more by your generosity. So that is very pinching for them, very hurting for them. That is the thing that is discussed here. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ ثُمَّ لَا يُتْبِعُونَ مَا أَنْفَقُوا مَنًّا وَلَا أَذًى. Man, that is, to mention your charity and generosity, وَلَا أَذًى, and nothing, no injury to their feelings of self-respect and self-honor. لَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ, for them is their reward in the Rabbihim, with their Lord. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ, and there will be no fear on them, and nor will they grieve. قَالٌ مَعْرُوفٌ وَمَغْفِرَةٌ خَيْرٌ مِّن صَدَقَةٍ يَتْبَعُهَا أَذًى. A kind word and forgiveness is much better than charity followed by injury. You give something to somebody and then you injure his feelings. You injure his sense of self-respect, self-honor. The better thing would have been, you should have said some kind word to him and then asked his pardon and forgiveness. A kind word and forgiveness are better than charity followed by injury. Wallahu ghaniyyun halim, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is self-sufficient. He doesn't need your help. He can feed and support his supporters. It's only a test for you that he has given you surplus wealth, whether you spend it for the cause of Allah or not. It's only a testing for you. Allah is not poor. Allah can support his supporters. Allah can maintain his armies himself. But he's testing you. Wallahu ghaniyyun halim. Allah is self-sufficient and he is forbearing. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la tubtilu sadaqatikum bil manni wal adha. O you who believe, do not render vain your charity by mentioning your generosity and by injuring the feelings of those to whom you have given that charity. كَالَّذِي يُنْفِقُ مَالَهُ رِئَاءَ النَّاسِ. In the same way as that person who is spending his money to show off to the people. وَلَا يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. Whosoever is giving his money and spending his wealth to show off to the people so that they should praise him, he has no iman on Allah. وَلَا يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ. He doesn't have any faith in Allah, nor does he believe in the last day. فَمَثَلُهُ كَمَثَلِ صَفْوَانٍ. So his similitude or likeliness is to the likeliness of a very smooth rock. alayhi turabun, on it was, some dust was there. Someone, he cultivated in that dust, he put some seeds in that dust. Now a crop was there. He was hoping to have the harvest, but suddenly, فَأَصَابَهُ وَابِلٌ, a very strong and heavy rain fell and left it bare. Now everything was washed off because the clay was very shallow. Beneath it was very smooth rock. And on that shallow clay, you had cultivated and you had put the seed, and now the harvest was there. It has no roots. When a strong and heavy rain fell, everything was washed off. And now the rock was there, bare. لَا يَقْدِرُونَ عَلَى شَيْءٍ مِّمَّا كَسَبُوا. They have no control for which they labored. They labored so much, they cultivated, they spent, they put the seed there, but now everything is gone, and they can have no control over any of their labor that they spent there. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الْكَافِرِينَ. This is the simile of whom? Who is spending their money or wealth only to show off their generosity to the people. Not real iman or in the hereafter. They are not doing so sincerely for Allah and His pleasure. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمَ الْكَافِرِينَ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't guide such people who are belying and who are denying the real faith. وَمَثَلُ الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ ابْتِغَاءَ مَرْضَاتِ اللَّهِ. The same principle of simultaneous contrast. They are opposed to such people which we have discussed before. The likeliness or similitude of those people who spend their money only to get the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَتَثْبِيتًا مِّنْ أَنفُسِهِمْ. And they want strengthening of their own souls. I am spending so that Allah may be pleased and my spirit may be purified. Dual purpose can be there. You are spending for the cause of Allah so that Allah is pleased, and your own soul, your own ruh, your own spirit is purified. Tazkiyah. That is why, for this ibadah, for this mode of worship, particular mode of worship, you give your money. That is called zakah. Purifying thing. It purifies the souls of the people. Tasbita min anfusihim. Whosoever is spending their money in this way, for pleasing Allah and purification of their and strengthening of their souls, their example is kamasali jannatin birabwatin. Example or simile of a garden which is on a raised place. Asabaha wabilun. If there is strong rain, heavy rain, fa'ata tukulaha, they fed. That garden gives the fruit twice, twofold. فَإِن لَمْ يُصِبْهَا وَابِلٌ. If there is not very heavy rain, فَقَلْ, then a small drizzle would also benefit the garden. The fruit will be there anyhow. The garden will not be washed away with the strong rain, because it is not on a smooth rock. It is there on a raised platform. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ بَصِيرٌ. And whatever you are doing, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is seeing it. أَيَمَدُّ أَحَدُكُمْ. Does anybody amongst you like أَن تَكُونَ لَهُ جَنَّةٌ, that there may be for him a garden, مِن نَخِيلٍ وَأَعْنَابٍ. In that garden there may be the date palms and the grapes, the vines. تَجْرِي مِن تَحْتِهَا الْأَنْهَارُ. Beneath that garden there are streams are flowing. لَهُ فِيهَا مِن كُلِّ الثَّمَرَاتِ. In that garden for him there are all types of fruit. وَأَصَابَهُ الْكِبَرُ. And now old age has overtaken him. So this is a simile. Just imagine a person, a very old person. He worked very hard. He cultivated plants. He prepared a garden. Now he has a garden of date palms. Then there are the orchards and the vines, and everything is there. Water is flowing. All sorts of fruits are there. And now the old age has overtaken him. وَلَهُ ذُرِّيَّةٌ ضُعَفَاءُ. And his progeny, his sons and daughters are weaklings, very young in age. They need protection. فَأَصَابَهَا إِعْصَارٌ. Suddenly on some day, some occasion, a fiery whirlwind comes, strikes that garden, فَاحْتَرَقَتْ. And the whole garden got burnt up. كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمُ الْآيَاتِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَفَكَّرُونَ. In this way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes his ayat plain for you, clear for you, so that you may ponder over them, you may reflect over them. Now this is actually similarly what is the lesson in it. A person has been doing charity and doing everything. Suddenly when he will be raised from the dead, he will find I have done nothing because I was not sincere. Whatever I was doing only to get good name, good praise from the people, not for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whosoever is doing any good work, any charity, for riya'ul nas, to show off to the people, he will find himself in the position of that old person whose whole life's hard labor has gone in one incident. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أنفقوا من طيبات ما كسبتم ومما أخرجنا لكم من الأرض ولا تيمموا الخبيث منه تنفقون ولستم بآخذيه إلا أن تغمزوا فيه واعلموا أن الله غني حميد. الشيطان يعدكم الفقر ويأمركم بالفحشاء والله يعدكم مغفرة منه وفضلا والله واسع عليم. يؤتي الحكمة من يشاء ومن يؤت الحكمة فقد أوتي خيرا كثيرا وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب. صدق الله العظيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. اللهم ربنا ارحمنا بالقرآن العظيم واجعله لنا إماما ونورا وهدى ورحمة. اللهم ذكرنا منه ما نسينا وعلمنا منه ما جهلنا وارزقنا تلاوته آناء الليل وآناء النهار واجعله لنا حجة يا رب العالمين آمين. The same subject of infaq fi sabilillah is continuing. The full preceding section, that is section 36 of Surah Baqarah, that was also fully occupied by this discussion about infaq fi sabilillah. And this section 37th is also fully occupied by this discussion. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu anfiqu min tayyibati ma kasabtum. O you who believe, or O you who profess to believe, expend and spend in the way of Allah when good things that you have earned. طَيِّبَاتِ مَا كَسَبْتُمْ وَمِمَّا أَخْرَجْنَا لَكُمْ مِنَ الْأَرْضِ. Or from which that we have brought forth from the earth for you. وَلَا تَيَمَّمُوا الْخَبِيثَ مِنْهُ. And don't aim at something which is bad from that. تُنْفِقُونَ وَلَسْتُمْ بِآخِذِيهِ. That you will spend it for the cause of Allah, for charity, for giving it to poor. Something which is bad. وَلَسْتُمْ بِآخِذِيهِ. And if some occasion arises and you need, and somebody gives you that type of thing, you will not be able to accept it. You will not accept it yourself. إِلَّا أَن تُغْمِضُوا فِيهِ. Unless you close your eyes on it. So it will be difficult to accept such a thing which you want to give to others. وَعَلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ غَنِيٌّ حَمِيدٌ. You should keep in mind that Allah is Ghani. You are not giving to this poor person, you are giving to Allah. For the sake of Allah you are giving. You are giving it to Allah actually. So you should give the best, not the worst. He is Ghani. Wallahu Ghaniyyun Hamid. He is self-sufficient, praiseworthy. Ash-shaytanu ya'idukumul faqr. Shaitan threatens you, make you fear poverty. If you spend for the cause of Allah, you will become poor. You will have nothing.
وَيَأْمُرُكُمْ بِالْفَحْشَاءِ. In addition, he enjoins upon you to indecency. وَاللَّهُ يَعِدُكُمْ. On the contrary, Allah is promising with you مَغْفِرَةً مِّنْهُ, forgiveness from him, وَفَضْلًا and bounty. وَاللَّهُ وَاسِعٌ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah is all embracing, knowing everything. يُؤْتِي الْحِكْمَةَ مَن يَشَاءُ. He gives the true wisdom to whomsoever he pleases. وَمَن يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ. And whosoever has been given and granted wisdom, the real wisdom, فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. He has been given the biggest good, خَيْرِ كَثِير. وَمَا يَذَّكَّرُ إِلَّا أُولُو الْأَلْبَابِ. And only those who have real understanding, they get the admonition and they get the real advice. Now what does it mean here? You cannot spend the best of your wealth for the way of Allah unless you have the real wisdom that everything that you have here is for this world. And this world is temporary. It's not everlasting. And whatever you are spending for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it is for the other world. And that is lasting. بَلْ تُؤْثِرُونَ الْحَيَاةَ الدُّنْيَا وَالْآخِرَةُ خَيْرٌ وَأَبْقَى. Your real disease, your real mistake is that you prefer this world, the life of this world, while actually the life of the next world, the life of hereafter, that is much better and that is everlasting. So real wisdom is this. Whosoever has understood this point, not only that he professes that he believes in it, it is ingrained in his heart, it is there, as a conviction. He has the real hikmah, he has the real wisdom. And then the wisdom of all other things will also become apparent to him. His inner eyes will, so to say, be opened. يُؤْتِي الْحِكْمَةَ مَن يَشَاءُ وَمَن يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. وَمَا أَنفَقْتُم مِّن نَّفَقَةٍ أَوْ نَذَرْتُم مِّن نَّذْرٍ. And whatsoever you spend, any spending that you do, and every vow that you make to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, nazr, فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُهُ. Allah knows it. Don't try to proclaim it loudly. Because if you are doing it for Allah, Allah knows it. Allah knows everything, even if it is in your mind and in your heart only. Because this sadaqah nafila, as far as zakah, that is the obligatory charity. As far as it is concerned, it is to be given openly to the government, Islamic State. It's not to be concealed or it shouldn't be hidden. But sadaqat and nafila, additional spending that you do for this pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that shouldn't be declared. If you declare, okay, at least you are giving something, at least it can be beneficial, it will be used somewhere. But the best thing is, you conceal it. You keep it a secret. And the wordings that have appeared in one of the ahadith is that what your right hand spends, let not even your own left hand know it. You are spending with your right hand. Even your left hand shouldn't know that you have done it. That would be, actually, that will have the privilege that this is exclusively for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and there's no riya and no showing off in it. وَمَا أَنفَقْتُم مِّن نَّفَقَةٍ أَوْ نَذَرْتُم مِّن نَّذْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ يَعْلَمُهُ. Whatsoever you spend and whatsoever you vow to spend, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows it. وَمَا لِلظَّالِمِينَ مِنْ أَنصَارٍ. But there will be no helpers for the wrongdoers, for the unjust. إِن تُبْدُوا الصَّدَقَاتِ فَنِعِمَّا هِيَ. If you disclose and proclaim your charity, well, this is also okay. At least you are giving something, at least some needs will be fulfilled by that. وَإِن تُخْفُوهَا وَتُؤْتُوهَا الْفُقَرَاءَ. And if you conceal it, if you keep it a secret and give away to the people who are needy, فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. That is much better for you. Because then actually there will be no doubt of riya and sum'ah that you wanted to show off You want to get the praise of the people. If that is the case, you will have no reward on the day of judgment. That will carry no weight in the balance of the hereafter. وَيُكَفِّرُ عَنْكُم مِّن سَيِّئَاتِكُمْ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will acquit you of your evil deeds due to that sadaqah that you have made in secrecy. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ خَبِيرٌ. And whatever you are doing, Allah is well aware of it. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. Now after all this persuasion, even if after all this persuasion people are not ready to spend for the cause of Allah, for the pleasure of Allah, what could Muhammad do, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is reassuring him. Don't be grieved, O Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If even after all these ayat having been revealed, there are people in Medina who are wealthy, but who are keeping their wealth with them, the munafiqeen. They didn't want to spend for the cause of Allah. They were all of them very, very rich people. But if they are not doing it, لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. It is not your responsibility to give them the guidance. You can't give it. It's not in your power. You don't have the authority. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given every human being a choice. It's his own choice. He can take any choice. He can choose anything. He can take any direction. Imma shakiran wa imma kafura. So don't be grieved. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ. This authority is only with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He gives guidance to whomsoever He likes. He can change the heart of a person. The Prophet had said that the hearts of all human beings are within the two fingers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يُصَرِّفُ كَيْفَ يَشَاءُ. He can turn the heart of the persons in whichever direction he likes. These hearts are in the two fingers, between the two fingers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But the Prophet didn't have that authority. It has been said to him, إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ. You cannot give guidance to whomsoever you like. This is exclusive authority of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He gives the guidance to whomsoever He likes. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. Don't be grieved. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ. The responsibility is not yours. You will not be questioned. As we read yesterday, وَلَا تُسْأَلُ عَنْ أَصْحَابِ الْجَحِيمِ. You will not be questioned about these people, why they went to Jahannam when you were there, when we sent you, even after your advent. Why such a great number of people are going to Jahannam? Well, it's not responsibility. You are not responsible. You are not questionable on that account. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَلِأَنفُسِكُمْ. And whatsoever you spend, O Muslims, know that you are doing it for your own self. You will get the reward in the hereafter. Don't think you are doing good to somebody else. It's for your own self. وَمَا تُنْفِقُونَ إِلَّا ابْتِغَاءَ وَجْهِ اللَّهِ. And that also, if you are spending only for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If there is some pollution, some wrong intention is there, you want some praise from the people, that he is very sahi, he is a person of charity, then you know even that is gone. Then it's the wastage. You will get nothing in the hereafter also. So now here, after the persuasion, this is inzar. If you are spending, see that you are spending with pure intentions. If there is pollution in the intentions, then you will get nothing. لَيْسَ عَلَيْكَ هُدَاهُمْ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَلِأَنفُسِكُمْ وَمَا تُنْفِقُونَ إِلَّا ابْتِغَاءَ وَجْهِ اللَّهِ وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ يُوَفَّ إِلَيْكُمْ. And if you are spending for the pleasure of Allah as solely and exclusively, then it will be given to you in full. The reward will be given to you in full. وَأَنْتُمْ لَا تُسْلَمُونَ. And you will not be wronged. You will not be deprived of your due rewards. Now comes that ayah which I mentioned in the very beginning. All this infaq for whom? Sadaqat are for the poor. Sadaqah always for poor. But infaq fi sabilillah for whom? للفقراء الذين احصروا في سبيل الله لا يستطيعون ضربا في الارض يحسبهم الجاهل اغنياء من التعفف تعرفهم بسيماهم لا يسألون الناس إلحافا وما تنفقوا من خير فإن الله به عليم. للفقراء, this infaq is for those people, those needy people, الذين احصروا في سبيل الله, who have been surrounded in the cause of Allah, who have been encircled in the cause of Allah. Hisar, you know, mahsoor. Mahsoor is one who is surrounded. There is no way out. He is mahsoor. Muhasara. الذين احصروا في سبيل الله, who have been surrounded, confined, wholly occupied, whole time occupied for the cause of Allah. They have dedicated their lives. They are doing no business. They are not in any profession now. They have given up everything. They have dedicated all their life, all their time, all energies, all capabilities for the cause of Allah. And I told you, unless there is a big number, not only one or two, of such persons, no revolution can be brought about. It is not a part-time job. You can do tabligh part-time. Tabligh can be done part-time. Teaching can be done part-time. But iqamatul deen, to establish the deen of Allah, to change the political socio-economic order, which requires a revolutionary struggle, that is impossible. There should be hundreds and hundreds of people who devote whole time, total energies, exclusively for this cause. Now they have to be fed. They are also human beings. They have to be looked after. Who will do it? The brethren who are doing it still part-time, they are also working for that deen, for that movement, for that revolution, but still they are part-time. They are earning also. They should share their earning with those brothers who have devoted themselves whole time, wholehearted. So this is actually the best use of infaq fi sabilillah. للفقراء الذين احصروا في سبيل الله لا يستطيعون ضربا في الأرض. They cannot travel in the world, on the earth. You know, business was done on those days mostly by traveling. Export, import. The Prophet used to lead caravans. Before Wahi started coming to him, he was taking caravans to Syria. So actually, but there, now, when the Wahi came to him, when he was engaged in this dawah, in his mission, now after that he couldn't do. He couldn't go anywhere to do business. He never took any other caravan after that, and he didn't do any work to earn his livelihood. He had some money of Hazrat Khadija radiyallahu ta'ala anha. That was there sufficient for him in his Makki period, but in Madani period, actually it were the gifts of the people, the hadaya. And then, you know, when the battle started, then the ghanima, the al-anfal, the fay, these were the sources of his income, of his livelihood. After all, he had 9 wives at one time, and he had to feed them. Then relatives, all these things were there. Then there were the Ashab-e-Suffa. Who were they? They were the whole-timers. They were not doing any business. They were whole time in the mosque, learning Quran, learning Hadith. Whatsoever is being revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they are learning it. At Makkah even, so many young people, youth, they were whole-timers. Khabbab ibn al-Ard, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Abdullah ibn Maktoum, and then, you know, Mus'ab bin Umair, radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. The Prophet sent him to Medina. How could he go to Medina? Because he had actually devoted all his life. So he could go to Medina. So that is, you know, you should have the history before you. لِلْفُقَرَاءِ الَّذِينَ أُحْصِرُوا فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ لَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ ضَرْبًا فِي الْأَرْضِ. They cannot go about on the earth doing business. يَحْسَبُهُمُ الْجَاهِلُ أَغْنِيَاءَ مِنَ التَّعَفُّفِ. Because they don't ask, due to their humility and modesty. People think they are rich, they are not asking. They are not begging. La yasalun an-nasa ta'rifuhum bisibahum. You will recognize them with their faces, with their looks. If somebody is in need, even if he is not asking, you can see it written on his face. If you have the idea, they will never ask, La yasalun an-nasa ilhafa. They are not beggars. They won't beg the people importunately. وَمَا تُنْفِقُوا مِنْ خَيْرٍ فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ بِهِ عَلِيمٌ. And whatever wealth and money you spend, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala verily knows it. So this is the final ayah on this subject. This is the last ayah of the 37th section of Surah Baqarah. Here these two sections regarding infaq fi sabilillah come to an end. And now you know, directly opposed to infaq is riba. What is infaq? We have read the ayah, يَسَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. Whatever is surplus with you, you give away for the cause of Allah. Give away to the needy in the form of sadaqah. Give away for the deen of Allah, for infaq fi sabilillah. This is infaq. What is riba? Whatever is surplus with you, you invest, so that you earn more. And the worst form of earning is that you want to get the benefit, you want to get the profit at a fixed rate. You don't care whether the person to whom you have given that money, whether he is earning or losing. You must get your pound of flesh. That is riba. So these are absolutely different. It's absolutely opposite to each other. That is why the same principle of contrast. After these two sections on infaq, now you have one section of this surah on riba, which is diagonally opposite to infaq fi sabilillah. The spirit of infaq is whatever is surplus with you, whatever is more than you need, give it away. Don't keep it with you. And give it away for the sake of Allah. If you are investing it to gain more, well, if you want to do it, but through halal means, that is permissible at least. Although it is not that position, that is the highest position, you give away. Everything that is surplus, you give away. يَسَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. But if you don't give away, you give it to someone as loan, goodly loans, without getting any interest or riba on it, so that he can fulfill his needs for the time being. Or you invest in muzaraba or something else, which is legally permissible according to the Sharia, then it is okay, although it is a lower level. The higher level is that you give it away. مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ الْعَفْوَ. But if you go more lower than that, you give it on riba, you don't want to take the risk. In muzaraba, that is great risk. If there is loss, you lose all your money. The whole capital money is gone in muzaraba. You are not ready to take that risk. And now you are giving on riba. This is absolutely haram. And the biggest haram in Islam is riba. Nothing is like riba in Islam. Please note it. The biggest crime, the biggest sin is riba. And that will be clear from this section. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ. Again here, infaq first. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to show us the contrast. الَّذِينَ يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ بِاللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ سِرًّا وَعَلَانِيَةً. Those people who spend their wealth and their money, their belongings for the pleasure of Allah, bil-layl, during the night, wan-nahar, as well as during the day, sirran, secretly also, as well as alaniyatan, and openly also, فَلَهُمْ مَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ. For them is their reward. It is ensured with their Lord. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. There will be no fear upon them, nor they will be grieving. In contrast now begin, الَّذِينَ يَأْكُلُونَ الرِّبَا. On the other hand, to the contrary, those who are eating, endeavoring interest and usury. Please note, always in riba, use two words for translation, not one. Usury as well as interest, both are covered by riba. There shouldn't be any doubt in the mind of any Muslim. Both are covered by riba. And it is a very historical incident that has happened in Pakistan, in our country, that the highest court, the Sharia court, federal Sharia court, that has given the final judgment that the bank interest, commercial interest, is also covered by riba. It is also riba. There's no doubt about it. A very big document has been prepared, although there were people who opposed it, that riba is only usury. This commercial interest or bank interest is not riba. Very big lawyers of the level of stature of S.M. Zafar must be knowing, many of people here must be knowing him. And Khalid Ishaq, one from Punjab, the other from Karachi, both did their best to prove that the bank interest is not riba. But the court gave the final judgment. It's very authentic judgment. A very big feat indeed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has enabled the Muslims there to do. Although these things are only on paper. In practice, everything there is the same as anywhere else. As in here, as anywhere else. But at least this theory, this has been proved, and this is the judgment of a court. That is why I am using both the words. Alladhina yakuluna riba. Those who are eating and devouring usury or interest. La yaqumuna illa kama yaqumu alladhi yatakabbathu an-nasu min al-mas. He doesn't stand or he will not rise except as like the one whom shaitan has maddened by his touch. ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ قَالُوا إِنَّمَا الْبَيْعُ مِثْلُ الرِّبَا. And this is because they have said that trade is also just like riba, usury, interest. وَأَحَلَّ اللَّهُ الْبَيْعَ وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَا. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has declared bay', trading, as permissible. وَحَرَّمَ الرِّبَا. And He has declared haram. He has declared absolutely impermissible. What is riba? That is interest as well as usury. فَمَنْ جَاءَهُ مَوْعِظَةٌ. So to whomsoever this admonition has come, مِنْ رَبِّهِ, from his Lord, فَانْتَهَا, and he stops taking riba, eating riba. فَلَهُ مَا سَلَفْ. So he will not be deprived of, and he can keep with him the gains of the past. Whatsoever he has had up till now, on account of that riba, he can keep it. وَأَمْرُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ. But his matter is with Allah. Allah will decide about him. It's not the clean slate. It's only the legal aspect here. You can keep. Up till now, whatever you have earned through riba, keep it. Now, because that admonition has come to you, now you have to stop. For whatever you have earned, now it cannot be accounted. No account can show up till now how much he has earned through riba, how much he has been earning through lawful means. So it is because impossible. So keep it. It will not be investigated into, and that will remain with you. فَلَهُ مَا سَلَفْ. He can keep it. وَأَمْرُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ. But the matter rests with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَمَنْ عَادَ. But whosoever repeats and reverts to riba, even after this final declaration of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَأُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ النَّارِ هُمْ فِيهَا خَالِدُونَ. So they are the people of fire, and they will remain in it forever, forever. يَمْحَقُ اللَّهُ الرِّبَا. Allah blots out and destroys riba. وَيُرْبِ الصَّدَقَاتِ. He augments the sadaqat, the charity. وَاللَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ كُلَّ كَفَّارٍ أَثِيمٍ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not love any ungrateful sinner. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ وَأَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتَوُا الزَّكَاةَ لَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ. Verily those who have faith and who have done good deeds and who have established prayers and who have been paying zakah, لَهُمْ أَجْرُهُمْ عِنْدَ رَبِّهِمْ. For them their reward is ensured with their Lord. وَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. And there will be no fear on them, nor will they grieve. يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا اتَّقُوا اللَّهَ وَذَرُوا مَا بَقِيَ مِنَ الرِّبَا إِن كُنتُم مُّؤْمِنِينَ. A very passionate plea again.
O you who profess to believe, have taqwa of Allah. Fear Him. Have the fear of Day of Judgment. Ittaqullah wa zaru ma baqiya min ar-riba. And give up what remains from the usury or interest. In kuntum mu'mineen, if you are real mu'min. Fa in lam taf'alu. And now if you don't do it, fa'zalu biharbin min Allah wa rasulih. So receive a notice of war from Allah and His Messenger. Be notified of a challenge of war from Allah and His Messenger. Wa in tubtum, and if you repent, if you give up this riba, this business, falakum ru'usu amwalikum, you shall have the right to get your capital sums. La tazlimuna wa la tuzlamun. You not wronging others, and likewise yourself not be wronged. You do wrong to others and don't be wronged yourself. Wa in kana dhu usratin, and if your debtor, if he is in difficulty, is having hard time, he cannot pay your capital sum even, فَنَظِرَةٌ إِلَى مَيْسَرَةٍ. So there should be respite, grant him more time, so that he can pay with ease. وَأَن تَصَدَّقُوا فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ وَأَن تَصَدَّقُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. And if you give it away in charity, you just limit it in charity, you say that, oh, if you cannot repay my debt, oh, I give it to you. I forgo it. It's hiba from me, or hadiya from me. It is sadaqah from me. It is better for you. Because the best thing was from the very beginning. Don't keep surplus with you. Don't try to earn more through surplus. Surplus is actually meant for something else. يَسَأَلُونَكَ مَاذَا يُنْفِقُونَ قُلِ اللَّهُ. That is to be spent for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not to be kept with you. So in the beginning if you couldn't do it, now because your debtor, he is in difficulty, he cannot repay. Now at least you forgive it to him. Say now that it is sadaqah. فَهُوَ خَيْرٌ وَأَن تَصَدَّقُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ, if you have the real knowledge. وَاتَّقُوا يَوْمًا تُرْجَعُونَ فِيهِ إِلَى اللَّهِ. And have the fear of that day when you will be returned to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ثُمَّ تُوَفَّى كُلُّ نَفْسٍ مَا كَسَبَتْ. Then every soul shall be paid in full what it has earned. وَهُمْ لَا يُظْلَمُونَ. And they will not be wronged. They will not be deprived of their rewards. Now, because connected with riba is another economic affair, and that is loan. Any transaction in which there is some sort of loan, what to do about it? Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu iza tadayantum bidainin. O you who believe or profess to believe, when you contract a debt for a fixed term, iza tadayantum bidainin ila ajalin musamma. In loan there must be a fixed time, specified time. This is a qars, this is a loan for 2 years, 1 year, 6 months. A specified period must be there. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu iza tadayantum bidainin ila ajalin musamma faktubuhu. Write it down. There should be a writing. وَلْيَكْتُبْ بَيْنَكُمْ كَاتِبٌ بِالْعَدْلِ. And the scribe should write it for you, but he should write with justice. He shouldn't change, the wordings, because a slight change in the wordings can mean a lot in the end. بِالْعَدْلِ. وَلْيَكْتُبْ بَيْنَكُمْ كَاتِبٌ بِالْعَدْلِ. وَلَا يَأْبَ كَاتِبٌ أَن يَكْتُبَ كَمَا عَلَّمَهُ اللَّهُ فَلْيَكْتُبْ. And no scribe should refuse from writing, should refuse to write. He should write, just as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taught him writing. This art Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed upon him, so he shouldn't refuse. وَلْيُمْلِلِ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِ الْحَقُّ. And to the writer, to the scribe,
the dictation should be given by the person on whom is loan. The debtor should dictate the wordings. On whom is the haqq. وَلْيَتَّقِ اللَّهَ رَبَّهُ. And he should keep the fear of Allah in his mind. وَلَا يَبْخَسْ مِنْهُ شَيْئًا. And while dictating the terms, he shouldn't deprive anything. He should not diminish anything from it. فَإِنْ كَانَ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِ الْحَقُّ سَفِيهًا. And if the person who owes the debt is someone of low understanding, safihan, or da'ifan, or he is weak, or la yastati'u an yumilla huwa, or if he is unable to dictate on account of any other reason, فَلْيَمْلُلْ وَلِيُّهُ بِالْعَدْلِ فَلْيُمْلِلْ وَلِيُّهُ بِالْعَدْلِ. Then in that case, his guardian should dictate, but he should also dictate with justice, with honesty. وَاسْتَشْهِدُوا شَهِيدَيْنِ مِنْ رِجَالِكُمْ. And get 2 witnesses from your men. On this transaction, on this writing, you should get 2 witnesses from your men. فَإِنْ لَمْ يَكُونَا رَجُلَيْنِ. If you don't find 2 men, فَرَجُلٌ وَامْرَأَتَانِ. So 1 man and 2 women. مِمَّنْ تَرْضَوْنَ مِنَ الشُّهَدَاءِ. Amongst those about you are agree about witnesses, whom you like, approve as witnesses. So primarily, in the first place, there should be 2 men. If 2 men are not available, then 1 man and 2 women. أَن تَضِلَّ إِحْدَاهُمَا فَتُذَكِّرَ إِحْدَاهُمَا الْأُخْرَى. So that if one of those women, if she errs, then the other woman might be able to remind her. وَلَا يَابَ الشُّهَدَاءُ إِذَا مَا دُعُوا. And the witnesses should not refuse when they are summoned to give evidence. وَلَا تَسْأَمُوا أَن تَكْتُبُوهُ صَغِيرًا وَكَبِيرًا. And don't feel it burdensome that you write, although it might be a small affair or a big affair. When it is of loan, the transaction entails some debt, then you must write it, whether it is a small amount or a big amount. صَغِيرًا أَوْ كَبِيرًا إِلَىٰ أَجَلِهِ. And that time limit must also be prescribed and specified. ذَلِكُمْ أَقْسَطُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. This is more equitable and just in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ذَلِكُمْ أَقْسَطُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ وَأَقْوَمُ لِلشَّهَادَةِ. And this is more confirmatory for testimony. وَأَدْنَا أَلَّا تَرْتَابُوا. And this is more likelier that you will not doubt. إِلَّا أَن تَكُونَ تِجَارَةً حَاضِرَةً تُدِيرُونَهَا بَيْنَكُمْ. Except if it is a trade presently between you, going on between you hand to hand. تُدِيرُونَهَا بَيْنَكُمْ فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ. If it is all cash transaction, yadam be yadin. With one hand you are paying the money, with the other hand you are getting your material, whatever you have purchased. So this is cash. فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِ أَلَّا تَكْتُبُوهَا فَلَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَلَّا تَكْتُبُوهَا. Then there is no sin on you, no blame on you if you don't write it down. This order, this command of writing, that is actually for loan and debts. وَأَشْهَدُوا إِذَا تَبَايَعْتُمْ. But there can be some trading also, which you call, forward trading. It's not the present exchange. Not you are buying anything and selling anything, but you are making an agreement of a later day exchange. This is called tabayatum. وَأَشْهَدُوا إِذَا تَبَايَعْتُمْ. And whenever you make a commercial contract, you must have witnesses. وَلَا يُضَارَّ كَاتِبٌ وَلَا شَهِيدٌ. Neither the scribe or the writer of the document should be harmed, nor the witnesses should be harmed, because he has given the evidence which has proved to be against me. Now you become an enemy of that witness. That is wrong. Whosoever will do it, وَإِن تَفْعَلُوا فَإِنَّهُ فَسُوقٌ بِكُمْ. If you do it, then it is something very bad from your side. It is rebellious in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهِ. And have taqwa of Allah. Fear Allah. Keep Allah in mind. Regard him as he should be regarded. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ And see, Allah is teaching you. How detailed teaching He is giving you. وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ Allah is teaching you. وَاللَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٍ And definite Allah knows everything. This is the longest ayah of the Quran. This is one ayah. And you know it has a full law. A full, book can be written on this law. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ وَلَمْ تَجِدُوا كَاتِبًا And if you are on some journey and you don't find any scribe, maybe the scribe is not there, the writer is not there, then the shuhada are not available. Things like happen in journeying. Nobody knows you that he can give evidence and he is ready to be a witness to any contract. وَإِن كُنْتُمْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ وَلَمْ تَجِدُوا كَاتِبًا فَرِهَانٌ مَقْبُوضَةٌ Then there should be a pledge in hand, that is what we call mortgage. Something of some property of that person that should come in the occupation of the person who is giving the debt. In hand, mortgage, maqboos. فَرِهَانٌ مَقْبُوضَةٌ فَإِنْ أَمِنَ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا فَلْيُؤَدِّ الَّذِي أُؤْتِمَنَ أَمَانَتَهُ وَلْيَتَّقِ اللَّهَ رَبَّهُ But if one of you trusts the other, then the one who is trusted should deliver his trust and let him fear Allah, his Lord, and do not conceal testimony. وَلَا تَكْتُمُوا الشَّهَادَةِ Never conceal and hide testimony. وَمَنْ يَكْتُمْهَا Whosoever conceals or hides testimony, فَإِنَّهُ آسِمٌ قَلْبَهُ He is making his heart sinful. وَاللَّهُ بِمَا تَعْمَلُونَ عَلِيمٌ And whatsoever you are doing, Allah knows it. Now we come to the last section. It's a very small section in its size, only 3 ayat, but most profound. And this we will see inshallah later on. This is the general case in most of the surahs of the Quran. The ayat with which the surah begins and the ayat with which the surah ends, they are very profound. The ayat in the beginning of Surah Baqarah, ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون. Most profound. Whosoever wants to avail of the guidance of this book, he must produce in his character these attributes, these qualities, and then only he will be really availing the benefits of the guidance of Quran. Now here to end up these 3 ayat, they are very profound. Last 2 ayat about these there is a tradition. These ayat were not revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on earth. They were presented to him as a gift for the ummah on the night of Mi'raj, ascension to heaven. All the rest of the Quran descended from the heaven to the earth to be revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the last 2 ayat of Surah Baqarah, Muhammad went up to the heavens in the Laylatul Isra, and there he was given these 2 ayat, last 2 ayat. And about these 2 ayat, the wordings in the hadith are that they are 2 treasures from the treasure beneath the throne of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Taht al-Arsh. They are the 2 big treasures that were gifted for the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and given to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam on the day of Mi'raj, on the day of Isra, on the night of Isra. Not the first, only the last 2 ayat. The first is Lillahi ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. These wordings are included in the Ayatul Kursi also, and they have been repeated so many times in the Quran. Everything, all that is in the heavens and that is on the earth belongs to Allah. He is the only rightful owner of everything in this world. We are not the owners, please mind it. We are the custodians. We are only under a wrong notion. We own. I own this house. I own this car. I own this body. No. We are only custodians. ई अमानत चंद रोजा निज दिमास्त दर हकीकत मालिक हर शय खुदास्त. This is actually a sacred trust of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with us. We are only trustees and nothing else. لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَإِن تُبْدُوا مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَوْ تُخْفُوهُ. Whether you disclose whatsoever is in your hearts and minds, this word nafs, it includes heart and mind both. Nafs fi anfusikum, what you have in your hearts, what you have in your mind. Whether you disclose it, aw tukhfuhu, or you hide it, conceal it, yuhasibkum bihillah. Allah will bring you forth to the task, to the accountability. You will have to account for it before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Although you might be hiding it, He knows what is in your hearts, so He will ask you about your intentions even. وَإِن تُبْدُوا مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَوْ تُخْفُوهُ يُحَاسِبْكُم بِهِ اللَّهُ فَيَغْفِرُ لِمَن يَشَاءُ وَيُعَذِّبُ مَن يَشَاءُ. Then He will pardon and forgive whomsoever He wills, whomsoever He will please. And He will give the torment and the punishment to whomsoever He wills, to whomsoever He pleases. It is His exclusive authority. This is a belief with the Ahl Sunnah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the total authority. If He punishes an innocent person, He can do it. He has the authority. Because He is Malik, He is owner. He can do anything to what He belongs to Him. If He forgives the worst sinner, it is His authority. Although we know He will punish the sinner, and He will give good reward to people who did good deeds. But He has the authority. He can do whatever He likes. يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ مَا يُرِيدُ يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ مَا يَشَاءُ. Whatever He likes, He will do. And He has the authority to do it. لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَإِن تُبْدُوا مَا فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ أَوْ تُخْفُوهُ يُحَاسِبْكُم بِهِ اللَّهُ فَيَغْفِرُ لِمَن يَشَاءُ وَيُعَذِّبُ مَن يَشَاءُ وَاللَّهُ عَلَى كُلِّ شَيْءٍ قَدِيرٌ. Allah has the authority over everything. آمَنَ الرَّسُولُ. Now these are the two ayat from underneath, from under the arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the treasure, the two gems and the two diamonds of the treasure under the arsh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which were given to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam on the night of Isra. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون. The Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the messenger, he believed in what was revealed to him, in what was sent down to him from his Lord. And so did the believers. We can have pride in it, that the first moment was Muhammad himself sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Aman al-Rasul. He also had Iman. He also testified. He also attested that whatever has been sent on my heart has been sent down to my heart through Archangel Jibreel. This is from Rabb, this is from Allah. Tabaraka wa ta'ala. Aman al-Rasul bima unzila ilayhi min rabbihi wal mu'minun. May Allah include us in those mu'minun. Kullun amana billahi wa malaikatihi wa kutubihi wa rasulihi. Who are those mu'minun? All who believe in Allah and His angels and His books and all His messengers. La nufarriqu bayna ahadin min rusulihi. And we don't discriminate between any of His messengers. This appeared in the 16th section also. La nufarriqu bayna ahadin min rusulihi. And here again, why? Because you know the half of this surah was addressed towards the people of the book, Bani Israel. They believe in Moses, but they don't believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They don't believe in Jesus alayhi salatu wasalam. And these Christians, they believe in all, including Hazrat Masih, but they don't believe in Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As a contrast we are saying, and we have been taught to say it repeatedly, we believe in all the messages of Allah. We believe in all the books that were sent down. So we don't discriminate between even one of the messengers of Allah. La nufarriqu bayna ahadin min rusulihi. Wa qalu sami'na wa ata'na. May Allah give us the courage to say these words from the depths of our heart. Sami'na wa ata'na. Oh Allah, we have listened and we have accepted. We submit to you. We accept your commands. Sami'na wa ata'na. Ghufranaka Rabbana. We ask you your forgiveness. Oh our Lord, we ask you, we request you for your forgiveness. Wa ilaykal masir. And we very well know that we have to go back to you. We have to go to you. Ilayhil masir. Wa ilaykal masir. La yukallifu Allahu nafsan illa wus'aha. Allah doesn't hold responsible any soul except according to his capacity. He knows what he has given to me, how much intelligence he has given to me, how much physical strength he has given to me, how much power of understanding things he has given to me. He knows what he has given to you. And there will be accountability, personal accountability. Every person separately. He will be judged according to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him. He has to account for everything that Allah gave him. So there will not be one level of judging all the human beings. Every human being will be judged on the basis of what he was given. He knows the genes which were given to me and the genes which were given to you. What are the limitations of my genes? And what are the potentialities of your genes? Whatsoever he has given to any human being, he will judge him on the basis of that given faculties and that given capacity. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت. For every soul is what it has earned. And on every soul would be whatever it has earned against itself. The sins, the wrongs that we have done, we have made something, we have earned something against our own selves. For it is that which it has earned, and against it is that which it has deserved. Rabbana la tu'akhizna. Now this is the prayer, the longest prayer that has appeared in the Quran. You will find these prayers, at many places. But this is in one ayah the longest prayer. Otherwise, in the last section of Surah Al-Imran, I think if we count the total, that prayer will become longer than this. But that is included in 3 ayat. But this is total in 1 ayah. Rabbana la tu'akhizna in nasina wa akhtana. O our Lord, don't take us to task if we forget, aw akhtana, or if we commit an error without an intention, without an unintentional error. Khata means unintentional error. Rabbana la tu'akhizna. Don't take us to task if we forget and if we commit some error unintentionally. Rabbana wa la tahmil alayna isran kama hamaltahu ala allazina min qablina. O our Lord, don't put on our shoulders the burden that you put on those who were before us, the former Muslim Ummah, or the people who had faith formerly. You put them to hardest test. Oh Allah, we are weak. Don't put us to such strict and hard tests. Don't put upon us the burden. Lay not on us a burden like that which thou didst lay on those before us. Rabbana وَلَا تُحَمِّلْنَا مَا لَا طَاقَةَ لَنَا بِهِ. O our Lord, don't impose upon us for which we don't have the power and strength to bear. وَاعْفُ عَنَّا, and pardon us. وَاغْفِرْ لَنَا, and forgive us. وَارْحَمْنَا, have mercy on us. أَنْتَ مَوْلَانَا, you are our protector, our guardian, our supporter. فَانْصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ, so help us against the disbelieving people. This, we may say that the prayer that we read in the section which discussed the battle between Talut and Jalut, that was the brief expression of this very long prayer. And this was taught to the Muslims. Why? Because now They were going to have the battle at Badr. Now there was going to be confrontation. The revolutionary struggle of Muhammad had entered that final phase of armed conflict. Now they were going to be required to lay down their lives. Because whosoever goes to war, whosoever goes to a battlefield, he is risking his life. He takes his life on his hands. If he returns, it's actually a new life. So actually for this dua, رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَسِينَا وَأَخْطَأْنَا رَبَّنَا وَلَا تَحْمِلْ عَلَيْنَا إِصْرًا كَمَا حَمَلْتَهُ عَلَى الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِنَا رَبَّنَا وَلَا تُحَمِّلْنَا مَا لَا طَاقَةَ لَنَا بِهِ وَاعْفُ عَنَّا وَاغْفِرْ لَنَا وَارْحَمْنَا أَنْتَ مَوْلَانَا فَانصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. Final words are the same. فَانصُرْنَا عَلَى الْقَوْمِ الْكَافِرِينَ. Help us against these people who don't believe in you, who don't believe in the hereafter, who don't believe in your messengers, who don't believe in your scriptures, who don't believe in your books, who are not submitting to you, who are not bondsmen to you. Help us, O Allah. Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alameen.